Hello and welcome back to Beyond Mix, a new music show from the same people who brought you the multi-award winning radio show Pick and Mix. I'm your host, Thomas Heisman, and together we'll be using this outlet to debut new music, launch upcoming artists, and altogether navigate the musical milieu beyond the conventional charts. Each episode will focus on a different vibe, picking 6 songs to create a soundtrack for a particular feeling. We'll also be discussing a variety of topics, including sport, news, and entertainment. So join me, if you will, on this Sonic Odyssey beyond familiar, beyond expectations, and beyond the mix. Well, welcome back, one and all. Welcome back. It is now June. We are at the halfway point of 2026, and we have an awful lot to get through this week. So obviously it's been a while since you've heard my sort of dulcet tones on this little radio show, this little insufferable new music podcast, as I like to call it. And that's because I've had a couple of months off. Last episode was the Bloom episode, where I gave my predictions, my expectations, and a lot of my previews for the Great Escape 2026. And I've now been to the Great Escape 2026, and I come today bearing lots of stories, anecdotes, and cutting-edge new music from the forefront of the indie charts, fresh off the presses. But I also had a little trip to Berlin, so I've recently just got back from Berlin, and it was nice. And that's in contrast to what happened a couple of weeks ago, where we had a searing heat wave, the hottest May on record, and the heat was just downright unbearable. I think if there was ever a good time to invest in air conditioning, it's probably yesterday. But anyway, let's talk about The Great Escape, as that is the main focus of this week's episode. And for that reason, this week's vibe is The Great Escapade, a celebration of 3.5 days of exciting new music. So we will be talking about my 4th Great Escape. I started going in 2023, and likewise this will be the 4th Great Escape that we have chronicled on this show in its pick and mix and now beyond the mix formulas. So you might have noticed a pattern. Our first episode doing this on Beyond Mix was called The Great Escape. Our second episode last year was called The Greater Escape. So naturally, in terms of progression, this must be the greatest escape. Well, I'm just not so sure. I think it's quite definitive to call something the greatest escape. And so I've gone with The Great Escapade, because this year's Great Escape was a bit of an escapade, between dodging dodgy weather to hearing artists perform plenty of songs I've never heard from before. And like in previous Great Escape focused episodes, we will be going day by day, artist by artist, recounting the day as comprehensively as I can possibly muster. So you're going to be getting a real in-depth taste of what I saw at the festival, the decisions I had to make every hour, the artists that took priority over the others. Ultimately, I want to do as much as I can to take you on this Great Escape with me. So as a result, we'll only be focusing on the festival. There'll be no games, no current affairs, no activities today on the show, just The Great Escape. And for those of you who are listening in to hear my review of a particular artist, I will be doing what I did last year insofar as I will be bookending each one of my reviews with first a Peter Dixon style introduction, my first thoughts of the artist based on their recorded music, and finally tying up with my review after 10 of what I thought of their live performances. And you can tell each of these reviews as I'll be playing an instrumental version of my favourite song of that particular artist set as a bed beat underneath my review. So you can't really get lost. You know exactly what you'll be listening to as you manoeuvre through this playlist. And of course I'll be posting all of the timestamps for all of these reviews on the Beyond Mixed Insta page. So I've spoken enough about the rules and regulations, what's happening on this episode today. Let's delve into the music. So the first song we played today was from New Zealand's Jude Kelly, and I saw Jude Kelly on the first day of The Great Escape, the Wednesday, which you will soon hear about just after the next song, and Jude Kelly was really impressive. She only had a relatively short set, as you'll find out in a sec, but I think this song that I started with, Clarence, was easily my favourite of the set. It was the song that made me fall in love with Jude Kelly as I was discovering her, as I was going through the Great Escape playlist, picking out my favourites, the one I wanted to see, and Clarence sort of cemented itself as one of my top favourites very early, and let me tell you, it endured all the way from December 25 to May of 26, so can't really rate the song or Jude Kelly any higher than that. It really is an absolute anthemic song, and one that I'll delve into more in a few seconds. So before we go into our first day, our first full in-depth look at the music, the artists that I discovered at the Great Escape 2026. I have some music from the band Pacifica. This song has been a favourite of mine for a while. It's called Misled, and it's coming up now. Welcome back to Beyond Mix, where we'll be going day by day through my experience at the Great Escape Festival 2026. And without further ado, let's get started. So let me take you back, if I may, to the 13th of May 2026. It was a Wednesday, and so when I finished work at 4 p.m, it was time for me to make my way down to Brighton town. So, as you might be aware, last year I did 2.5 days of the Great Escape on my own. It was only on the last day that my dad came along because his favourite band, 88 Miles, were performing in Hope and Ruin on the final day. And he was so enamoured with 88 Miles and the experience of the Great Escape altogether that he bought himself and my mum a ticket to go this year. So they were coming along for the ride themselves. And, you know, as much as I like to think that I'm an independent free thinker, a lot of my musical taste is probably shared with what I grew up with, i.e. the musical taste of my parents. And therefore, whilst I was still going to do things independently and see the artists that I really wanted to see, I knew for a fact there was a high chance that my parents would be taken along to see the same artist that I did. But that wasn't a problem. You know, I think one of the hardest things about going to concerts by yourself is just that awkward period between sets, and I'm really not one of those people who's going to strike up a conversation with a stranger, so it's just nice to have somebody to go to these concerts with and just sort of talk aimless dribble to really pass the time between sets. But anyway, all three of us went down to Brighton, with me getting a head start in getting a space in the queue for the wristbands. So in previous Great Escapes, I've had no problem getting wristbands. So in 2023, I walked into the wristband hut on Jubilee Square, just on the road, and got a wristband quite easily. In 2024, it was a bit of a challenge with the queue going all the way down the road of Jubilee Square and into the adjacent street. Whereas in 2025, it was really easy. You know, the ticket booth had been open for a long time before I got there, and I got there pretty early. As a result, I walked in, picked up my wristband, and it was as simple as that. This year, 2026, however, it was a little bit harder to get your wristbands. I reckon this was primarily because, unlike previous Great Escapes, they opened up the wristband exchange only a couple of hours before the first artist was meant to begin at 6. And, you know, we were getting there just shy of 5. So by the time I got to Library Square, I was shocked and a little worried that I wouldn't be able to get a wristband on time, because there was a massive queue snaking across what had been previously the Jubilee Square stage in a sort of zigzag pattern and stretching all the way down the road to the Brighton Dome. So by the time I joined, I sort of joined around the My Brighton Hotel, so it wasn't super long to wait. But the queue was very slow moving, and it took me about, I think, 45 minutes to get anywhere in the queue. It's just a good thing that I arrived as early as I did. Whilst I was waiting in the queue, I saw a few of the people that I'd recognised from previous Great Escapes just milling along in the queue, obviously doing something very similar to what I was doing and just getting in early, trying to get a space as soon as they can. So you're probably thinking, Thomas, the Great Escape begins at 6. Why are you getting there at 5? Why are you so anxious about getting your tickets for 5? Well, the reason is, in this year, in this Great Escape, I was determined to make a little bit more of the alt escape, the alternate venues, the various different happenings that went on outside of the official schedule. And one of these such things was seeing the New Zealand band Ringlets at the venue Alphabet. So I got my wristbands, and then I sprinted up the hill with maybe 5 minutes to go before Ringlets were due to take the stage. I powered up that hill all the way to the top, going past Hope and Ruin, cutting a corner around the folklore rooms before making it to the top of the hill, laden with sweat, into Alphabet and up the stairs to see the band Ringlets.
Ringlets.
Punish her as you would your sickly mother. Serve her to his act of love like no one.
So in preparing for the Great Escape 2026, Ringlets remained a bit of an interesting one, a band that I had quite an interesting history of regarding my shortlist. So Ringlets first appeared onto the Great Escape playlist, I think probably in either the first 50 wave or just the second wave, and they were a band whose music I was quite conflicted on when I first added them to the playlist. So I discovered them through a song, I Was on That Roof Once, and I was just sort of captivated by just how strange it was. I just wasn't sure whether I'd give them the benefit of the doubt and I put them in my shortlist, or whether I just ignore them, forget about them, and just let them fade into obscurity within the hundreds and hundreds of different artists who are on offer at the Great Escape. So as you already might have guessed, I went for the former. I added them to the shortlist, partly because of this particular song and its very strange lyrics, including the opening lines, "The Lord's my German Shepherd, time for walkies," which is also the title of the album that it comes from. And its melodies and constituent musical parts. It almost felt like a medley of different styles, different sort of musical approaches, all coming together in unison to create one fully assembled piece. It's quite Beatlesque in that respect, a little bit kooky, something you expect to find from the White Album or later. So yeah, prior to seeing Ringlets, I gave them an F, and bearing in mind that my rankings went down to L, that's probably around the mid-table benchmark. Overall, in the 200 odd artists that eventually made my shortlist, I put Ringlets at number 86, so that wasn't too bad. And in fact, I did like them so much that had there been an additional entry within my ones to watch, they probably would have occupied quite a high spot, so maybe being my 26th, 25th artist to watch. But anyway, I got into Alphabet. I had to speak to the person at the door as this was independent of the Great Escape, so I had to sign up for a special guest list beforehand. So I got there into Alphabet, and when I got there I was literally the only person in the room. Alphabet doesn't really have an upstairs bar, so a lot of the punters who eventually went on to watch Ringlets were actually downstairs getting a drink. And there's me, desperately in need of a drink, absolutely dripping with sweat, just trying to cool down in the corner. So the band had already started preparing, the lead singer was on stage. I recognised their faces from some of the music videos I'd seen, the 3 male band members and then the female bassist, I believe. And gradually, as time ticked on closer to 5 PM, a few more people turned up. Some Kiwis in the audience, some fellow New Zealanders going to support their countrymen as they tried to sell their distinctive sound to audiences on the other side of the world. But yeah, Ringlets were okay. Not really anything super special. I was kind of surprised with a lot of their music. It kind of sounded quite droney and a little bit arty for art's sake, if that makes any sense. It kind of reminded me of Blake Watt's Family Stereo project, which I coincidentally also saw at Alphabet, albeit at the Mutations Festival in November of 2025, with the major difference being that I quite enjoyed Family Stereo and I would definitely try and see them again. Ringlets, they had quite an interesting voice. I quite like the lead singer's voice. It was very much reflected how it appeared on record in those songs such as I Was on the Roof Once. And I think of the songs they played, I think Heavenly Wheel, which had a bit of a Cure-esque vibe to it, definitely was my favourite. But did they play the one song that I wanted to hear? Did they play I Was on the Roof Once? No, and they almost felt like they kept teasing it. Maybe that just speaks to their music, how it all just sort of sounds the same. You know, the lead singer just gives these long, sort of grandiose, verbose intros to the song, you know, lasting for 30 seconds, 45 seconds or more before they'd actually start playing the song. And I'm just there, you know, hand on my phone like a gunslinger in the Wild West, ready to record the opening lyrics, "The Lord's my German Shepherd, time for walkies." But it never ever came. And I think ultimately that was a real sort of dagger in the heart and really impacted how I felt about their overall performance. The fact that they didn't play that one song I wanted to see, the one song I knew, so I was just left to endure a lot of their other stuff, which sounded similar, but in hindsight just wasn't really that great. The only other notable aspect of the performance was the guitarist, the lead guitarist. He rocked so hard at one point that he actually unplugged his guitar and he was left scrambling on the floor trying to catch this lead as it evaded him like a loose garden hose in the summertime, and he tried to jam the jack back into his guitar. I understand that they had quite a good reception elsewhere in the festival, independent of this one performance, so I'm not sure if they worked on their act a little bit more. But the fact that they didn't play the one song that I knew, the one song I wanted to hear, was always going to be a barrier to the rating that I gave them. Overall, quite drony, a little bit too pretentious, and so for that reason I've given Ringlets a 4 out of 10. Not the worst artist I saw by any means, but not the incredible heavy hitters that I've started my previous Great Escapes by seeing, you know, the likes of Evan Williams or Dylan John Thomas. From there, it was a case of getting out of Alphabet and to Comedia Studio for my next artist. However, on that walk, that little half-a-mile walk from Alphabet down to Comedia Studios, it was clear the charlatans of the Met Office had in fact lied to me, as the heavens absolutely opened and I got drenched. I could feel my feet slipping as I made it down that hill, and I could sense my already fragile hairline thinning as the rain trickled down my face. When I eventually got to Comedia Studio just after 5:30, there wasn't really much of an opportunity for me to duck and cover at this torrential downpour that was completely ruining my day. In the end, I managed to jam myself against a wall with what was once potentially a doorway just above me, offering a little bit of protection, but, you know, still getting absolutely saturated on one side of my body, and I just had to sort of like alternate, turn around like a doner kebab, just trying to keep sort of at least half of me dry. And this rain went on for a while. Eventually, more people began to congregate around the entrance to Comedia Studio, so I knew I just had to bite the bullet, get myself a little bit wet, and then join the queue proper. And so 10 minutes before my next artist was due to perform, and with the weather showing no signs of stopping, I took my position within the queue, 3 or 4 people away from the front. Eventually, my parents joined me, alongside the other wristband holders and delegates, who are all standing in the same queue, with no apparent chance of any segregated lines to distinguish the delegate queue from the layman queue. Thankfully, just a couple of minutes before the next artist was due to start, the security team put up the proper signage, started counting people on their little device as they entered the room, and the delegate queue started shifting in, leaving me helplessly watching as everybody passed into Comedia Studio, knowing full well at the back of my mind that it was one of the smaller venues on offer at the festival. So that was a real sort of gut punch for everybody who'd been waiting in the rain all this time. Naturally, I was thinking about the worst case scenario, and my mind went back to the Great Escape 2023, where I myself was waiting in the same queue to go to the same venue to see Isaiah, only to miss out by a couple of people who themselves queue jumped in front of me. But anyway, eventually I managed to make it through. The delegates eventually ran out, allowing us less privileged wristband holders the privilege of entering the same room as the noble music industry professionals. And so I took no hesitation, running past the bar of Comedia Studio to get right to the front to see my next artist, who were Fright Years.
Fright Years.
So what can I say about Fright Years? Fright Years are a band from Scotland, and they are a band that, whilst ended up getting onto my shortlist, I didn't rate awfully highly until the final sort of preparations of the Great Escape, where I knew who I'd be seeing and who I'd need to brush up on. I was immediately drawn to Fright Years through their song Evil, but it would be the song Stars that I really sort of became acquainted with their music and I started appreciating it a bit more. So in the end, Fright Years, like Ringlets before them, ended up with an F category, again putting them sort of mid-table in terms of the artists that I ranked, and overall ranking them 81st in terms of the artists I wanted to see. So as I got into Comedia and squeezed myself right at the front, I was able to see a Fright Years set list, and I was pleased to see that the 2 songs that I knew, Evil and Stars, were both on the set list, being the first and penultimate song respectively. And you should know me by now, I like to go into the Great Escape knowing at least one song by every artist, so the fact I knew 2 was an absolute bonus. I can stand at the front, comfortably sing along with a couple of songs, and give back to the performer the energy that they were giving to the crowd. So the band rolls up, they're like a 4-piece, and the lead singer is wearing like a top with long, elongated arms, which sort of gave it quite a mystical sort of cloak energy. And the sort of texture it was made of meant that it sort of glimmered and shone in the different lights that are being sort of projected onto the band. Really sort of imposing, compelling aesthetic, something to be admired. So anyway, the atmospheric introduction of Evil kicks in, the band subtly tunes up their guitars, the drummer counts them in, and then the first note hits, and like I'm immediately hooked in. Yes, I know this song. It's great to sort of see it performed live. Now, I don't really know the verses of Evil that well. I only really know the chorus. I think the chorus is really, really catchy, and altogether, it's just a really, really good, well-produced song. So through the verses, I'm just sort of like bobbing my head along, listening to this performance, watching the lead singer's hair go crazy as it got caught between the eddies and gusts of the Comedia air conditioning and ventilation system. So all sort of contributing to this really sort of wild, otherworldly aesthetic. And then the chorus hits, and I start singing along, and I'm making quite intense eye contact, it feels like, with the lead singer. And then it sort of hits me. I sort of realise about 2 lines into the chorus that I know it maybe 27% confidently, and I'm just sort of making up an approximation of what the lyrics are, and I look like an absolute fool being front of stage and barely having a clue of what's being sung. But anyway, my grasp or lack thereof of the lyrics to the song Evil aside, Fright Years were really, really, really good. They really put on a show. I mean, the lead singer was really energetic. As I mentioned, her sort of silvery, sparkly outfit and long elongated sleeves sort of gave her the opportunity to sort of twirl around, dance around as the songs hit the chorus, and she was a really sort of phenomenal singer as well. She was belting out those notes with clarity and precision. And this was particularly demonstrated in their penultimate song, the other song of theirs that I knew, Stars, which I knew a little bit better than Evil, so I could sing along to it, in which the lead singer was dancing around, twirling her arms around, becoming almost a conduit to the music as the sounds of the dual guitars clipped between the oscillating beats of the drum. It was a really compelling performance, something you expect to see in sort of the glam rock days of old. Fright Years just left an absolutely incredible impression, so much so that I was wondering why I'd gone so wrong as to give them such a lowly rating when I first heard of them. I really, really hope they go far, because they really are a tour de force, I think, in modern music, and there's no surprise that they're getting on the upper end of the tens of thousands of listeners. Since then, I've been following Fright Years. I think I followed all of the artists I wanted to see at the Great Escape this year, and it speaks volumes that of the 50-odd artists that I've temporarily followed for those 4 days, Fright Years are definitely one that I'm continuing to follow, continuing to support, continuing to play their music as much as I can, as I watch from afar as they achieve greater and greater heights. Really, really one to watch. Thoroughly recommend Fright Years if you get the chance. They put on an absolute spectacle of a show. They sound exactly like they do on record, and their music is absolutely great to boot. For that reason, I'm giving Fright Years a very high 9 out of 10. But even then, I didn't want to get ahead of myself. I didn't want to give a 10 out of 10 this early in the festival. They were only the second artist I'd seen, the first artist I'd actually seen of the festival. And, I was just so happy to witness what feels like it could be a real sort of movement in modern indie, modern rock music. And seeing them perform live was worth getting absolutely drenched in the rain for those 20 or so minutes. So after Fright Years, I continued to wait around in the Comedia studio for the next artist. And this would be the second of a long stint spent in Comedia studio, which really took the toll on my knees, my back, and everything else. And that's simply because Comedia at the Great Escape on Wednesday had a lot of great offerings, which meant that it's probably just easier to just stick around, endure the ones that may be less so good, just so you can see the real sort of heavy hitters at the end of the day. But the positive for me is one of the artists that I rated relatively high were coming up next. And that was the Welsh band Kinkusk.
Kinkusk.
So, Kinkusk, or Sinswig as I call them, the entirety of the time that I was there and in the 6 or so months leading up to the festival, are a band from Wales, and they arrived shortly after Fright Years finished. I recognised them as they queued up with their instruments to go on the stage, and from their Welsh idiolects. Kinkusk, quite literally translated into Before Sleep, was an artist I ranked C in my overall ratings, and overall they occupied position number 27 of the 200-odd artists that I put in my overall shortlist. Kinkusk were an artist that I was going to put in my ones to watch, but much like Ringlets, I just felt that there were probably some other ones that are just a little bit more unique. And so I decided to omit them. And of course, Kinkusk followed a tradition of Welsh language performers at the Great Escape. In previous years, we had Melt, we'd had Piss Melon, Adwaif, and of course, an all-time favourite of mine, Melon Melon. Now, I was particularly drawn to Kinsug because of the song Diarhibion. Diarhibion, Welsh for proverbs or sayings, was a song that I quite liked. I thought it was quite reminiscent of Melon Melon stuff, especially with the little psychedelic sort of rock break in the middle of it. It was sort of catchy, it was quite easy to learn. You know, I was always just singing an approximation of the lyrics, as I cannot say anything Welsh for the life of me apart from, you know, Thomas E. Dwi and maybe Cymru in general. But this particular song kind of reminded me of Melon Melon's Hold the Line or something like Murderin'. Anyway, the band came up, the band performed, and I don't think they sounded too bad. I think their vocals kind of lacked the same sort of quality and polish as it appeared on record, you know, having gone through all of the production. But it didn't detract from the overall experience. They played a mixture of songs in English and in Welsh. They played the aforementioned Diarhibion, which I quite liked, which is a song I kind of discovered them by, which is a positive. And they also played another song that I was kind of, you know, preparing, you know, going over, trying to learn myself, that being the song Pidri Union Hael, quite literally meaning rotting in the sun. I think that very much complemented the band's own sort of bio, in which they call themselves sort of quite surf rock music, somewhere between the surf rock of the Beach Boys and the psychedelic music of something like Ween. And you know, when those psychedelic rock breaks hit, they really, really hit. I was watching one of the lead guitarists rocking out to this psychedelic rock break, looking down at his fingers and then seeing slight blood splatters on the pickups of his guitar. So obviously they're really, really going into it, you know, injuring themselves, bleeding for the music, as in this case. And you know, there's no wonder why Kinkusk ended up being one of my favourites prior to the festival, as I noted that their production was orchestrated by Buzzard frontman Tom Rees. But I was very surprised to notice that when the band was introducing themselves, they actually had a special guest, a special member at the back of the room playing the bass, and that was none other than Buzzard frontman Thomas Rees. And, you know, this is kind of like a full circle moment for me. The first ever sort of grassroots concert I went to was seeing Buzzard on their Backhand Deals tour, you know, in like April of 2022, in this same room in the Comedia studio. And that was my first sort of exposure to Welsh music as well. The support act of the day, Melon Melon, which I've gone on to see another 4 times in the last 4 years. I was secretly hoping that I would see Tom Rees there, maybe just in the audience watching like a proud parent, as the band that he produced went on to perform in one of their earlier gigs, you know, the first sort of stepping stone to their own stardom within the Welsh music charts. So to see him perform was a real delight. I mean, I've done some reflection, and I think, when I look back at it, that Tom Rees probably is one of my musical heroes. But I think even deeper than that, the fact that Buzzard were the first headliner that I saw in a grassroots venue just demonstrated they were like the first step on my path to who I am now, where live music is a hobby, where I've seen over, you know, 200 live acts since seeing Buzzard those 4 years ago. But, you know, I love Buzzard, and some of the production that Tom Rees did on the Melon Melon stuff. So Tom Rees has, in some way, influenced a lot of the music that I've listened to in the last 9 or so years where I've had Spotify. But back to the band itself, yeah, Kinkusk, I think their music was good. I appreciate that sort of Welsh music and everything within this sort of new era of Cool Cymru isn't for everyone, but I still stand by the fact that music is written in sound and syllables, and if a song sounds better in the Welsh language, then so be it. Perform it in Welsh. Don't be constricted by the limitations of the language that you think will sell. Go for what sounds musically right. Overall, I think that Kinkusk will become an artist that will have some level of influence in the future, but at the moment, I'm going to give them a 6 out of 10.
6.
After Kinkusk had finished, Tom Rees just sort of stood around in the crowd for a bit, just talking to people in the crowd. And I was so determined to go up and tell him the stories I've just told yourself about how seeing Buzzard in the same room kind of changed my life, or certainly changed my hobbies. But I just couldn't really bring myself to talk to him. Not really the person that introduces themselves and just starts conversations with strangers, let alone celebrities. Besides, the last time I saw Tom Rees, he was naked and hairless running through a forest on the album cover of the Buzzard album. And I don't think that was anything I could particularly sort of scrub out of my head if I was going to try and talk to him. So as we made our way into the 3rd hour of standing in one place at the Comedia studio, we entered a period where we were seriously considering the sort of artists that we wanted to watch. Obviously, we all wanted to watch Fright Years, and, my parents, bless them, having put up with my melon addiction for the last 4 years, decided to sit through Kin Cook and try to understand what appeal Welsh music had on their beloved son. But then there was an hour-long gap before the next artist that we really wanted to see, and that was Joan and the Giants. But what were we going to do in that gap? There was an artist performing at the Comedia Studio, but it wasn't an artist that we particularly rated. But so, we looked at some of our options. We had a look at what we could see instead of this next artist. We could have seen the band Ribbon Skirts on the beach at the Deep End. We could have seen the band Sword 2 at Patton Downstairs. Hell, we could have even seen Polly from the Dirt at Green Door Store. But with all of those things, there lied a little bit of a risk that we wouldn't be able to get into the artists that we wanted to see happening at 9 p.m. So instead, we decided to bite the bullet and wait, endure the next artist, and the artist was Canada's Micah Sage.
Micah Sage.
So that little preface should tell you everything that you need to know about how little I rated Micah Sage. I gave Micah an L in my rankings, L being the lowest category I bestowed on any artist, meaning that she was slap bang in the bottom of the league and sitting at 219 overall in my 200 plus shortlist. Sure, they've done enough to actually get into the shortlist, so there must have been something there that I liked, but the fact that they've tumbled that low down the rankings meant that they were never really going to be one that was in contention. So this is definitely an exemption. Had Joan and the Giants been maybe an hour later and we had an extra buffer, I'm sure I would have missed out on Micah Sage. But regardless, we were all stood there waiting for her to perform and just ready to disassociate, zone out for an hour. And I was trying to get into Micah Sage prior to the festival. I was listening to a few songs, favourite ex-girlfriend, secret like, that sort of stuff. And it just really wasn't sitting well with me. They just didn't seem like particularly great songs from a particularly great artist. So, to put it lightly, my expectations were at ground zero. So Micah Sage turns up to set up, and everything about her just screams girly pop. She's got a hot pink crop top on, some kind of waist chain, a hot pink Lululemon bottle, obviously trooping the Canadian products, and a bejeweled iPhone case that undoubtedly held her set list written on her notes app. So she got up to the mic, she started preparing her first song, Secret Like, and it wasn't that bad. Dare I say, Micah Sage was actually quite enjoyable. She had a real sort of positive, almost contagious energy that she brought. She was very much a pop performer, as expected. But, her energy was very much addictive. It was easy to start smiling yourself, sort of letting your worries go. Just enjoy some of this feel-good music that she was providing. I think potentially her sound check could have been a little bit more polished, as her voice came across incredibly sort of husky. And, the lyrical resonance quite hard to pick up overall. But, she made it quite an enjoyable time. She brought out a bubble machine at one point and began to douse both herself and the audience with more bubbles than a game at the London Stadium. But her performance was very camp. She was pulling in dance moves. Her two guitarists flanked either side of her were wearing hot pink rose-tinted sunglasses, the type you'd expect to find in like Claire's or some sort of knockoff cheap charity store. And just overall, it was just a really, really good time. Really fun time. I particularly like the song that she finished with, Favourite Ex-Girlfriend, in which she sort of introduced the song by calling out for somebody in the crowd, obviously a friend that she brought over from Canada, introducing her to the audience as her favourite ex-girlfriend, and then whipping out a sash which said Micah's favourite ex-girlfriend, and wearing it for the duration of the performance. And, despite the reservations I had towards her music prior to seeing her, I do think they're quite catchy, and I have sort of found myself singing Sorry Baby musically every so often in my public life. But yeah, I think Micah Sage, despite how poorly I rated her to begin with, is worthy of a 6 out of 10. I think with the expectations I went in with, she probably sounded better than she was, but I'm happy with 6 out of 10. I think it's quite an objective account of her performance.
6.
As we approached 9 p.m, still staying in the Comedia studio as we prepared for Joan and the Giants, a lot of people in the crowd began to diminish, began to filter out, primarily because there were two sort of heavy hitters occurring at the same time, that being the Molotovs in the Comedia basement next door, and the other one being Angela Petrine playing at the deep end. And obviously there was a lot of hype around both of these. I saw the Molotovs last year and they were very, very good. And had they clashed with Micah Sage rather than Joan and the Giants, I'm sure I would have seen them instead. But Angela Petrine, they are very much the in band at the moment. They are French-Canadian. They play a lot of like math music and microtones or something. But anyway, they were the two heavy hitters and a lot of people left, meaning there weren't an awful amount of people to see Joan and the Giants.
Joan and the Giants.
So what can I say about Joan and the Giants? They are an artist that I rated quite highly. They're actually one of my dad's finds, primarily because he's retired and he had the opportunity to research a little bit more of this music. So this is one of the artists I will concede that he quote-unquote discovered, simply because he got there first. He went through the playlist first. Like Kin Kusk, I gave them a C ranking, but I put Joan and the Giants much higher up in my actual preference, at the dizzying height as the 18 artists I most wanted to see. And of course, Joan and the Giants made up the small selection of artists at The Great Escape that we actually played on the show before. We had played their song Figure It Out in collaboration with Seb Sabo, and at the back of my mind I was kind of hoping that they'd bring Seb Sabo along so that they could perform that nice little duet and I would be able to see it live. But it was a little bit touch and go about whether they'd actually attend at all at some point. I've been following the band on Instagram for a while, maybe since January, and their lead singer Gracie was actually hospitalised with some sort of mystery illness in the run-up to the Great Escapes. I think there were potentially some serious doubts about whether they'd actually come over to Blighty to perform, but they did, which was a positive. They came over, they did a couple of secret gigs in London before heading to the Great Escape, where they had a more than plentiful residency, playing 3 or 4 shows, I think, across the 4-day event. So they were very much one of the ones who, having been so far away from Australia, obviously were trying to make their time in the UK count. So let's talk about Joan and the Giants. Technically, they are an alt-rock pop band. That's what their merchandise says. And as a band, they consist of 2 guitarists, a drummer, and Gracie on lead vocals. So they walked up, and Gracie is already in her sort of iconic fit, this very Stevie Nicks inspired wedding dress of sorts, kind of reminiscent of what an stateswoman would wear maybe in the antebellum South in America. But, you know, in terms of design, it really, really speaks to the music they perform. You know, it has sort of like flowers and butterflies embroidered into the stitching. And I understand that, you know, Gracie does a lot of the costumes herself. So, you know, good on her. She clearly put the hours in to make this outfit worthy of the performance she was about to give. So going into their performance, there were a couple of songs I really wanted to see. The first was Figure It Out, the one that we had played on the show before, their collaboration with Seb Sabo. And the other one was Part of Me, which I really, really like. And it was kind of the song that I discovered them by and was their sonic representation on my shortlist playlist. They didn't play either of them. They didn't play many I knew. They played one that I'd definitely heard of before, a song called Mama Don't Cry, so that was the one I recorded. And yeah, it was very, very enjoyable. I also particularly like the song Wolves and the other song Born in the Wrong Time. It was an interesting sort of selection from Joan and the Giants, as it felt like the entries in their set list was very much picked and mixed from their wider sort of discography, their wider corpus, but wasn't necessarily all their new stuff. They did actually play something incredibly cutting edge, playing a very new song, only practiced a couple of times, you know, first time performing it live. And yeah, that song just sounded really, really good. I particularly liked hearing sort of the backstories to all of the songs, you know, especially around Mother Don't Cry and Born in the Wrong Time. But yeah, the band were really good. I think they were quite sort of dramatic in their performances. You did feel like you were being taken back to something like Woodstock or, you know, the Summer of Love in 1967. All of those sort of Laurel Canyon-esque vibes, very hippish in its performance. Some songs made quite a lot of allusions to Joni Mitchell and her sort of like performances getting high in Laurel Canyon. I think that very much fit with the aesthetic. But yeah, the performance was energetic. They were bouncing around, dancing around the stage as they sung. And overall, I think they are worthy of a rating of 7 out of 10.
7.
Pretty good. I would see them if they came back over here I don't know what more they could have done to get an 8, but I just felt that they just hadn't passed that threshold. But it was very, very close. But After the Joan and the Giants was the artist that we'd all been waiting for, with our backs sore, legs numb, and barely holding on as we entered our 5th hour, crammed, squeezed it to the front, right on the barrier of Comedia Studio, all waiting in anticipation of the hope that we catch a glimpse of the final artist of the day, New Zealand's Jude Kelly.
Jude Kelly.
So I've already spoken about Jude Kelly on the show before in the previous episode, Bloom. I gave her a B rating, which obviously put her quite close to the top of my overall shortlist, coming 6th overall. And she was the first artist that I've spoken about today that appeared on my ones to watch lists that I put in the last Beyond Mix, the episode Bloom. I put her 5th on the one to watch list, and my big thing about Jude Kelly was that she was a dark horse. She wasn't getting a lot of streams, but she was clearly already a formidable powerhouse in terms of talent, and I'd especially fallen in love with her song Clarence, which rocketed to the top of my shortlist straight away just based on one listen. And I think it's such an anthemic song. Obviously you've heard it today, we've opened with it, and I stand by it as one of the best songs I think to come out of the Great Escape Festival, certainly this year, but maybe of all 4 festivals that I've attended. But for Jude Kelly, she was not performing with a band as I thought she might be, but instead doing a purely acoustic session. She explained just before she started that she had meant to come to the UK with her band, but there was an accident or something and the rest of her band couldn't get into the country, so it was instead just going to be her voice and just a guitar. So a very sort of vulnerable, very intimate set. But as I understand it was something she's had a lot of experience with previously, having toured every musical venue from Auckland to Queenstown in New Zealand. And because it was so stripped back and you didn't have the distractions of the poor sound checks or anything like that, you really got an appreciation of just how utterly talented Jude Kelly was. She started with the song Lucky, I think. And honestly, when I heard Lucky live, and this might just be the first or second time that I'd heard it, ever, it did sound like a cover because it sounded just so iconic that it must have been written, in the 60s or something. And it's one of these, enduring classics, timeless classics that had been written by a master of their craft and clearly endured all of the years. But no, I've looked at it and it is a Jude Kelly production. So, that's already a massive testament to her ability as a singer-songwriter. The fact that she can lay down this song seemingly out of nowhere and it sort of feels like it's been around forever. It almost felt nostalgic in some ways, like I was listening to a song that I'd known throughout my life, but it was only potentially the second time me hearing it. Then Jude played the song that we all wanted to hear, Clarence, obviously a slightly more stripped back version owing to the absence of the band, but it didn't really matter. It really sort of gave a great sort of display of her talents as a vocalist and just demonstrated just how she'd hold these notes with such clarity and precision. It was absolutely outstanding. She really is an immense musical talent. And obviously Clarence was met with thunderous applause, plenty of woo from me. Getting to hear it live was an absolute pleasure. And then she went on to her third song. She wasn't very far into her third song when she suddenly stopped and said she was going to faint. Obviously, everybody in the audience became very concerned. People called out for her to just stop playing, just have no pressure, just to sit down on the stool and sort of compose herself, build up her strengths a little bit. She was offered some water and a chocky bar from the Comedia Studios bar to get her strength up. And throughout it all, the crowd was incredibly supportive, willing her on. No pressure at all if she didn't want to come back, whether it was just sort of too much for her, whether she needed to lie down just to, compose herself after feeling dizzy. Even Gracie from Joan and the Giants, who was just standing on the side, watching this other performer take the stage, obviously, struggle, falter a little bit, was first jump back on the stage and offer some support, make sure that Jude hadn't actually fainted. And I can't really speak for what happened to Jude, whether it's just the lighting were uncomfortable, whether it was everybody in the audience just staring at her that made her uncomfortable, whether it was just the long flight, because New Zealand's literally on the other side of the world. But regardless, she gave her third song another attempt before needing another break but eventually completed it on the third time of trying, at which point she thanked everybody for attending and shared that she couldn't go on and called it a night. But despite only having a 3-song sample within the allotted time, you could still get a real taste, a real sample of the talent that lies within Jude Kelly. Those 3 songs were more than enough to demonstrate how much of an outstanding vocalist and singer-songwriter she was. She's an absolute marvel. I hope she comes back to the UK, but I'm not necessarily sure whether she will. I'm just so glad and so privileged to have seen her when I had a chance, because I do feel like she's one of the best talents out there. Certainly one of the best artists I'd seen at that point in the last 5 years or so. And despite ending our Wednesday with a slightly shorter set than her contemporaries, Jude Kelly nevertheless did enough for me to get a 9 out of 10. I'm sure had she performed just a few more of her other songs, it would have been top marks, full marks, because she was on to a winner, and it's just an absolute shame that she didn't feel like she could go on. But I'd rather be safe in the knowledge that Jude was feeling rested and recovered, than see her perform additional songs and feel even worse. But that was it. That was Wednesday, the 13th of May at The Great Escape, and after standing at the Comedia studio for 5 hours, my legs were completely numb, and it was a real sort of hassle to try and physically get myself up and moving again and out of the venue. It would also prove too much for my mum, who, having stood there all that time herself, decided that the Great Escape Festival was not for her and did not attend any of the other days. But, I'm proud of her anyway to sort of push the boat out and try these things. It takes a lot to go do something different, see these grassroots musicians when you're not guaranteed a space to sit or anything, and you're not guaranteed what the music's going to be like. So it's really good that she could share that with me, even if it was for one day. And, I'm thankful she came along. Of course, the only negative was that she missed out on the artists of the full days, the Thursday, Friday and Saturday, of which our next artist was a staple. Coming up next is the band we've played a couple of times on the show before, Girl Tones. This is their song Volcano. It came out this year, it's on a single of the same name, and it's coming up now. Welcome back to the Great Escape review right here on Beyond Mix. Yeah, that was just a little bit of Girl Tones with the song Volcano. And Girl Tones were an artist I saw on the Friday, so you've just got to wait a little bit longer just after the next song to find out what I thought of Girl Tones and why the song Volcano left such an impact on me, so much so that I decided to include it within this playlist. But now it is time to go on to the second day, the first full day of the Great Escape 2026, and that was the Thursday. So, despite being the first full day, it actually just kicks off at around 12. I think I got into Brighton just before that, probably about 11:30. And obviously my mum had pulled out at this point, so it's just me and my dad. We were going to be doing slightly different things today. That was in our plans, but we had quite similar plans for the first 4 or 5 artists at least. And then we were going to go our own separate ways and do our own sort of stuff at the beach stages and in Northern Brighton, respectively. And you'll find all about that in the next hour or so. But first, it was our decision for what we were going to do at our 12 o'clock slot, and it wasn't really a decision because we always knew we were going to try and see Persia Holder. And so this led my dad and myself to be waiting on the steps of the Queen's Hotel on Brighton seafront, patiently waiting to be let inside to see Persia Holder.
Persia Holder.
So we've already spoken about Persia Holder on this show a couple of times. I think she was my third pick for the artists you wanted to watch coming out of the first 50. So the first 50 artists they released all the way back in November. But then I upgraded her to the number 2 artist you want to watch when I did my last episode, the Bloom episode, where I spoke about what I believed was the Great Escape's top 26 offerings. In terms of my overall shortlist, Persia Holder was 4th overall, only 3 artists that I sort of prioritised higher than her, all of which I'm sure will appear in the next few hours or so. And yeah, in terms of my rating, I gave her an A. So, she occupies the first position in terms of the ratings. But not only that, Persia was in a select group. She was one of only 4 artists in the last 9 years of doing Beyond Mix and Pick and Mix at the university who have acknowledged actually listening to the show. The other 3 being Hengila, 88 Miles, and of course our patron saint of the show, George Moyer. And this is because I received a very nice message from Persia just after publishing the Bloom episode, where she said she listened to the show and, it made her day. It made her day hearing my preview of what I thought her music was like and, the high expectations that I bestowed upon her in going to see her music. And it was for that reason, already having the rapport with the artist, that we were definitely not going to miss Persia Holder. And so we got let into Queen's Hotel around 12:15, and it became apparent to us that we were let in a little too early, as it looked like nothing was set up, and the artists for the day, including Persia and some of the artists that followed her, were actually doing sort of a press tour with a bunch of Great Escape personnel and the sponsor for the stage of that day. So, they were sort of shuffling between photo shoots, interviews for TikTok and Instagram Reels and stuff, a lot of media, social media personnel, a lot of moving across the room, and then just us two, standing right at the front of the stage like eager beavers, just waiting for Persia to turn up. And when she did perform, she performed with a guitarist and a backing track, so that sort of provided a more sort of piano accompaniment when she was actually singing the songs. So as I mentioned in the previous episode, there are 3 Persia Holder songs that I really, really like, and I think, exquisitely written, really, really good songs, those being I Don't Want to Take It Slow, Baggage, and Echo, and she played all of them in her set, and of those 3 I particularly like Baggage. I think that was definitely my favourite from Persia's performance. She also supplemented them with a new song, Passionate, which is just released now, and it's really, really good. Thoroughly recommend you listen to Passionate. I hear it's been in the works for quite a while. And also a cover of the Lady Gaga Bruno Mars collaboration, the phenomenal Die With A Smile. And all of these were performed absolutely masterfully by Persia herself. She's a really talented live vocalist. Whilst she was a bit shaky in the first few verses of I Don't Want to Take It Slow, she was absolutely belting out the choruses with clarity and quality in no time. A real sort of sight to behold, or a sound to hear, potentially. And it was also really interesting sort of hearing all these songs sort of contextualised within Persia's life. As, I understood in sort of doing all the research behind her, that there was sort of like a lot of adversity in Persia, having to, support her musical career, not by going to college, but instead doing modelling on the side. And so too, in releasing this music to the internet to sort of bare your soul to the faceless critic of the online world, it came with a fair amount of vulnerability. And I think that sort of came across a lot in the sort of narratives, the stories she was telling, providing to sort of frame the songs that she was performing. Likewise, I've also spoken about Persia's qualities as a songwriter, and she's a real talent as a lyricist, and especially in songs like Echo and Baggage, they're really, really well crafted, taking sort of specific metaphors and just extending them far beyond a verse to encompass the entire song. So, there's something really quite poetic in the actual lyricism of Persia's songs. And of course, in their performance themselves, these vulnerable lyrics are bolstered by dominating vocals, presenting sort of this sense of defiance to celebrate the raw emotion, really channeling the highs and lows of the human experience. And I wasn't the only one to really enjoy it. I saw there were a few sort of diehard Persia Holder fans just on the other end of the stage to us, singing along, recording the songs as they went along. But of course, I think one of the biggest Persia Holder fans was right next to me, because as much as I like Persia Holder's music, I think my dad likes it triple the amount. There's not really a day that goes by when I'm back at home that he's not belting out the lyrics of Baggage or Echo or I Don't Want to Take It Slow, and I'm sure that sort of constant reinforcing of those lyrics have kind of made me enjoy them just as much as he did. And I think it was for that reason, much like with 88 Miles last year, that my dad managed to intercept Persia as she was coming off the stage, just have a little chat, and eventually take a selfie. So I got a chance to speak to Persia, sort of commended her on her performance, and thanked her for listening to the radio show, the first artist that we've actually played on the radio show that I've had the opportunity to thank directly. And yeah, that was Persia Holder. Already a star in the making, clearly, and with the new songs like Passionate and others in the works, I'm sure she'll only be having a greater presence in the charts in years to come. Definitely one I'd see again. I think it would have been nice to hear a little bit more of live instrumentation rather than just having the backing guitar and then, the backing track itself. But, I don't know the logistics that went into actually planning the performance. Regardless, Persia was an artist I really liked, and I gave her 8 out of 10. 8. Coming out of Queen's Hotel, it was time for another decision. And that decision was based on who I saw for my 1 p.m. slot, Would it be Australia's Mitch Santiago, whose song Heathrow I really enjoyed from day one and had been a favourite of mine in terms of the playlist rotation? Would it be any young mechanic, kind of an outside choice with some short, catchy and almost jingle-like songs? Or would it be a late entry onto the playlist, Brody Milner, who had some really powerful songs about depression, alienation and the state of the UK, including the phenomenal Final Thoughts from Inside the Machine and the Grocery Store Gospel? Well, the answer to that question is none of them. Instead, it would be an artist I included in my ones to watch, the 26 artists I recommended you seeing, and it would be an artist who, due to their location, was in quite short proximity to Queen's Hotel, residing and performing at the Revenge nightclub just across the road. So all the stars aligned, and it was a perfect opportunity to see the Scottish performer Hamish.
I was too late for the first class. Learn how to act when I get back. See how you want to stay.
So as I've mentioned, I've already recommended Hamish in my previous episode where I included him as the 18th one to watch of artists at the Great Escape 2026. And in my wider shortlist, he occupied the 54th position within the overall list, being an E category artist and, you know, equating to what is essentially a top half finish in terms of the overall league table of my shortlist. But yeah, as I mentioned and speculated in the last episode, Hamish was one of those artists that started off quite low on my shortlist, you know, one that I didn't really rate. But gradually, as the Great Escape got ever closer, you know, rocketed up to be one of the ones I wanted to see. And that was primarily due to 3 songs. Afternoon Song, Hello Juliet, and my absolute favourite of his, Midnight Carousel. And let me tell you, when I say I like Midnight Carousel, I love Midnight Carousel. Like Stella Bridie's 6 Foot Drop last year and Marissa Burwell's You're Not Trying Very Hard the year before, it was Midnight Carousel which effectively carried Hamish all the way to the top, playing it on repeat almost constantly in the last 2 months before the festival. So much so that it was my number 1 streamed song in April of 2026. So a lot of good vibes, a lot of anticipation going in to see Hamish. We got there early, we got a good standing position by the pillar just in front of the stage. Thankfully nobody nicked my spot like last year at Chinese American Bear. And Hamish and his affiliated band were already doing their sound check, so it looked like they'd have a prompt 1:30 PM start. I went to get a couple of lemonades, and with my dad actually accompanying me this time, I didn't lose my space, which was good. But anyway, time kept ticking and the 1:30 deadline quickly approached, and Hamish and his band weren't ready. In fact, it wouldn't be until 1:37 where they eventually decided they were happy enough with their sound check to proceed with their performance. And all the while, you know, I'm looking at my watch because I know that each one of these precious minutes eating into their performance means either the performance would overrun and this would potentially put stress on me making my next artist, or that Hamish would finish his set to time at the expense of a couple of songs that I wanted to hear, such as Afternoon Song, Hello Juliet, and my beloved Midnight Carousel. But anyway, Hamish continued to dick around with his sound check, making sure everything was perfectly aligned before he'd start performing. He said later that if he didn't have everything perfect, he'd just hate himself in the middle of the song. And I get that. You know, there's a fine balance between something sounding half-baked but timed to schedule, or just having a reduced number of songs, albeit at a higher quality. You know, it's a quality over quantity argument. But I just don't understand how other artists can do it in the allotted 15 minutes before their set, but Hamish couldn't. You know, there weren't many other artists who couldn't get their sound check right by the time they were supposed to begin performing. But eventually the show did get on the road. Hamish played Hello Juliet and Afternoon Song. I think he struggled a little bit vocally on some of the earlier ones, kind of like Persia Holder before him. It's almost like his falsettos were too undersupported, sort of coming out as a bit of a croaky squeak. But I think that's something he worked into just as time went on, and I don't think it impacted his performance all that much. In fact, I really like Hamish's voice. It's quite distinctive. And I now know, since following Hamish in anticipation of the festival and still following him now, that he's part of sort of a wider musical enclave or group, collective, sort of based in and around London. I know that him, Hetta Falzon and potentially Daisy Veacock were all sort of rooming together in Brighton in anticipation for their respective performances. But the biggest sort of dagger in my heart in the performance was he did not play Midnight Carousel. And don't get me wrong, I like Afternoon Song and I love Hello Juliet. but not as much as Midnight Carousel. You know, I'd even get merchandise of the song Midnight Carousel. I love it that much. Could you imagine me getting like a bumper sticker with the lyric, "I'm not the best at parking" stuck in it? Maybe that would stop the council from giving me those fines when they find my car half sticking out of a canal. But you know, the point being is I just love it so much. And it's ultimately going to be the fact that Hamish didn't play the one song that I came there to hear, which is going to prevent him from getting the full allocation of marks he could potentially gain. But the only other point of note about Hamish's performance was he actually had a new drummer, because his previous drummer had pulled out shortly before the festival. And he kept jokingly saying that this drummer was only 14. And to his credit, the drummer did an absolutely amazing job. He wouldn't know that they were stand-in. They were really, really good. And I found it quite amusing just towards the end of the set that Hamish kept asking for a drum solo to be inserted into his songs. You know, these songs that are quite sort of acoustic and stripped back, just so he could put like his new drummer on the spot. So I quite like that bit of audience interaction and a little bit of onstage banter. And I think that sort of allowed me to get like a glimpse, a window into Hamish as a person through sort of his chemistry with his onstage band. Overall, Hamish continues to be an artist that I want to follow because I think there's a really sort of high trajectory of Hamish. I do quite rate him. I know for how he got his sound check right the first time, he wouldn't have had to compromise and scrimp on Midnight Carousel. But you know, he's an up-and-comer, and I think knowing when to compromise is going to be something that he learns as his career goes on. For that reason, I am giving Hamish a 7 out of 10.
7.
Not too far off an 8 in my book. After Hamish had wrapped up with his carousel-less set, it was time for us to go to our next artist, the artist that will be taking up our 2 PM selection. And I think for the next two artists, we had a pretty good idea about what we wanted to see. Essentially, we had two approaches, whether we stayed at one location for two artists, or whether we went to different artists at different locations and hoped that we'd see the two artists that we may have missed at a different location later on in the day. If we were to go to one location and try and see two artists, we'd be going right to the end of the pier to the Horatio's Bar to see Scotland's Becky Sakasa and James Emmanuel. If we were to move about a bit, we would instead be going to see Greta Svaffer-Beck and then hopefully slipping in to see Way Dynamic straight after. A bit of a difficult decision. Not the most difficult decision we'd have the entirety of the festival, but nevertheless one that needed just that little bit extra bit of thought. In the end, given the other opportunities we'd have to see these artists, we thought the best course of action would be to go to the end of the pier, go to Horatio's Bar, and sit tight for the tail end of the Scottish showcase. Greta Svaffer-Beck could wait until Saturday, and Way Dynamic I'd have to rule out, although I appreciate they're coming to Brighton in a solo capacity in a few months' time. And so we were off down the pier to Horatio's Bar. And this would be the first time I went to Horatio's Bar since my first ever artist at my first ever Great Escape, seeing Dylan John Thomas at the Scottish Showcase all the way back in 2023. And like previous years, it would be the Scottish Showcase that would be taking up Horatio's Bar this year. By the time we'd arrived, we'd already missed the first act of the day, Alice Faye, who made my shortlist, albeit not very highly, and the aforementioned Fright Years, which I've already spoken about, who were really, really good. Now, as this was the Scottish Showcase, between the acts, they were supplying punters, waiting around for the next artist, with a bunch of Scottish delicacies. There was like an entire jug full of iron brew. They were handing out Tunnock's caramel bars, and they were getting plateful after plateful of freshly made chips from the local fish and chips bars at the end of the Palace Pier. So, we had a cone or two of chips as we waited around, but we didn't indulge in the iron brew. We did indulge in the Tunnock's caramel bar, but we didn't have any iron brew. Instead, I think I had a cider, and as I hadn't eaten anything for the entire day, and not because I'm half-pint Heasman, it went straight to my head. As a result, I was a little bit tipsy, and I can't say with full confidence that the next review will be an accurate reflection of the particular artist. As the next artist we saw was Scotland's Becky Sakasa.
Becky Sakasa.
So, if you can remember back to the Bloom episode that we did last time, Becky Sakasa is already an artist that I rated quite highly. They got a B category in my shortlist. I think they were 5th overall in my shortlist. And more importantly, I placed them 7th in terms of artists to watch in this year's Great Escape. But anyway, my gateway into the world of Becky Sakasa was definitely the song My Love Says It's All Gonna Be Alright. And that was a song that I was really looking forward to hearing. I knew all the words. It's quite a emotional song, quite a banger, in my opinion. And to say that I was holding out for that song in particular would be an understatement. and much like Hamish's Midnight Carousel before it, Becky didn't end up playing it. Now, I don't know whether this is just a problem with the Great Escape playlist, whether the Great Escape playlist is not being updated accurately, so it's not including songs within the artist's current repertoire or, the current sort of set schedule. But it felt like this happened a lot. It felt like a lot of the songs I'd prepared, and I had prepared maybe 1 or 2 songs for every artist that I was intending on seeing, just didn't get played, which is a bit of a nightmare. But it didn't really matter because there was another song that I kind of knew the chorus of because it was kind of easy to learn, and that was Wait, which Becky Sacasa did eventually play. So what can I say in my then inebriated state about Becky Sacasa? Well, to be honest, there's not really an awful lot that stood out about her performance. There wasn't any particular moments, but I think the biggest strength of Becky Sacasa definitely is her voice, because she is a really, really talented vocalist. And not only that, she's supported by some really, really talented singers and musicians in her band as well. I think vocally, some of her bandmates on the guitar and the keys were probably stronger than some of the artists that I saw later on in the festival. Like, they were really that good, coming in on the harmonies and creating this sort of tapestry of different voices, tapestry of sound. Naturally, when we saw Becky was about to perform, we got in quite close, but alas, sadly not close enough for a pesky concert photographer to weasel their way in with their camera. I think maybe one of the criticisms I had about Becky Sacasa's performance is it felt like an awful lot of the songs that she is performing was just kind of similar. But don't get me wrong, she's an incredibly talented vocalist and a real master of her craft. But I didn't really see an awful lot of variation within the songs that she decided to bring to perform at The Great Escape. Sure, the one song that I knew, Wait, had opportunity for Becky to really flex her vocal cords, but it still felt a little bit limited in terms of sort of the scope, the multi-octave range that I'm sure was at her disposal. Nevertheless, I did think Becky Sacasa was quite good. An artist that I'd probably see again if it was in another sort of festival environment or potentially as a warm-up. And for that reason, I gave Becky Sacasa a 7 out of 10.
7.
Fortunately, I'd sobered up a bit more by the time the next artist rolled around. Now, I could have made a run for it. I could have tried to go to Comedia Basement to see Way Dynamic. But instead, I stayed put, seeing an artist that I've heard of and rated for quite a while, a man of Nigerian heritage hailing from Edinburgh, the artist James Emmanuel.
James Emmanuel.
So I've got a little bit of a history of James Emmanuel, nothing too deep, nothing going back as far as the history I had with some of the artists like Picture Parlour last year's Great Escape. But James Emmanuel was an artist that I definitely remember listening and considering being on my shortlist for the Great Escape 2025. Although at that time he's still going by Jemanuel, like, this weird portmanteau of his first and last names. And I've got this really vivid memory of just driving my girlfriend home, picking her up from work, and James Emmanuel's Lonely Man coming on in the car. And I can remember her saying, this guy is really, really good. He's got a really good voice. And, it's rare, to be honest, that she makes any comment about my weird music, the weird music I discover. So that's a real compliment, coming James Emmanuel's way. But anyway, James Emmanuel, he's an artist I rediscovered in the Great Escape's first 50, and he's been a favourite in the last 6 months or so, taking us to now. In terms of rating, I gave him an E, which puts him just in the top half of the overall shortlist. He's the 44th artist I most wanted to see, and I think I gave him a little bit of a preview all the way back in November when I was talking about the best offerings coming out of the first 50 selection. Whilst Lonely Man was my favourite at this point last year, I'd really fallen in love with James Emmanuel's other stuff, including the quite viral Brothers and Sisters, and my personal favourite, Nothing But Love for the City, this awesome, soulful love letter to his adopted home of Edinburgh. And, I've been to Edinburgh since first hearing of James Emmanuel last year, and I can agree, I love that city. But anyway, like Becky Sacasa before us, we took our places in front of the stage around 15 minutes before, ready for James Emmanuel to perform. And I could see, just off stage, James Emmanuel sort of psyching himself up. He was getting himself ready. He was doing vocal practices, sort of harmonic workouts, just off the side before starting. And then I just lost track of him. I don't know what happened to him. It's like he disappeared into thin air when I wasn't looking. And, as time went on, I was becoming increasingly paranoid that James Emmanuel wasn't going to turn up, that the show was going to run late, and more of the songs that I liked, such as Nothing But Love, would be taken off the set list. But I needn't worry. 3:30 came around on the dot. The James Emmanuel band, without their leader, started playing. And all of a sudden I could hear James Emmanuel's voice. And James Manuel has got a distinctive voice. He's got the voice of a soul boss, a soul veteran, sort of velvety in terms of its timbre, sort of very evocative of a sound you heard maybe 50 years ago. I think my big sort of comparison with James Manuel is Bobby Blue Bland, and now seeing him live, I definitely think that comparison is an apt one. But anyway, James Manuel's disembodied voice is echoing around Horatio's. And then all of a sudden I see the people next to me sort of turn to look in the middle of the room. And there he is, standing, towering above the people behind him, wading through the crowd like a Baptist through a river, serenading everybody with his neo-soul and velvety voice. So of course it was around this time that James Manuel, still singing his song and finally taking to the stage, a very small woman poked me on the shoulder and asked whether there was room for a small one. And of course I obliged. It was a very small woman. I could easily say over her head, I don't mind people smaller than me going in front of me if they're not going to impede my view. But the problem is, in letting in this woman, I realised I let in her accessory, that being her 6'7" colossal giant of a husband, who then went to stand beside her and obscured my view. What's the point of getting here early if these people are going to dangle themselves in front of you like bait, only to then hook in their colossal spouse to block your view? Anyway, back to James Manuel. And James Manuel was a really, really good performer, as I've already said. He's a good singer in his own right, and the band that he brought with him, so crisp and professional with their instruments, you would have thought they were maybe Motown session musicians in a previous life. And they all looked really, really cool. It was a really, really cool act. I mean, James Emanuel at the centre of it, he was punctuating every single hit of the drum with a little fist bump to the audience, like he was the conductor, he was leading the band at his own tempo. But anyway, the main focus of James Manuel's set at the Great Escape this year would be his new stuff. He played his new songs Good Man, he played his new songs Time. But the first song of his I recognised was the song Brothers and Sisters. And having followed James Manuel since his announcement on the lineup of the Great Escape 2026, I've seen that this song, Brothers and Sisters, has gone from strength to strength. Used quite frequently as the background music for some of his reels and a lot of the performative videos that he's posted. And ultimately the context behind this song is it's a song born out of his love, care and anxieties around his young daughter, or specifically his worries of when his young daughter starts dating. So this song's quite an interesting one as it sort of comprises of two different verses that address two different groups. And when James Manuel was singing it, he said, well, the first verse is for all the fellas. And his first verse is just asking why so many women are being mistreated by men. And that's, his big plea to the people in the audience, to the eventual man that presumably will date his daughter, just to give her the best that he can. Then James Manuel just stops the song completely. He stopped the song, he waited for the applause to die down a little bit, and then he readdressed the audience. Not the men this time, but the women. Claiming that, much like the men treating the women poorly, the women have equally been treating the men quite cold. And of course this led straight into the second verse of Brothers and Sisters, which addresses the sisters compared to the brothers. And ultimately it all comes together with the chorus, and all the while I'm just thinking, wow, James Emanuel has absolute command of the crowd, of the audience, as well as his band. He's like a conductor with just the clench of his fist, with just like this fist bump, he gets everybody to stop, and then he has everybody else's attention just through a matter of gestures. Like the dominance, the power, the authority he has over his audience is something to behold. He really is a great showman. He was almost punctuating the important aspects of his song, much like somebody like Bob Geldof would do during performance of the Boomtown Rats' seminal hit, I Don't Like Mondays, in which he lets the lesson today is how to die just linger just that little bit longer with the audience, to really let them dwell on the lyrics and let it simmer a little bit. But yeah, the rest of James Manuel's songs weren't all slow, they weren't all sort of soulful. He did finish with a song that's a little bit more upbeat, Bridge Over the Tears I've Cried, which, and I might be misremembering it, was contextualised by him expressing how he felt after a long-term relationship had ended. But yeah, that's a lot more sort of upbeat song, sort of more sort of funk than it was soul, and that really got everybody moving towards the end of it. It wasn't all performative songs with a message, there was some sort of enjoyable ones too that you could really get down, sort of groove the night away to. And it just sort of shows how versatile and adaptable James Manuel is as a performer and as an artist overall. And likewise, his indomitable band, my words don't do enough justice for how good the band were. They're able to switch genres, change up the vibe, and alter the tempo just seamlessly. They really are a very well-drilled set of musicians, or multi-instrumentalists with boundless talents. I left James Manuel with a big smile on my face and a knowledge deep down in my heart that soul music wasn't dead, but instead lives through the work of James Emanuel. I'm giving James Emanuel an 8 out of 10.
8.
So James Manuel went over a little bit. He was supposed to finish at 4 o'clock, I think, on the dot, which is basically the big gap in the day where none of the musicians were performing, and it just gave everybody a chance to get, dinner, get a bit of food, and prepare for the afternoon session, which would go from like 5 p.m. all the way to the depths of the night at about 2 a.m. Now, as the Great Escape Festival was happening around the same time as the Brighton Fringe Festival, or maybe it's a part of it, there were also sort of like other musicians playing within the alternate escape, such as Daisy Veacock, who was playing at Spiegel Gardens, just off of the pier down the middle of Steen Gardens. Unfortunately, as James Manuel went over just that little bit, I knew I wouldn't been able to make it down from the end of the pier to Spiegel Gardens to listen to even one or two of Daisy Veacock's songs, so I just knocked it on the head and just started preparing for the afternoon session. It was at this point, interestingly, that my dad and I split up, and this would be the longest we split up for the entirety of the festival, both doing completely different things for the rest of our Thursdays. I was doing more movement going up and around the different venues in Brighton, in North Brighton, whilst he stayed put, staying at the deep end stage for a very long period of time to see a lot of artists in succession. So it was at this point of the day, in this nice little lull before the afternoon and evening session really got in swing, that I decided to get a little bit of lunch, or at least some food in me. My first big ticket item that I wanted to see in the afternoon would be the Argentinian band Pacifica. So I decided to get some food at a location quite close to where Pacifica will be playing, that being Quarters, formerly the Arch Club. And I did. I went to the Burger King on the Brighton Seafront Road. I had a double bacon cheeseburger, I had some fries, and I had a Coke. Now, it was a perfectly sized, substantive meal in order for me to get down to Quarters nightclub and start preparing to see Pacifica. Now, when I got to the Quarters nightclub, some 45 minutes before Pacifica was meant to start, there was already a queue. As I joined them, a few more people started joining, and soon I was in a queue that went all the way out of the dedicated queuing area and started snaking down the Brighton Seafront Road all the way to Shelter Hall, so it was going a fair distance. It wouldn't be until about 15 minutes before Pacifica was meant to join that we finally got somebody around to actually start orchestrating the queues. And, lo and behold, it turns out that we were all waiting in the wrong queue, or rather a queue that hadn't been made up yet, and we were supposed to be queuing instead from the other side of the beach. And then about 5 minutes later, having now decanted from one queue to another, we were told by the completely hapless staff at Quarters that the queue that we were in was actually the delegates queue, and we had to move over again. So I did my best to sort of shuffle against the herd, but now I was considerably further back in the queue than I had been when I first joined it. There was a good sort of 7 wristband holders in front of me, as well as the delegates queue that was ever growing as I looked back across Brighton Seafront. And let me tell you, as I was waiting to get into Quarters, it was absolutely stifling outside. The warmest it had been in ages. And for me, what was I wearing? Well, after my debacle on the previous day when I got absolutely soaked through, I decided to take a jacket with me this time. And I was wearing that the entire day. So the weather forecast did say there was going to be rain, but alas, it was sunny, it was bright. I didn't have my sunglasses on me and I was just getting cooked. I could feel the side of my face get sunburnt as I waited in this queue for an additional 10 or so minutes as the staff at Quarters were trying to put their collective brain cells together and work out how to operate a queue system. As we were waiting, the band Pacifica themselves came out, obviously having completed their sound check already, walking past both queues, the delegates and the wristband queue, heading to the seafront, taking a couple of Instagrammable photos of themselves on the seafront to post to their socials, and also to light a quick fag and get a cigarette break in. Anyway, with about 3 minutes before Pacifica were due to perform, the staff at Quarters finally started letting people in. First they let in the delegate queue. Despite how long people like myself in the wristband queue had been waiting, the delegates always get priority. My turn quickly came. I was sifted into the next queue, given a quick bag search, and then allowed finally through the doors into Quarters to see the band Pacifica.
Pacifica.
So Pacifica are a band I've got a little bit of history with. I first came across Pacifica through an Instagram reel. I think, of the band performing. And, you know, I liked what I heard, I liked what I saw. And in the end, I went on to add that album they're promoting, Freak Scene, back from 2023, I believe, onto my Spotify. And some of the songs, especially the single Misled, ended up becoming one of my most listened Spotify songs, entering into my Spotify Wrapped in successive years. So Pacifica always been an act that I wanted to see. I didn't think I'd ever get a chance to see them because obviously they're an Argentinian act and they weren't going to be coming to the UK anytime soon, let alone to Brighton. So as soon as I saw that they were announced as one of the artists to perform at the Great Escape, I just leapt at the chance to go. While some of the acts were just doing this performance as sort of like a one-off for the festival, some of the bigger acts such as Pacifica, such as M Behold, such as Hot and Freddy were actually doing this as one step in their wider tour. So they counted it as part of their tour, even though it wasn't a standalone ticket. This is something you had to buy a ticket for the Great Escape to be able to see them on their one show in the tour. And I'm sure that it was a considerably smaller set compared to the ones that they'd be doing at their actual, you know, headlining shows in London, in Manchester, whoever they ended up next. But anyway, Pacifica are from Argentina. They are a collaborative partnership of Inez Adam and Martina Nintzel. And because the Great Escape is obviously the festival for new music, I had prepared knowledge of a few of their new songs rather than relying on my favourite, the song Misled, which was a song from a much, much older album that they were never, ever going to play. Actually, whilst I was waiting in Burger King, I had a look at their previous sets, and they hadn't played Misled since about October of 2025, so there was no chance they were going to play Misled, and that was just something that I knew was going to happen, something I'd made peace with. I just wanted to see Pacifica, see them play some of their other stuff, some of the other stuff that I've prepared. In particular, I had mentally prepared their song With or Without You, which was not a U2 cover, but it's actually their most popular song on Spotify, so I thought there was a good chance they'd play that. And I also prepared one of their newer ones, What You Doing. But anyway, at this point I've got into quarters. It's changed a fair bit since it was the Arch a few years ago where I saw the band Overpass among others. And I identified a place where the rows were slightly less thin, where there were maybe one or two people in front of me, and I went to stand there. So I was standing more or less in the right corner, just in front of the stage with maybe one or two people in front of me. Around the same point that I went in, the girls themselves ended up on the stage, Inez being on the left of the stage and Martina being right in front of me on the right. And, you know, it soon dawned on me that Pacifica are quite a cool band. They've got a lot of on-stage chemistry. Obviously, Inez and Martina have been quite good friends for a while, and one of their first sort of songs, they were sort of skipping in front of each other, playing guitar, looking eye to eye, almost Lennon and McCartney-esque. And then it was just banger after banger after banger. They played the song Premature Rejection, which I hadn't really heard before, but I'd known of the title. I've obviously, you know, seen it. But still, I had no anticipation or preconception that they'd ever consider playing something like Misled. I mean, obviously, Premature Rejection, With or Without You, and other songs of Freak Scene are getting considerably more streams. So there wasn't a chance in hell that I was going to hear my favourite Misled. Anyways, you know by now, it was literally the second song we played on the show. They did eventually end up playing Misled. And when I first heard the opening chords, the opening strums of Misled, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't whip out my phone quick enough to record the song. And, you know, I had to be really careful to sort of temper my voice to not sing so loud that you could only hear me. But I was really, really going for it. Everybody in front of me was just, you know, very sort of docile, just like watching the music. No knowledge or pre-awareness of what the band were or any of their music. But I was there. I was there from about the second song in, really enjoying it, giving it all, dancing along, bouncing up and down. And after my video had finished, absolutely singing my heart out. It was absolutely incredible to see Misled live. Clearly I didn't have the best position for it, as Ines was on the other side of the room and blocked by a pole, but I still managed to see Martina clearly, you know, harmonising on the chorus. And for me, having my expectations absolutely blown out the water by hearing this song that I had absolutely no chance of hearing, it immediately rocketed this performance as one of my favourites. Certainly one of my favourites of The Great Escape, up there with Picture Parlour of last year. And then it just got better. The band pivoted from 2023's Misled to 2025's What You Doing, another one that I prepared. And likewise, I sang along with the chorus, its lyrics mentally tattooed across my brain through repetitive listening. And then they played some more great songs, some of them I hadn't heard of before, such as a Spanish language song, Soltame, a song that the band actually asked for permission from the audience to sing, as it was in their native Spanish, which, by the way, I really, really enjoyed. Really, really good song. I'm sure it's going to appear in my Spotify Wrapped at some point in December. Kind of reminiscent of Café Tacuba's Volva a Comenzar. And the other favourite of mine from their new album being Indie Boys. Now, Indie Boys has even more of like a mid-noughties aesthetic to it. You know, very, very easy to learn chorus. It probably was the first time I'm hearing it, and I got it immediately after the first chorus. And, during the performance, in the last chorus, Martina asked everybody to get as low as they can just as they entered the bridge, and then for everybody to jump as soon as they got to the chorus. And, I crouched down as low as I could, rocking back and forth on my feet to the music, just ready for that final hit of the chorus. And when it hit, let me tell you, I sprung up like a young frog. I was on my feet on the capital B of the first beat of the chorus, and everybody else, slightly more elderly and stricken with arthritis, was just left in my wake. I was there happily bouncing, jumping away, and enjoying this final chorus of Indie Boys. I just feel sorry for whoever had my arse in their face for about 30 seconds during the bridge. And finally, they ended their show, as expectedly, with the other song I prepared, With or Without You, which might not be as good as the U2 song which it shares a name with, but nevertheless goes off as a treat, and I really, really liked it. Really, really happy I knew the lyrics. And that was that. That was Pacifica. Honestly, it was worth standing for 45 minutes in the unbearable sun. It was worth getting there extra early and being moved from queue to queue to queue. It was worth every one of the challenges that beset me trying to get into Pacifica, and to be that close is absolutely incredible. It's moments like this, seeing Pacifica at quarters, which makes me realise just how much I love seeing live music. This is up there as one of the greatest performances I've seen at the Great Escape, potentially in my favourite grassroots performances of all time, and it's no surprise that I'm giving Pacifica my first 10 out of 10. The first thing I wanted to do when I came out of Pacifica was to just get my hands on some merch. And whilst there wasn't really any available in my size, I'm sure that I'll be trooping the colours of Pacifica at a Brighton concert near you. But I didn't have that much time to wait, as the next artist I wanted to see would quickly be upon me. And although the venue Players was only a couple of metres down the road, I couldn't afford to play it safe. Because the next artist on my grand plan to manoeuvre around North Brighton was seeing the artist Rainer. So I've spoken about Rainer before. He was the 6th artist to watch at the Great Escape in my little previews I did in the episode Bloom. And, he was the 11th artist I wanted to see overall in my shortlist. And I think ultimately the thing that sort of gave Rainer the edge over somebody like Ember Hold, despite them both having the same grade in my rankings, a B, was the fact that I really, really liked Brighter Than Before by Rainer. And as soon as I heard it, it sort of struck chords with me, reminiscent of the artist Seb, who I saw at the Great Escape in 2023 and thoroughly enjoyed. And that's how I found myself in the Players Club at 6:30pm, standing among a quite sparse crowd waiting for Rainer to perform. Now, Rainer's from Peterborough, as we've established, and like his big sort of motif, his big USP, is the fact that his music is quite reminiscent of FIFA music. So when you hear songs like Brighter Than Before, you can imagine them sort of playing in the FIFA menu whilst you sort of fix up your squad and tighten your team selection. And I think that's quite an apt description of Rainer, as the two artists I compared him to, the aforementioned Seb and Peter Zan, have both had their music feature in FIFAs over the years. As for Rainer in particular, I think his music would best fit on maybe FIFA 14 alongside the Stats Downtown and Block Party's Ratchet. They've got that sort of like guitar-heavy, guitar-driven sort of vibe to it. And given the relatively high number of streams Rainer had, I thought he'd be quite popular. It'd be quite difficult for me to actually get in and see him. So it was a big surprise when I turned up to the Players Bar and I had my pick of the positions. So I stood at the front and eagerly anticipated him and his two sort of backing guitarists to arrive and tune up and start their performance. Ultimately, there would be 2 rows of people who'd sneak past, but it didn't really matter because I had a pretty good view of Rainer, and I was excited to listen to the one song that I knew of his, Brighter Than Before. And I think the immediate thing that occurred to me in watching Rainer sort of set up and sort of converse with the other members of his act was the disparity in age between us, especially in terms of sort of vocabulary, with me barely fitting into the Gen Z bracket, being on the fortunate side of 1997, and Rainer clearly being on the other end of the spectrum, I think only 19. But, he was saying words like bet and cap, and all of a sudden I just felt absolutely ancient. Like, what is this modern lingo? Have I become square? Am I not down with the kids? Honestly, I was 167 away from having a nosebleed. But anyway, let's talk about the performance itself. I think in terms of sort of sound production, the guitars came across a little bit distorted, a little bit heavy, a little bit crunchy. But as I understand it, that is kind of just the vibe that Rainer goes for in his recorded stuff. So maybe it was an intentional choice. I did feel like my eardrums were getting a fair snare beating from some of the distortion on the guitars. My other big concern about the performance is when Rayner started singing, it did sound like his voice was more than a bit monotone, and especially flat in some of his earlier songs. Maybe it's just nerves or something, as he seemed to sort of regain his voice and have sort of better clarity, better range as the performance went on, especially with his later song, including Brighter Than Before. But, you could have sworn that Brighter Than Before was played about 4 or 5 times before hearing it, because all of his songs sound a little bit the same. Yes, they fit into the sort of like the micro-genre, the niche category of FIFA music, but is it that niche of a genre? There's something like the song Brake Lights must be indistinguishable from the song Minute from the Moment. But, in terms of the performance itself, Rayner's quite a cool performer. He exudes quite a lot of confidence as somebody quite young. And maybe it's just sort of the ambience and the fact that he was sort of bathed in this interchanging strobing lights of blue and red. But in the end, I thought the performance was pretty good. You can clearly see that Rayner is at the start of a very steep trajectory, having only 4 or 5 songs to his name and potentially less in his overall set. But the fact that he's getting over 100,000 streams, being the one of the most streamed artists I saw at the Great Escape, just, speaks volumes to how much people really, really like his distinctive sound. As a result of his sort of limited repertoire, his limited corpus, he finished his set relatively early than some of his contemporaries, but nevertheless, I feel like I saw enough, and I feel like I saw a pretty good reflection of the artist that is Rayner. And for that reason, I've given Rayner a 6 out of 10. 6. So, because Rayner finished so early, it gave me an opportunity to squeeze in another artist into my day. Ultimately, as part of my wider plan, the next artist I wanted to see would be Western Loney, who would be performing at Quarters, just a couple of stops along the beach at 7:30. And given how popular Pacifica were, I thought maybe Western Loney was put on this stage just because he was expected to attract a large audience. So, it was in my rationale to get out of Rayner and then get into Quarters as fast as I could, get myself a good space, just wait around for the tail end of the artist that was currently playing, and then watch Western Loney. Now, I didn't know who I was going to see in this weird liminal period between Pacifica and Western Loney, but as it turns out, the artist currently performing was an artist I already knew, and that was the singer Fliss.
Fliss.
So it would be a nice surprise to see Fliss. Obviously, Fliss wasn't really in my plan, although I did rate her quite highly in my shortlist. I think I gave her a D category, and she took a position number 41 in terms of the artists I wanted to see at the Great Escape. So, modest. I'll see an artist in quite high contention. And for me, the main gateway into the world of Fliss and her music, her wider collection of songs, was the song Coming Around. And that was a song I particularly liked on one of the last sort of waves of artists added to the wider Great Escape Festival playlist. And I particularly liked the chorus. I thought it had quite distorted, crunchy guitar production, much similar to what I just saw with Rayner. So I was excited to see Fliss perform. I hoped I could get in early enough to see her perform Coming Around. I thought maybe it might be her final song. Obviously, people leave their best to last. But anyway, I opened the door to Quarters, and what I saw before me was an absolute packed out auditorium. Rows upon rows upon rows of people, all tightly packed like sardines in a tin. So honestly, as soon as I entered that room, there wasn't really anywhere I could go. There wasn't really any opportunity to manoeuvre. I could barely open the door, there was people so close to it. So in the end, I just went in and pinned myself back against the other side of the door, slightly over to the left of the door, which meant I was slightly close to the stage. And that gave me quite a good view of Fliss's last 3 or 4 songs. So Fliss was performing in shades, long flared trousers, and with a tambourine, and she sort of gave off quite a sort of like a retro aesthetic, I think, something you expect to find maybe in the early 70s. And in terms of her songs and sort of genre, it sort of straddled this weird line between sort of more country influences and sort of more soul influences. I wouldn't be able to tell you which songs I actually saw of her set list, but there were sort of different ones. No two of the songs felt the same. They all felt very distinctive projects in their own right. And the other thing I noticed was just the sheer fandom around Fliss. Whenever she finished a song, there'd be an absolute eruption of cheers, applauds, and wooing in the crowd, primarily from, I think, her female fan base. So I don't know whether Fliss has got any sort of greater presence outside of her music, whether she's sort of like an influencer or something. But she's certainly a tour de force in terms of her audience, and she clearly has quite a dedicated following of fans. And it wasn't just her performing, she was flanked by a couple of guitarists and a drummer at the back. But apart from her tambourine, she was supported wholly by her voice, like no guitar, no other instrumentation. So, as expected, she finished her set with Coming Around, which she performed quite masterfully. It sounded exactly like it did on record. And during the choruses, I could clearly hear her fans singing along word for word, memorising this song like it was scripture. And let's be honest, I was singing along too. It's such a catchy ditty. And sure, there were moments on sort of the higher notes where her voice seemed a little bit unsupported and a little bit sharp, but overall she seemed quite a competent singer and an even better performer, sort of pointing at the crowd and getting everybody to join along. And ultimately she looked like she was having a good time, which I think is half the battle. If an artist is like having a good time, you're likely to have a good time in the crowd. Unbeknownst to me at the time, standing in the crowd for Fliss, just a few people away from me, was actually Hetta Falzon, who I'd gone to see on the Friday, which you'll hear all about on the other side of the next song. But Hetta was just a drop in the ocean in what seemed like a really, really dedicated fan base who stayed behind long after Fliss had finished to try and pick up a set list. Ultimately, I couldn't help but feel like I was sort of an imposter, sort of trespassing on this sisterhood, this sorority, this cult of Fliss. But from my investigations, it's clear that she's going to go a long, long way. But for me, from the half set that I saw of Fliss, I think she's deserving of a 6 out of 10. 6. As Fliss finished and her adoring hanger-on fans stayed until the very last member of the band had left and the very last set list had been poached, I patiently waited in quarters for my next artist. And it would be in this slot, the 7 PM slot on Thursday, the 14th of May, that I would have some of the hardest decisions I've ever had in my time doing The Great Escape. Would I try and run to the beach and see the artists that I really, really liked, really, really rated, Hot and Freddie? Or would I potentially go into Brighton, Toto Fabrica, and see another artist that I really, really liked, Brody Barkley? Would I go further into Brighton and see the formidable Brother Wallace perform? Or potentially hang around a little bit closer to the seafront and watch the artist Lumi? Honestly, there were so many absolutely brilliant options at this slot, and it's absolutely cruel on the festival organisers that they put all of these artists, most of them who are only performing once, all at this same time. And honestly, I was wrestling about what I was going to do for weeks upon weeks, all the way up until the actual day itself. I think the artist Lumi was the first to go by the wayside, and then Brother Wallace, because I realised I could work him into another point in my day. Then it was just between Brody Barkley and Hot and Freddie until the Irish band Western Lonely started going higher and higher in my shortlist. Brody Barkley sadly went on the wayside. I didn't think he'd be good enough. I didn't think he'd be worth missing out on one of the other two. So it was Hot and Freddie versus Western Lonely. Which one would I see? For each artist, I spooled through their wider discography. I had a look at the other songs they performed and started pitting them against each other. Dance the Pain Away versus Ghost, Scantily Clad versus Bombshell. You know, each of them were a battle. Each of them were an aspect point scoring in this decision about whether I see Western Lonely or Hot and Freddie. But in the end, my decision was Hot and Freddie were a bit too weird and Western Lonely looked cool. And that, dear listener, is how I found myself at quarters, approaching 7:30 PM, finally decided on watching the artist Western Lonely.
Western Lonely.
So Western Lonely occupied number 40 in terms of the artists I wanted to watch, my priority list, one higher than Fliss, who was performing before him. And like Fliss, I'd given him a D category in terms of my rankings. You know, I thought Western Lonely was going to be great. I'd really fallen in love with the song Ghost. I thought it was an absolute banger and I'd been singing it to myself an awful lot in the weeks leading up to The Great Escape, ultimately being the sort of deciding factor that put Western Lonely above Hot and Freddie in terms of the artists I wanted to see. But I'd also fallen in love with a few of his other songs, like, you know, the song Bombshell was an absolute banger. And he had a few others that I prepared too. So really looking forward to listening to those live, really looking forward to hearing Ghost especially performed live. And I thought, given Western Lonely's relatively high listener count and the fact he was in quarters, a venue which for the last two artists had completely filled out, it'd be an absolute amazing atmosphere where I'd find myself on the barrier, on the railing, you know, uninterrupted views of the band performing. So naturally, my first warning sign as to what was to come was the fact that not many people had arrived despite the band starting to perform. But that's fine, I know Angela Petrine would be playing at the same time, I know Hot and Freddy would be playing at the same time. There's obviously a lot of really heavy hitters in Brighton at the same time, so maybe not everybody wanted to see Western Lonely. So having completed their soundcheck early, the 3 members of Western Lonely went backstage and awaited the start time of their particular set. When 7:15 or whenever came, they all walked out of the green room onto the stage, all wearing sort of these, thin, bespoke suits, all looking very cool. Western Lonely are a very cool band. The lead singer asked how everybody was doing, and then he started performing. And don't get me wrong, the lead singer and the 2 guitarists were doing their absolute most to try and get everybody moving, grooving, and, enjoying the music. But, maybe it was just a lack of people there, but it just sort of felt that his attempts to try and get everybody on his side sounded like a little bit of a plea. Like, telling everybody to absolutely go crazy, to let loose, just didn't hit very hard when there was only about 25 people in the venue, and most of them were just having beers, having a chat, and just watching the music from afar. But despite how cool and suave they were, and despite how good their music sounded recording, Western Lonely were ultimately pretty naff. Their tonal quality oscillated between sharp and flat throughout their songs, sometimes within a single line of lyrics, and no level of moving and grooving on the band's part could disguise just the poor quality of music that they were performing. If I were to reflect on the message that I sent my dad, who had made the right call and was watching Hot and Freddy at the beach stage, I described Western Lonely as a band with a lot of good chemistry, and it looks like they're having a really good time, but their music's just really trash, and it sounds like an Irish bar band with higher production value. And to make matters worse, you guessed it, they didn't play any of the songs I knew, none of the songs that I prepared. I had a look at the songs they did play, and they were just fishing around into their back catalogue, playing songs they hadn't played in 2 or 3 years, not fulfilling the mandate of being the festival of new music, so not within the spirit of The Great Escape. And as I was standing there at the front, too polite to just leave early, part of me was dying, just knowing that I could have seen Lumia, I could have seen Brother Wallace, I could have seen Brody Barkley, and I could have seen Hot and Freddy, which, based on my dad's testimony, were a really, really good act. Absolutely immense feelings of FOMO despite being in front of a band performing just a few feet away from me. My disappointment was immeasurable and my day was ruined. In a way, that really put a dampener on the entirety of Thursday for me, just how poor Western Lonely were. But nevertheless, I have to recognise that there was some quality there, and I did enjoy it slightly more than some of the other artists that I saw at the Great Escape Festival. And for that reason, despite being colossal disappointments, I'm giving Western Lonely a 4 out of 10. And that's being generous, they were pretty rubbish. I ended up leaving quarters feeling pretty crestfallen. I'd taken a pretty big hit to my ego, second doubting myself when I should have gone with my first instinct and go and seen Hot and Freddy instead. Regardless, I knew I had to make the best of a bad decision. I had to make the most of the rest of my day. I had to salvage what I could from my day. As the 8 o'clock slot drew in, I evaluated my options. I could have gone to the beach and saw Julia Cumming, then Lime Garden, and then finished the day off with Lottery Winners. But ultimately, I was going to try and pin my hopes on another artist that I really, really enjoyed, and that is seeing Chinese American Bear at 9 p.m. at Prince Albert. So that meant ruling out Julia Cumming and Lime Garden at least. There was a chance I could make it back to see Lottery Winner, and ultimately spending the next couple of hours walking around North Brighton and seeing what I could find there. And despite how good the 7 p.m. slot was and how hard a decision that was, it was equally hard for me to pick something from the 8 o'clock slot, although for different reasons, because the artists on offer weren't that great. My main candidates from my shortlist were band In Colour, who were playing a couple of stops down the road at the Players venue, or Natalie Wildgoose, the Yorkshire pianist who was playing at Unitarian Church. So I thought about it, and I thought, well, after the rowdy energy and the shouty nature of Western Lonely, I'd give something a little bit more sort of low-key, a little bit more sort of dulcet, and see what Natalie Wildgoose was like. So I left quarters and made my way up to the Unitarian Church. I walked in, I picked a seat, and got ready to see Natalie Wildgoose.
Natalie Wildgoose.
Except, whilst I was sitting there, I just kept thinking about Chinese American Bear and how popular they were last time. And I knew that they were playing at the Prince Albert at 9, which is a slightly smaller venue than Revenge that they played at previously. And somewhere at the back of my mind was just a fear of more disappointment, that I'd get to the Prince Albert and I'd be in the back of the audience, or worse yet, I wouldn't be able to see Chinese American Bear at all. And at that moment, I had a look who was playing before Chinese American Bear to see that it was the band Fez. Now, Fez wasn't an artist I particularly liked, but ultimately they did make my shortlist. And after somebody like Micah Sage, who was rotting right at the bottom of my shortlist, surprised me a fair bit the previous day, I thought maybe I could give Fez a chance, get into the Prince Albert early and then just stay there. Guaranteed myself a space at Chinese American Bear. Hell, even be at the front of Chinese American Bear. So that's what I did. I got up, I exited Unitarian Church, completely fobbed off Natalie Wildgoose, and made my way to the Prince Albert to see the band Fez. So by the time I got to the Prince Albert, Fez were already sort of tuning up, getting their soundtrack ready, and the Prince Albert itself was at pretty high capacity. When I entered, I was immediately shoved into the midst of the crowd, and I just had to sort of manoeuvre my way, try and find a space, and I managed to locate a space just on the side of the room, just by the blacked out windows of the Prince Albert pub itself. That's where I found myself, literally shoved against the wall in this very stuffy, increasingly hot venue. So much so that I even had to take off my rain jacket and just hold it for the duration of the next two artists. So let's talk about Fez.
Fez.
So Fez were a little bit higher than Micah Sage, ultimately occupying an I category, and they were the 149th overall artist I wanted to see in The Great Escape. If you wanted to place them relative to a league position, they would be the footballing equivalent of some relegation fodder, somebody who just survives into the next season, somebody like Tottenham. And what do we think of Tottenham? Not great. So I was hoping that Fez wouldn't be just as bad. I was first drawn to Fez through a song called Best Friend, and it was quite an interesting song. It's quite sort of cool, quite chilled, a little bit psychedelic in some ways. It's kind of experimental, but it was nevertheless quite enjoyable. It was quite lo-fi, I think. And, Fez were in genuine contention in sort of the earlier stages of my planning before some of the better artists came on to the playlist. But when I got there, stood poised to hear Fez, hear an artist I stood up Natalie Wildgoose and missed out Julia Cummings and In Coloured for, the Fez I heard was not the Fez I was prepared for. There wasn't any of the smooth, lo-fi stylings of the music that I heard them prior to seeing them. Instead, it was this sort of very strange, shouty, grungy techno. It was almost sort of reminiscent of the band Underworld, stopping short of shouting lager, 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 and talking about how much there is to see and do in the tube hole. But yeah, very garage and very sort of post-punk in execution. It made me think back to my experience last year with the band Eggy, where when I went to see Eggy at the beach stage, they weren't the Eggy that I prepared for. So I thought maybe there might have been another Fez that I'd been listening to all this time, so I did check my Spotify to see what the hell had happened. But no, this was the same band. It's had the same band members in it, and in the 3 years or so that they'd released their song Best Friend, it looked like they'd had a complete identity crisis, changed the type of music they're performing, and now acted as a contemporary emulation of the grungier rave music found in the 90s. It was heavier than Common Goldfish, which I saw last year. But, they're strange, and their music sort of dipped into multiple genres, or multiple sort of subsects of rave culture. But I didn't think they were particularly awful. The lead singer was in a pinstripe shirt, and he had this really sort of authoritative aura about him. The way that he was singing and, gesticulating with his hands, honestly felt like I was at some sort of far-right rally, and every one of his lyrics was sort of punctuated with gestures to other some kind of opposing group. But between the songs, they had some quite interesting chats. The lead singer said that he himself was an industry guy, that he worked for one of the record labels, that he was like an insider. And he was just sort of alluding to all of the hazing, initiation and humiliation rituals that people in the industry allegedly made new up-and-coming artists undertake as a rite of passage in getting their music promoted and signed with their respective labels. He was quite crude about it, leaving very little to the imagination, talking about the world of black casting couches and imitating sexual favours in front of the crowd. The crowd's response? was pretty mild. I think most of them were industry professionals, and I'm not sure how much of it was true, but there's a lot of wry smiles and cringy looks going on from person to person, and obviously I was an outsider in this group of industry professionals. But I think by far the standout thing about Fez's performance was a song that they played just towards the end. I think the band only played about 3 or 4 songs in the end because they were also so like experimental and ravey that they just went on for it felt like hours. But their last song was particularly memorable. I think it was called Natural, and essentially it's a song about lust and body hair. And, you know, it was kind of catchy. You know, the lyrics were really, really crude and perverted, but I quite enjoyed it. Overall, I probably wouldn't see Fez again. I don't feel like I missed out on anything by not seeing Julia Cummings, In Colour or Natalie Wildgoose. But I don't think Fez did enough for me to see them again, but I still enjoyed them more than some of the other artists that I saw at The Great Escape. And for that reason, I'm giving the band Fez a 5 out of 10. Up to bat next was my big ticket item for Thursday. And that was a band that I first saw last year at last year's Great Escape, Chinese American Bear.
Chinese American Bear.
Oh man, I'm feeling kind of fuzzy.
So, as I explained in the last Beyond Mix episode, Chinese American Bear are an artist that I discovered last year at last year's Great Escape. Hadn't heard from them before, but obviously I listened to so much in preparation for the Great Escape 2025 and in the preceding months, they ended up being one of my top listened to artists in Spotify Wrapped 2025. And, you know, I really, really liked the album they were promoting last year, the album Wah! With its songs Kids Go Down, Feeling Fuzzy, Yummy, 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 all of them, they're all quite good. And not only that, I also like some of the other songs that Chinese American Bear performed last year, including Dumpling, which the band members Anne Tong and Bryce Barston taught the audience and had them act out during the particular verses. It was all really fun, it was all really wholesome, and they ended the set by getting a bag full of little teddy bears, little plush bears, these little Chinese American bears, and throwing them out into the audience. And ultimately, it left me with a smile on my face, loads of good vibes for the rest of the festival, and as a result, Chinese American Bear, consciously or otherwise, ended up becoming one of my favourites of last year. So expectations were pretty high going to see Chinese American Bear this year. So because of my previous experience with Chinese American Bear and because of my lofty expectations, I gave them a B rating. They were the 8th artist I wanted to see, and I placed them as the 10th artist in my ones to watch list that I did in the last Beyond Mix episode. So, as a result, I pushed myself to the front. I was right at the front, sort of leaning on the speakers as I waited for the half an hour between Fez finishing and Chinese American Bear setting up. Right next to me, to my right, was a man that I saw last year at the Chinese American Bear performance. It was the man who took my spot right at the front row after I went to get a drink, but I wasn't going to let him win this time. I was standing still, holding my ground, and in the end he just sort of slotted in just behind me. In fact, in the 30 minutes before the set, and slightly into the first couple of songs, he was reading a chapter of a book, which I thought was a little bit strange, but nevertheless commendable, I suppose, as a way to pass the time, rather than doing what I just do, check my phone every 5 seconds and then disassociate for the rest of the time. Anyway, Bryce and Anne arrived, setting up their stuff. Bryce and his guitar on the right of the stage, whilst Anne and her keyboard setting up on the left, right in front of me. And, you know, for a lot of people in the audience, I think it was their first time seeing Chinese American Bear. But since I had the prior experience, I kind of knew some of the sort of stuff that they'd be doing, including playing a gong during the song Feeling Fuzzy, which was attached to Anne's keyboard. But Chinese American Bear seemed to come with a slightly different energy than they did last year. Last year, when I arrived at Revenge, they were talking to everybody, they were chatting with fans, but this year they just went straight up, got straight in the zone, got their stuff ready, and then just went off stage to await their starting time. So there wasn't really that audience interaction, there wasn't building rapport with the members of the audience that there was last year, which was a little bit disappointing. Maybe they just had less pressure to get the sound check right last year, maybe it was a bit more tumultuous this year. But yeah, eventually Chinese American Bear got up and got going. They didn't start by yelling "Wah!" like they did at last year's. Instead, they went straight into their first song, one of my personal favourites of theirs, Kids Go Down, performing it to a full capacity Prince Albert crowd with people crowding the doorways just to try and get in. So I'm glad I got there early. So they played Kids Go Down, and they also played Feeling Fuzzy, which I saw last year, although granted this time round I knew a lot of the lyrics a bit better. But they didn't really play many others that I know. Now, I know that they released a new album recently, Dim Sum and Then Some, and as a result I've been practicing a couple of songs on that, a couple of the first singles they released, All the People and No No Yeah Yeah, and they didn't play either of them. So whilst it wasn't completely new songs I hadn't heard of, it was a little bit disappointing they didn't play those particular singles that they released for their album. That was the least I would have expected from the set, to be honest. They did play some songs from the new album, including a song called Mama, I believe, which I didn't really know particularly well, and they played some of their other stuff from Where, such as Magic Number, but they didn't really play any of their earlier stuff, such as Dumpling, for example. They did a lot of the same sort of tropes that they did last year, you know, Anne introducing the song Feeling Fuzzy by explaining the lyrics, translating them from Mandarin to English, explaining that they're all expressions from high expectation Asian parents, and then getting the crowd to sing it back to them during the verses. And I think the crowds seemed to really enjoy it, especially the people who had no prior experience of what was going on. I saw a few people in the crowd like me singing along to the song, so clearly Chinese American Bear has garnered a few more fans since I saw them last year. And like last year, they finished with their lament, Take Me to Beijing, where Bryce and Anne swapped respective instruments, and Anne sung quite gracefully about her original birthplace of Beijing. But unlike last year, there weren't any toys being thrown out. There weren't any of the cuddly bears, the cuddly Chinese American bears being thrown out into the audience. And, you know, I wasn't really sure there was time constraints, but I could see the same bag filled to the brim of these little sort of cuddly plush toys that there was last year. So, you know, I didn't really feel disappointed that I didn't get one myself, but I just thought for the rest of the audience, you know, people who hadn't seen them before, it'd be nice for them to get the complete experience like I did last year. And maybe it's just my lofty expectations and the fact that I had such a good time last year. But for me, they didn't really live up to the expectations that I set before them. The experience I had last year, where I gave them an 8 out of 10. And as a result, I thought they were just a little bit underwhelming this year. I'm going to see Chinese American Bear again in September, I think, when they're coming back to Brighton at Hope and Ruin. And we'll decide whether this performance was a blip or whether the first performance was just exceptionally good against the norm. But regardless, based on the Chinese American Bear that I saw this year in 2026, I've given them a 7 out of 10.
7.
One less than last year. Now, I'm not sure whether Chinese American Bear went over at all, but when I went out the Prince Albert and checked my watch to make my decision for my next artist, I noticed it was much closer to 11 PM than I thought. I'd already received a text from my dad asking whether I was going to come and watch the lottery winners on the beach, which was one of my other options. But given my distance away from the beach stage and given the time's proximity to 11, I don't think there was any chance of me even making the beach stage, letting alone seeing lottery winners up close and at a good position. So instead, I saw an artist that I think I was always going to see, an artist that was in my original plans for the day, my proposed last artist of the day, which was the Australian band Salarymen. But they were playing at dusk, and I was at the Prince Albert right by Brighton Station, which would give me less than 15 minutes to move from one side of Brighton to the other. And so I ran. Now, I don't really run very often, but I ran for this one because I just wanted to maximise my day, see as many artists as I could. And despite being sweat-laden and exhausted by the time I reached Dust, I managed to make it there in under 9 minutes. But anyway, the Salarymen I ended up giving a B, so they were on the same tier as Chinese American Bear. I didn't include them in my ones to watch, but they nevertheless occupied the 12th place in the overall artists I wanted to see at The Great Escape. So a lot of hype going into the Salarymen. I was particularly drawn to them through their song Truth, which sounded a lot like another artist that I saw at the Dust nightclub, 88 Miles, and their song Sophie. So I just thought, you know, if they've got more songs like Truth, then it's going to be an absolute barnstormer of a performance, and I just wanted to try and see the Salarymen. So I got to Dust, dripping with sweat, absolutely fatigued, and managed to get to the front, where I discarded my sweaty jacket and stood in anticipation for the band to perform around 4 minutes later. It wasn't super full at Dust, but, you know, by the time they started performing, I'd looked around and there were people going all the way back to the back of the room. So I think there were a lot of stragglers who joined maybe halfway into the set. One of these stragglers was a group of people who literally physically pushed past me and pushed themselves to the front and obscured me for a lot of it. So, you know, I was swearing under my breath, gritting my teeth and ducking and diving between their heads as I watched the band perform. And, to make matters worse, these completely ignorant people left the set halfway through to see something else. So not only did they cause disruption and ruin the quality of my experience, they were only there for a short period of time. But audience aside, I didn't think the Salarymen were too bad. The band's from Australia, but as I understand it, they're moving to the UK, permanently. But a lot of their songs that they did play didn't sound an awful lot like the one song I prepared, Truth. I think Truth was quite poppy, quite catchy, but their other songs sort of felt very sort of two-step and almost like a neo-doo-wop. Something that you'd expect to find in a prom band who'd play for a 1950s high school. I think that's probably the best way to explain it. Of course, there were some rockier ones, but they all sort of felt quite light. They never really lived up to that song Truth, the song that I really anticipated hearing, but eventually started losing faith in as they went further and further in terms of their songs into the set. And so you already know how these things go by now. They didn't end up playing Truth, which is very disappointing as it was the one song I was there to hear. And ultimately, overall, none of their songs stood out really in the way that Truth did. But there was nevertheless good vocals and well-produced instrumentation. Another song that I'd heard of, but I didn't really know very well, was their attempt at James Bond-inspired song, like a James Bond theme. So they played that, but, that song didn't really stand out among some of the other ones they were playing. Ultimately, I just thought they were a little bit forgettable. When I look back at the artists that I saw at The Great Escape, there are ones that I remember, and then there's ones, unfortunately like Salarymen, that just kind of evades my memory. I'm not really sure, as I've heard sort of other testimonies of other artists, that my alternative plan to listen to the lottery winners had I left Chinese American Bear early would have been much better than the Salarymen. But the Salarymen were nonetheless an artist I wanted to see, and by seeing them on the Thursday night, it opened up an extra slot when they'd be performing again on the Saturday at the beach stage. But on balance, I think the Salarymen were okay. I'm not really sure there'll be one that I see again unless they promise from the outset that they'll play Truth. And overall, I've given them a 6 out of 10. 6. And that drew my day 2 to a close. Seeing the Salarymen at dusk before catching up with my dad, who'd just come back from the lottery winners, walking up the long hill to the Brighton Station car park, and then heading home in anticipation for our next day. On average, I think Thursday was a day of a lot of missed opportunities. Obviously, the biggest disappointment was not seeing Hot and Freddy and instead seeing Western Loney. But if I were to do things differently, I think I would have seen Pacifica, because I don't think I would have missed out on Pacifica for the world, and then just heading back to the beach, potentially missing a little bit of M Behold, but nevertheless seeing the tail end of her set, and then listening to Hot and Freddy, and maybe just sticking with my guns and going to see Natalie Wildgoose afterwards. I think potentially seeing Hot and Freddy perform would be worth missing out on Rainer, Fliss, and definitely Western Loney. But of course, in this year's Great Escape, through doing it with my dad, I had a second person to go out and see different artists and provide me with his own reflection of some of the artists that I missed out on. So, like at an end of a game show, when you see the prizes that you could have won, these are the acts my dad saw without me and what he thought of them. So around the time that I was crouching at quarters only to jump on the B in beat of Pacifica's song Indie Boys, my dad was watching Nectar Woods at the beach.
Nectar Woods.
Now, he arrived late for Nectar Woods, and he admits that probably influenced how he felt about the performance. He found it quite lacking, rather dull, and musically he found her quite tuneless, and I was quite surprised with that. Nectar Woods was an artist I quite admired a couple of Great Escapes back. That being said, I gave her an H category myself, and she was my 113th artist I wanted to see overall. But for my dad, he liked her not, giving her a 4 out of 10. Whilst I migrated to see Rainer and Fliss at 6 p.m, my dad instead made the probably wiser decision of seeing the singer M Behold.
M Behold.
Really happy, but you're gonna die like you're hanging by a thread. But you gotta survive, cause you gotta survive. Like your body's in the room.
And you know, his testimony shows that M Behold was excellent. She was a really good songwriter, a very good singer, and really got the audience involved throughout the set. I've seen some of the clips of it, and M Behold literally got on her knees to just sort of serenade a couple of people in the front of the crowd, which my dad, who had managed to obtain a barrier for the afternoon, probably the only thing that got him for the afternoon, just leaning on that most of the time, was serenaded by her. He said he was very impressed and he thinks she'll go a long way, and I think I can very much agree with that. I think that's an opportunity missed on my part. Ember Hold was a B for me. She was my 13th overall. We played her on the show last week, Numb Little Bug, and I also liked her song Ghost and Brutus, which I believe she also performed. Overall, she very much impressed my dad, as he gave her an 8 out of 10. 8. Then the real dagger in my heart. Whilst I was wasting my time listening to Western Lonely's Trite, my dad was watching Hot and Freddie perform at the beach.
Oat and Freddie.
And like myself, he was in a real dilemma about whether he wanted to see Hot and Freddie because there were so many other good acts on at the same time. However, he made the right call and he doesn't feel disappointed at all. Despite some microphone difficulties at the start, Hot, real name Michelle Buzz, handled the situation brilliantly, using innuendo and suggestive humour to keep the audience entertained. And, you know, I've seen sort of clips of this. Obviously, Hot and Freddie are kind of like a circus act in many respects. They sort of describe themselves as running away to the circus, and they look like a pair of clowns in the sort of like Regency garb. And I understand that the main issue with Michelle's mic was it was coming across dry, to which, when people pointed it out, she said, "But I'm feeling wet, darling." And, you know, my dad says she's a fantastic performer and he'd absolutely love to see them again in the future. One other thing I'd add based on his videos is all of the whilst they were sort of like spitballing, trying to get this mic working, Freddie, Lance Shipp, was playing the drums, playing the keyboards and just generally entertaining, providing little covers of Vanessa Carlton's 1,000 Miles. Really disappointed that I didn't see Hot and Freddie, especially considering who I did end up seeing. For me, Hot and Freddie was a C category. I put them as my 11th one to watch, my 16th I wanted to see overall. And for my dad, he gave them the lofty 9 out of 10. And my dad's not a person that gives 10s out of 10, so 9 out of 10 is probably the best you can get. So Hot and Freddie really was one of his highlights of the festival. When I was conflicted about what to see between Natalie Wildgoose, In Colour and then eventually Fez, my dad was still at the beach, this time watching Julia Cummings.
Julia Cummings.
And Julia Cummings was less impressive, I think. He says that Julia flattered to deceive in many ways. She has a lot of listeners and is tipped to do well, but he just found the performance a little underwhelming and at times downright boring. You know, there's no doubt that she can sing, but in terms of capturing the audience imagination, there's still work to be done. And, you know, the videos that he's taken of Julia Cummings, I think, very much reflects this attitude. She just seemed quite dull, quite drab, and not really much about her. I rated Julia Cummings a fair bit. She was an F category artist, my 17th one to watch and my 72nd overall, but ultimately my dad didn't think she was worthy of anything more than a 6 out of 10. 6. Then came the much anticipated Lime Garden whilst I was watching Chinese American Bear.
Lime Garden.
And to my dad, Lime Garden was an interesting one. He'd heard a lot of positive things about them beforehand and read plenty of praise. Performance-wise, they were very good. He did feel that their vocals lacked a little power, although that may have been due to sound issues. Obviously, a lot of Great Escape artists are blighted with sound issues. But overall, he enjoyed the set, and they're another band he'd consider seeing again in the future. He also mentioned that they were on the Ticketmaster stage, and they were legally obliged to say thank you to Ticketmaster before quickly following up with the statement, said no one ever. So clearly they're on the side of the artist and the consumer in the age of dynamic pricing, scalpers, and ticket bouting. Lime Garden, for me, I gave them a D based on their recorded stuff. They were my 23rd artist to watch and my 30th overall. And based on his experience of them, my dad's given them a 6 out of 10. 6. Finally, whilst I was enjoying the Salarymen, my dad was finishing his day by watching the lottery winners.
Lottery winners.
And he'd listened to the Lottery Winners quite a lot before The Great Escape, and I think that is putting it lightly. He was absolutely rinsing the Lottery Winners before The Great Escape. In terms of their performance, they started off quite strongly with the song Worry, one of my dad's favourites, but after a while their set became just a little bit too predictable. They're undoubtedly a good band, and their live performance is definitely one of their strengths, but there was just something missing for him. He probably wouldn't go out of his way to see them again, although they're certainly worth seeing at least once. Obviously I missed out on them. We have played them on the radio show before. I originally gave them a B, and they are my 10th artist that I wanted to watch in the festival overall. But ultimately my dad decided that they were worthy of a 7 out of 10.
7.
Although one clip he recorded was quite funny, in which the lead singer Tom claimed that he was now the headliners as the original band, the Kooks, had pulled out, and then went on to try and sing the song Naive by the Kooks, claiming throughout the rendition that he was the Kooks, he wrote it, and trying to get everybody to sing along to make him feel famous. So hopefully now you've got a better understanding of all the artists we saw perform on Thursday at The Great Escape, and we'll find out what we saw on Friday in due course just after our next song. So for our next song, I'm taking you back to one of the artists that we saw the day before on Wednesday. It was the second artist I saw overall, the first artist of the festival proper, and it's the band Fright Years. And Fright Years, as I mentioned, are a band from Edinburgh, and they are really, really quite good. I gave them a 9 out of 10 in the end. My favourite song of their set was Evil, but this is a song that I really vibed with in anticipation for seeing them. This is Stars. It's from Fright Years, and it is coming up now. Welcome back to our day-by-day, artist-by-artist, review-by-review look back at The Great Escape 2026. So we are now at the halfway point of the festival, Friday at The Great Escape, and there were plenty of weird, wonderful and brilliant musicians all on the way, and a few tough decisions as well, starting with the first decision of the day. As unlike on Wednesday and to a degree Thursday, Friday was slightly less clear-cut. I mean, there were certainly artists I wanted to see, notably Girl Tones and Isaac Benjamin in the evening, but apart from that, the day was pretty loose, pretty clear, and it was just about sort of selecting the ones that I knew, the ones I thought would be the best for every particular slot. So for me, in terms of the artists that I wanted to start my Friday with, it was a toss-up between the artist Alfreda, the very strange cabaret artist from London, Skinny Dick, this Canadian, quite Americana-style musician, Ciao Lucifer, an Italian-sounding duo who are actually from the Netherlands, and Lizzle, kind of like an alt-pop, indie-pop artist from the Americas, I believe. And for the longest time, I thought that I'd be starting my Friday off by seeing one of these four. However, as I'd seen in previous years with Picture Parlour and Lauren Hibbard, I think The Great Escape has a tendency to take artists that you'd listened to in the past and bring them back to the fore to give you an opportunity to see them in the present. This was the case for the Scottish duo Quiet Houses.
Quiet Houses.
So Quiet Houses are an artist that I've been familiar with for a couple of years or so. They were originally due to perform in The Great Escape 2024, that very ill-fated Great Escape, where the majority of the artists pulled out due to the controversies surrounding the sponsorship, and so it was anticipation for that particular Great Escape that I became familiar with their music. In particular, a certain song called What My Heart Is For, which went on to be one of my favourites of the entire Great Escape selection for that year. And you know, What My Heart Is For is an absolutely great song. It's got quite a Gaelic sort of melody to it, and a really sort of powerful guitar riff that goes all the way through, sort of like the beating heart of the song. And you know, it's a song that I really wanted to see back in 2024, so it was an absolute gut punch to find out that Quiet Houses would not be performing it. But, you know, then again, it did offer up some more opportunities, as I believe during the time that the Quiet House were performing originally, back in 2024, also early on the Friday, if I do recall, it would be the band 88 Miles who would also be performing, which I ended up seeing, ended up falling in love with, and seeing again last year, and as they say, the rest is history. So anyway, it was an absolute blast from the past to see that Quiet Houses would be performing at The Great Escape this year. Anyway, Quiet Houses, as I mentioned, are a duo. They are the collaborative project of Jamie and Hannah. And although I can't remember what I gave them back in 2024, going into 2026, I gave them an E in terms of rankings, and they occupied the 57th position in terms of the artists I wanted to see. But in terms of the artists I wanted to see at this coveted 12 PM slot, I was still very conflicted about whether it be Quiet Houses, Alfreda, or Skinny Dick, which I'd end up seeing. Now, I know that Skinny Dick was performing later in the festival, and it would fit with my plans to see him again, so Skinny Dick was by the wayside, so it was eventually between Quiet Houses and Alfreda. So what made me eventually go and see Quiet Houses? Well, as I mentioned earlier in the episode, in the weeks leading up to the Great Escape 2026, I started following all of the artists who were in contention throughout my day on Instagram just to get like a read of their personality, see what their live acts were like, and sort of make my decisions. And for some reason, for whatever reason, Quiet Houses followed me back. And not only did they follow me back, they actually started watching all of the stories I was posting on Instagram. You know, they were seeing the videos I took of artists on the previous days, they were seeing my little self-publicised Great Escape previews that I was running on the Beyond Mix pages. They were even watching stuff I did outside of my Great Escape planning, such as going to football games and just sort of general day-to-day stuff. So having taken the time to press that follow button and view some of my stories, I felt under immense pressure to go and see Quiet Houses. I felt that they invested their time into me, I might as well invest my time into them. And I'm not sure whether emotional blackmail through the cultivation of parasocial relationships is part of their marketing strategy, but it certainly worked for me, as I ended up seeing Quiet Houses at Hope and Ruin. So the band started playing shortly after we were all allowed in, but nevertheless I found myself in the second or third row from the front after queuing for about 5 minutes to get into Hope and Ruin. And I thought the band themselves were quite good. They played an awful lot of songs that I didn't know. I think most of them were off their new album, the album that's now currently released, and therefore in the theme and the spirit of the Great Escape they were playing their new music. But they did also include a couple of songs on their set list that I was beginning to get familiar with. Whilst What My Heart Was For was what I was holding out for, I nevertheless prepped another song, Ocean Avenue, quite a big song with quite a big chorus, and I think they played that. I definitely recognised it. Unfortunately, deciding to see Quiet Houses was so late in my decision, I didn't get a proper opportunity to fully learn Ocean Avenue outside of the opening lyrics, so I couldn't really sing along to anything outside of the lyrics. You could talk for Scotland. But you know, I tried my best. Had there been other songs there from when I first discovered the band a couple of years ago, I'm sure I would have been giving it more of an effort. They didn't play What My Heart Is For, which was a pity. I think deep down I didn't think they would, but I was trying my luck after the successes of hearing Misled by Pacifica, and as I now know, they haven't played that song in well over 2 years, so you know, there was no chance of me hearing it. They didn't even end up playing the song Happy Birthday, despite it being the guitarist Jamie's 27th birthday. So no happy birthday from the crowd, I couldn't even sing along to that, but I did personally wish my Insta-mutual a happy birthday as I left. It was his 27th birthday, I think, which is always a daunting age if you're a musician. But I think the biggest takeaway from my experience of Quiet Houses was one particular song, and that was a song they played towards the end of the set called Cold Water Swimming. And I'd never heard Cold Water Swimming before, but hearing it live just really, really touched me. You know, it was a goosebump moment, the first goosebump moment I've had at that year's Great Escape. It sort of caught me off guard, and you know, something with the swells of the music and the expertly crafted lyrics really resonated with me, and I'd go as far as saying listening to Cold Water Swimming was probably in my top 5 songs of the entire festival. But yeah, overall, Quiet Houses, I think they're quite good, quite poppy, and they're getting a fair amount of streams, so clearly they're going to go a little bit further than they currently are. There'll always be a bit in my mind about whether I should have seen some of the other artists available at the time, but nevertheless I thought it was a good experience to finally see at Quiet Houses, a band I had been following for the last couple of years, and for that reason I've given them a 6 out of 10. 6. And just an aside, Quiet Houses continue to follow me on Instagram long after the festival, watching my various escapades going up to watch Brighton versus Leeds, only to lose in the dying minutes, as well as some of my other jaunts in Berlin. So clearly we're still tight, maybe I'll have to invite them on the show at some point. Anyway, one of the positives about seeing Quiet Houses, which was relatively early in the day compared to some of the other artists I might have been seeing at the 12 PM slot, meant that, as I made my way down towards the seafront, I could quickly squeeze in 15 minutes or so of one of the other artists on the way. As it happened, that meant I could squeeze into Fabrica to watch the Newcastle duo Dolder.
Dolder.
Wrapped in barbed wire and a stripping black held you till the bone snapped. The gas on the fire with the flame on last.
Now, Dolder are an interesting one, insofar as they didn't make my shortlist, but I was aware of them. The reason for this? is because Dolder was one of my dad's discoveries. In fact, whilst I was at Quiet Houses, he was already at Fabrica watching Dolder, stood at the front row and recording every song. So my dad first introduced me to Dolder whilst we were both driving up to Sunderland to watch Brighton face off against the Black Cats at the Stadium Light, a game which we'd eventually win. And, around this time in the season, we'd already had a look at the artists we wanted to see at the Great Escape, and we'd, comprised our own sort of shortlists. And as we've done for the last couple of years to kill time, we were showing each other the respective music that we found, we discovered, and seeing what we thought of it. And, as I've established from the outset, my dad and I had very similar tastes in music. But this artist, Dolder, was the only artist that he included on his shortlist that I hadn't included on mine. There are plenty of artists that I'd included on my shortlist that he hadn't included on his, but I've just got that weirder, more kookier taste in music with stuff like Kin Kusk. But anyway, I can picture it now exactly where we were when Dolder came on to Shuffle, represented by the song Girl I Know. But based on their recorded stuff, I thought they were alright, but I didn't regret not having them in my shortlist. Now, I was only able to see the last 3 or so songs stood right at the back of Fabrica behind the sound booth as Dolder performed, wrapped up their set. But from that little sample, I can confidently say that vocally, Dolder were one of the strongest artists available at the Great Escape. And if their individual voices weren't good enough, Danny and Zara Dolder, the twin performers, harmonised with such chemistry, you could tell from their collective voices that they'd known each other their entire lives. My dad, who'd seen the entire set, stood at the front and therefore had better experience of Dolder singing their earlier songs, such as Charlie and Sleeping Pills, holds Dolder to such esteem that he regards them as one of his favourite artists of the entire Great Escape Festival. He was completely wowed by them, says he hopes that they go on for bigger and better things in the future, but nevertheless hopes he gets to see them again, potentially if they come back for another Great Escape. And I think from my point of view, I very much second that. From the little sample I heard, they sounded amazing, spellbinding, and I wish I'd prepared just a little bit more to go see them. And I think the location, Fabrica, with its chapel-like interior, was the perfect acoustic setting for the duo to perform. Personally, I think I'd needed to have more awareness for their songs to really get the benefit of them, and I'd needed to probably see it from the very beginning. But from the little sample that I saw, I thought Dolder were very, very good. And for that reason, I've given them a 7 out of 10. 7. Anyway, I ended up finding out later that Dolder's dad, like the father of the 2 Dolder twins, was the drummer of Prefab Sprout. Yeah, do you remember them? Had I known that, I would have tried to catch up with them after the set and ask what the hell King of Rock and Roll's about, with their hot dogs, jumping frogs, and, of course, Albuquerque. Anyway, after Dolder had finished, it was time for us to migrate a little bit closer to the seafront if we had any chance of catching Girl Tones at 3 p.m. And Girl Tones were our big sort of ticket attraction for the afternoon session. So, yeah, that's definitely one we wanted to see. And we wanted to increase our chances as much as we could by being in the vicinity. So around this point, it just turned 1, so we had a couple of hours to kill before Girl Tones would start. In terms of our options, we could have seen the band Atomic Lobster, which didn't get particularly high on my shortlist and overall ratings, but nevertheless were a band I quite enjoyed. Or we could head to Queen's Hotel to see the Irish singer-songwriter Jack Devlin. So, given Queen's Hotel's proximity to Dalton's, where we'd eventually need to be for Girl Tones, we thought that was the optimum strategy. And so we left Fabrica, now having collected my dad, to go towards Queen's Hotel to watch Jack Devlin. However, Jack Devlin wouldn't be on until about 1:30, 1:45, and so we stumbled across an artist we had no real intention of seeing, that being the high-energy disco singer Winnie Am.
Winnie Alma.
Here I go. Now I'm fading out, and the game is mine. I'm riding kites, I'm ready to take it on.
I don't think that Winnie Am was an artist I'd particularly heard of before, but, upon reflection, it was one that I actually included onto my shortlist. I gave her a J designation based on her pre-recorded music, so obviously I didn't think too much of Winnie Am's stuff, and as a result that placed her at the position 179 in my overall 200 plus artist shortlist. And so as a result, seeing her perform at the Queen's Hotel felt exactly the same as if I'd just discovered her there and then. What can I say about Winnie Am? She's a Northern Irish singer, and she looked like a real sort of disco diva. She was sort of covered in sequins and she had a big afro. Naturally, when we arrived there was a fair few people in front of us, so we just sort of waited at the back and listened to some of the stuff that Winnie Am had to offer. I think we only heard about 2 or 3 songs maybe, so we didn't really get a real comprehensive taste of the music she was performing. But there was one song that she was performing, Here I Go, which I quite enjoyed. It was very sort of fun, it was very feel good, but I also thought it was quite unsubstantiated in terms of its sort of musical quality. It didn't really go anywhere. It's kind of just like, catchy, meaningless corporate pop. But, a lot of people liked it. A lot of people near the front were sort of dancing, grooving, but I thought it was just okay. I'm not sure whether she played the song that I discovered her by, the song Dive, because I wouldn't even know how it went. But regardless, that one song, Here I Go, was definitely my favourite of her set. After she'd finished her set, she went out to the crowd and sort of spoke to a lot of people who were there, a lot of people who were really sort of vibing, dancing to her stuff. But for me, I thought she was okay. Obviously very feel-good, but I didn't really get a much stronger sense of who she was outside of just this feel-good sort of disco music. For that reason, I'm giving Winnie Am a 4 out of 10. Something nice to pass the time. And it would be a half an hour wait until we saw our next artist, the artist that we'd come to Queen's Hotel to see. And that was the artist Jack Devlin.
Jack Devlin.
So Jack Devlin has been one that's been on my plate for a while. They must have been in the first or second release of Great Escape Artists. I feel like I've known Jack Devlin for quite a while, particularly through the song Default Days, which I quite enjoy, and it was kind of my reference point for his wider discography. But anyway, Jack Devlin I gave a D in the end, D tier rating, which isn't too bad. And he occupied the 35th position in terms of the artists that I wanted to see, so he's nothing to be sniffed at. Jack Devlin was definitely up there in terms of the artists that I wanted to see, the artists I enjoyed in terms of their pre-recorded work. But going in to see Jack Devlin, I was beginning to have second thoughts. Because I think Jack Devlin was at risk of sounding a little bit bland, a little bit too acoustic, kind of reminiscent of Field Guide, which we saw at the Great Escape last year. An artist who nevertheless is a great singer-songwriter, but didn't really have an awful lot for their performance. And admittedly, as a result, I think our expectations were quite tempered as we readied ourselves to see Jack Devlin perform. I think in the back of our minds, we already had a plan to ditch Jack Devlin early, to try and get to Dalton's and get ourselves a good position to see Girl Tones in an hour and a half's time. So as a result, it felt like the odds were already stacked against Jack Devlin in terms of our expectations. But anyway, Jack Devlin got up onto the stage to perform. He is an absolute spitting image of Colin Farrell. It's really uncanny. Apparently a few people sort of pulled him aside and asked for photos during the day. And without waiting too long, he got the show on the road. And let me tell you, all of our worries and concerns about Jack Devlin being a little bit bland, a little bit of a monotone performer were blown out of the water, because Jack Devlin had some style, he had some charisma, and he had this voice that was like honey to the ears. Like, he's a really, really accomplished singer. I think it's safe to say we were completely blown away with Jack Devlin, and we were made to look fools for being such naysayers beforehand. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't super familiar with any of Jack Devlin's stuff outside of the song Default Days, but I really, really liked what I heard. He had one song quite early on where he started singing into the cavity of his guitar to try and get some sort of echo, I suppose, some reverb. Never seen that done before, so that's quite quirky. Whilst he was playing an acoustic guitar himself, his music was supported by somebody on his right playing electric guitar, and I think that helped him immensely in distinguishing him from the more sort of lackluster stuff that we saw last year with Field Guide. But yeah, I just really, really impressed with Jack Devlin, and in particular I was really impressed with one song. I don't even know the name of it, and I can't even find it on Spotify, so maybe it's an unreleased one. But like the harmony, the chord structure, it just really sort of tickled something in my ears, and I'm just desperate to try and find that and stream that to absolute oblivion. There was one song that I recognised that I had sort of a cursory glance through his back catalogue for, and that was the song Skin of the Game, which went down quite well. Really, really good to hear it live. And I'm sure Jack Devlin probably did play my beloved Default Days later on in this set, but as we established at the beginning, time was a little bit tight. And about 7 or so minutes away from Jack Devlin finishing his set, my dad and I exchanged glances and made the decision to head off early. Oh, I know, I feel so bad about leaving early because Jack Devlin was so good, and I really wish I could see him to the end and clap him off, but it's just the time pressure of the Great Escape and the fact that our big ticket item for the day was at such a small venue, so we had to leave to guarantee ourselves a space in the crowd. But yeah, I just feel really bad and really gutted I didn't see all of Jack Devlin. The whole situation kind of reminded me of Laundromat Chicks at the Great Escape last year, where I left 3 or 4 songs early to try and see Chinese American Bear. But, you know, it's still quite gutting to miss out on those songs, especially if Default Days was one of the songs. But Jack Devlin, he's an artist that I'm still following on Instagram. He's still one of the few ones that's retained my interest after the festival. And I really, really hope he goes far. I really, really hope he keeps producing music. And I hope I get to catch him again so I can see a full set and give him a rightful round of applause, because God knows he deserves it. I'm giving Jack Devlin a 7 out of 10.
7.
Just as we were leaving Jack Devlin, I bumped into Weston Loney just coming down the stairs. Obviously the next artist to be performing at the Queen's Hotel. And I think we exchanged knowing glances, but I don't think he knew just how bad I thought his performance was the previous day. Anyway, we got out of Queen's Hotel and then we put on a bit of a sprint to get to our next location, which would be the venue Dalton's. Now, Dalton's was one of those rare ones in the Great Escape, much like Queen's Hotel the day before, that I've never actually visited, so this would be a new one for me. And I had no idea what the capacity was like, but I knew it would be this venue where we'd be able to see our beloved Girl Tones perform in just over an hour. But first we had to get through another artist. We could have seen the singer Heidi Curtis, or we could have stayed at Dalton's, ensured our place in the crowd, and listened to the band Spaceacre.
Spaceacre.
Now, Spaceacre were a band I hadn't really heard of prior to seeing them perform at Dalton's. I did a little bit of research about them just as we were making our plans, because we knew we'd probably end up seeing them and staying on for Girl Tones. They weren't a band who made my shortlist, so I can't say what I ranked them, because I simply didn't. And as it turns out, that's simply because they don't have much representation on Spotify anymore. They made the conscious decision to remove all of their music off of Spotify, apart from one, a song that explains why they left, you know, aptly titled Why We Left, simply because of the nature of the beast of Spotify and just the way that it exploits artists and, you know, some of the more nefarious things that the Spotify owner has been investing in, and therefore the affiliation of Spotify with his investment portfolio. So it's a brave thing to do, to take your music off of a platform as hegemonic as Spotify. So, you know, good on Spaceacre for making that bold decision to just work entirely off Bandcamp, or whatever they're working off now. But yeah, going into Spaceacre, I had no idea of what they were playing. For this act, it was more about just finding a good position and staying there, you know, holding our ground until Girl Tones performed in an hour or so. And let me tell you, when we entered Dalton's, it was completely packed. There wasn't a chance in hell we were going to get anywhere near the front. I think in the end, the closest we could get was about 6 or 7 rows from the front. But nevertheless, I had an eye line, I had a sight line, however narrow as it may be, to the band. So Spaceacre are a duo of female guitarists, one with a pink stripe in their hair and the other with a blue stripe in their hair. And their music is very rocky, it's kind of sort of thrash rock at times. It's not necessarily something I would listen to of choice. But anyway, they sounded good, they sounded alright, they were really rocking out with a lot of energy, really sort of thrashing their guitars. I think vocally it was quite understated. I thought it would just be kind of like screaming, but there was actually some sort of good control and tonality to their voice, so I was pleasantly surprised. I thought there was a lot more quality in Spaceacre than I first thought, listening to their admittedly limited recorded stuff. Spaceacre seemed to really attract quite a large crowd, including a fair amount of veteran headbangers at the front who are really getting down to their songs. They ended with the one song that I know, Why We Left, including the spoken explanation at the front. And yeah, that was really, really good to see performed. Quite enjoyed Spaceacre. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but the fact that there were so many people there watching it was just a testament to their ability and reputation as rock performers. It was telling that after Spaceacre finished, a lot of people filed out, meaning that we could go to the front for Girl Tones, but, you know, that just speaks to how popular Spaceacre were, and clearly they've got a lot of good things going on. For me, I've given Spaceacre a 5 out of 10. They're alright, they were okay. But after Spaceacre had finished, it was time for our big ticket attraction of Friday. So myself and my dad shuffled to the front of Dalton's right at the stage, digging our feet underneath the stage so not to be moved and making ourselves as wide as possible so not to be forced out. We'd learned from our experience at James Emanuel and Becky Sacasa the day before, we weren't going to be moved by absolutely anyone. Not a member of the public, not any of the concert photographers, not any members of the Great Escape team. We were there statuesque for the duration. But anyway, I've done enough teasing. Let's just talk about our experience seeing Girl Tones.
Girl Tones.
So, I've already spoken to death about Girl Tones on this show at least 3 or 4 times. They are the indie rock band from the state of Kentucky, comprised of Kenzie and Layla. They started off classically trained, but then they switched to rock. They've been captivating audiences all across the US, now taking their product across the pond to Blighty. They've already been tipped for the top. I think Amazon Music and maybe NME have highlighted them as one of the ones to watch. I myself highlighted them as one of the ones to watch in my last episode, the Bloom episode, where I said that they were the 4th artist I'd recommend seeing at The Great Escape. But in terms of my own personal preferences, who I want to see at The Great Escape, they were numero uno, number 1 baby, an A-tier artist, top of my preferences. So it was always going to be Girl Tones. I'd always end up seeing Girl Tones, and if it meant I'm missing out of Half and Jack Devlin and awkwardly standing through Space Acre, then so be it. We just wanted to see Girl Tones. But anyway, I saw Kenzie and Layla arrive, sort of forcing their way through the crowd, shuffling through the people to get to the backstage green room, just as Space Acre were finishing one of their last songs. And then I didn't see them again for a bit, not until we were right at the front of the stage, with our feet dug in so not to be moved. It was at that point, maybe 20 minutes before they were due to perform, that I decided to look around to see where they were. And, I turned 180 degrees and they were standing right behind us. Honestly, it kind of felt like that bit in The Shining when the Grady twins are just standing there in the hallway. There they stood, Kenzie and Layla, the artists that we'd been listening to for the last 6 months or so, stood there in the flesh, dressed in their iconic Girl Tones garb, looking like they've come straight out of the set of the video for Blame. And I think, myself and my dad were kind of taken back, a little bit starstruck. So at the moment we just sort of stood there and gawked. But eventually we kind of worked out the courage, or rather my dad did, to talk to Girl Tones and explain sort of how much we really liked them in anticipation for seeing them at The Great Escape. Don't get me wrong, I really like Girl Tones, but my dad loves Girl Tones. I really like the 4 or 5 songs, Blame, Cherry Picker, I Know You Know, Volcano, and Again. But my dad's there listening to all of the ones in the back catalogue, like Stubborn Mouth, like Burnout. Like, I'm just a casual compared to the amount of effort that he's put into learning Girl Tones' music. But anyway, the band set up, Layla taking her place behind the drum set, and Kenzie testing the mic behind her guitar. Their sort of like testing song was Cherry Picker, so we got a nice little amuse bouche, a nice little sample of a song that they'd perform a little bit later in the day. And then they put down their set lists. And you know how people sometimes put set lists on their phone, some people might put set lists on a piece of paper and print it. Not Girl Tones. Girl Tones put their set list on 2 paper plates. Layla had one by her drums, Kenzie had one by her guitar, and they just had the set list they were going to perform on paper plates. And I looked at it, and there was only about 3 songs I recognised. I recognised Volcano, which I really like. It's a song that we played of Girl Tones earlier today. I noticed the song Again, which I'm not super familiar with, but I just know it's a staple of their set. It's usually what they play when they go into the crowd and get absolutely mental. And I noticed the song Cherry Picker, which was the first song probably that I discovered Girl Tones by, but I had not listened to for a while, as other songs such as Volcano, Blame, and I Know You Know has taken their place as my favourites of their wider corpus. And I think after they did their warm-up, we kind of questioned them on their set list, why it didn't have I Know You Know, why it didn't have Blame. And the girls said that they really wanted something heavy. They wanted to sort of show off their music by playing some of their heavier stuff. Now, I'd argue, yes, I Know You Know is quite soft, not necessarily heavy. But I think Blame's quite heavy. Maybe my taste is just a little bit too vanilla, but I think Blame feels quite heavy to me. Regardless, they weren't going to be persuaded to change their set list. They were going to stick with the heaviest of heavy songs, and so they headed back to the green room to prepare for their actual performance. Anyway, when it got to 3:30 or whenever they were starting and they came out to rapturous applause, not only from the audience, but especially from us two standing at the front like overwhelmed groupies. And then they started playing. And one thing you can say about Girl Tones is there is no end to their boundless energy. Layla's given absolutely everything on the drums, whilst Kenzie, is giving her run for her money, rocking out on the guitar, going on her knees, thrashing out on the ground, spinning around, and just sort of all the other sort of tricks and motifs you've seen sort of the hardest rockers do for the last 50 or so years. There is not a moment when she stands still. She's always moving, she's always doing something. When they introduced themselves, they said that they were from Kentucky, and obviously drew parallels to the famous Colonel Sanders chicken, of which that particular state has now got worldwide fame. And it's no surprise they're from Kentucky, because Kenzie was laying down some good licks with her fingers on that guitar. It was finger licking good, let me tell you. Anyway, as Girl Tones were the artists that was probably getting the most promotion from the Great Escape, or, at least in the top 3 artists, I think, of the festival, there was a lot of coverage, a lot of sort of cameras around, a lot of people recording with their phones, me included. And, we were front of stage, so I knew we'd end up eventually on some sort of video or something. So I felt a fair amount of duty to just absolutely go wild, like put in as much energy as the girls were, and headbang, just dance, move my body to as many songs as I can. So naturally, when a song that I did know, Volcano, came on, I was putting in even more energy. I was practically exhausting myself, burning hundreds of calories, just going absolutely ham for this song. And anyway, Volcano went off. It sounded absolutely incredible, really, really good performance. Kenzie's guitar playing was awesome, but it wouldn't have gone anywhere without the ecstatic, exquisite drumming of Layla. Like, they really complement each other and sound brilliant as a whole band. During some of the later songs, Kenzie walked around the crowd, imitating sort of Little Richard or Chuck Berry-esque sort of guitar movements before holding her guitar aloft like it was some sort of religious image, all whilst all of the concept photography snapped photos and desperately tried to get past us to get good angles. Towards the end of one song, she found herself rocking out on the floor, playing a guitar until the final note before collapsing with exhaustion. Naturally, the second song that I was aware of, again, went off quite well, with Kenzie demanding that all of the members of the audience clap throughout, that she didn't want to see anybody's hands go down, or else she'd just stop the performance there and then and just walk off stage. So, there's real sort of authoritative, almost diva-esque energy coming out from the band, but they were just sort of there to make sure everybody was having a good time, everybody was participating. It was all really a communal experience. There wasn't any going into the crowd or getting the audience to jump, as she was saving that for the last song, the song Cherry Picker. A kind of full circle moment. The last song I see performed by Girl Tone would be the first song I ever heard of theirs. So anyway, we come to the last song. Kenzie introduces it. She sets the parameters. If everybody jumps along to the song and they're good about it, she'll come into the audience and join them. And then the song gets started. And it feels like it's not more than 6 seconds into the song before somebody jumps a little bit too hard and bashes their head on the ceiling, the very low ceiling of Dalton's, causing Kenzie to cry out, "Watch your head!" And yeah, when the chorus hit, she was really rocking out, legs flailing, kicking out, doing the can-can all whilst playing the guitar. And I must have been rocking out myself, as at one point one of the official cameramen for the Great Escape Festival stuck out their camera straight into my face to record my reaction, which immediately made me feel self-conscious, but I thought I just had to rock out, embrace it. So I tried to tone down my self-awareness just a little bit more and try to live even more in the moment, put my phone away, stopped recording it, and just go completely crazy for this song. Try to match the energy that Kenzie and Layla were giving off on the stage. Anyway, Kenzie was running left and right on the stage until she got to the chorus, initiating a reprise before heading herself into the crowd about 4 or 5 rows deep to rock out with them within the final chorus. She counted everybody in, jumping up and down herself before the chorus hit, and she flailed around every limb possible, stuck in the middle of this mosh pit, this admittedly quite static mosh pit, and rocked out with the crowd, sharing the energy right in the epicenter. A really, really incredible performance laid out by Girl Tones there, not one that I'm soon to be forgetting. They finished to a round of applause, and then my dad immediately turned to me and said he wanted a picture with them. So we hung around, waited for them to pack up, and then got a good opportunity to take a photo with the band. I also worked up the courage to ask for the set list, one of those paper plates, which is something that I never ever do. I'm usually reliant on somebody else to start that conversation for me. Both Kenzie and Layla signed the paper plate, their set list, and encouraged us to put it in a frame and frame it somewhere in our house. And overall, really, really good performance, not one that I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Would have just been nice to hear some of their other stuff, I Know You Know or Blame, but, they wanted to play quote-unquote heavy shit, and they played heavy shit, so they very much fulfilled their mandate. I hope Girl Tones come back over to the UK at some point in the future, because I'd really, really like to get a second slice of that action. I thought they were really, really good, really, really entertaining, really feel good and a lot of energy. And for that reason, I've given Girl Tones a 9 out of 10. With our big ticket item, Girl Tones, out the way, and now lugging around a paper plate for the rest of the afternoon, it was time to get some lunch. There were other options about what we could have done at this 4 p.m. slot. Had I not taken photos with Girl Tones and had I got out a little bit earlier, I would have crossed the road from Dalton's to Patton's to watch the rest of Lena Marie's set, but clearly that didn't happen, and I don't feel like I missed out an awful lot. We just decided we've just been through an awful lot, standing at Dalton's for the last couple of hours. It's time to take a break, recharge our batteries, our energies, and our phones, and then just get ready for what the afternoon/evening held in store for us. So we went to Bill's and we had a bourbon barbecue burger. Try saying that 3 times fast. And it was bloody delicious. Really, really enjoyed it. I do really like those barbecue burgers. And Bill's do a very good NHS discount, so it's always good to go to Bill's. Interestingly, just as we were leaving Bill's, I was confronted with a musician of my past, that being the former solo singer, now turned Aki OK DJ, Will Joseph Cook. And, Will Joseph Cook was just sort of networking outside of Bill's. I wasn't going to talk to him, but I recognised him immediately. And I didn't think I could talk to him after the amount of slander I've given his songs over the years on this particular show. He doesn't know my face, but he knows my voice, so I just have to use sign language, I'm sure. So, for the evening session of Friday, my dad and I had different priorities. For him, he wanted to see Elf Coves performing at Comedia. And for me, it was to see the man that I'd hyped up throughout the last 6 months of Great Escape planning, Isaac Benjamin, performing at Fabrica at the same time. This meant that I had slightly more than 2 hours to kill before Isaac Benjamin was due to perform, so I've decided to try and fill out my day a little bit more by seeing a couple more of the artists on my shortlist. So I had some options, but what I went for in the end was all the way down to Brighton Seafront to the Players Club to see the Brooklyn-based artist Eliza McClam.
Eliza McClam.
So, Eliza McClam, she first came on my plate with the song Mythologize Me, which I really, really liked. I think it was quite a late entry into the Great Escape playlist, so she was a very late entry and I didn't really get much opportunity to listen to much of her other stuff. But, just on the testament of Mythologize Me, she did enough to earn herself an F category in the rankings and to be the 62nd artist that I wanted to see at the festival. So, what did I think of Eliza McClam? Not an awful lot. Not an awful lot, if I'm being honest. When I look back at all the artists that I saw at the Great Escape over the 3.5 days, I think Eliza McClam is potentially the most forgettable. If I were to mentally go artist after artist after artist through Friday, there's always a chance I'll miss Eliza McClam because she didn't really leave much of a lasting impression. And I don't really know why that was. She was very talented. She played guitar and keyboard and sort of alternated between the two, between chorus and verses in her song. So, it takes a lot of skill for that. And she had quite a steady voice. There wasn't much fluctuation into the sharps or the flats. Yet there was still quite a lot of modular tonality within her voice. But for whatever reason, she just didn't really stand out. I didn't really think much of her audience interaction. She spoke a lot about how she was from America, from Brooklyn, sort of how that sort of upbringing has influenced her music and sort of topics she'd be talking about. But I didn't really think that she was particularly engaging. She wasn't particularly charismatic. And, the real sort of nail in the coffin for her in terms of my memory of it is she didn't play Mythologize Me. And I stood around at the front for the majority of her set. And no matter how hard I waited, patiently stood at the front, holding out just in case I'd hear that song Mythologize Me, it never ever came. And as a result, when she said she'd be playing her last song, and it didn't have the soft-spoken introduction before going into the rockier first verse of Mythologize Me, I said to myself I'd had enough, and so I gave myself a little bit more time for a leisurely stroll back from Players up into central Brighton to watch my next artist, and so I left Eliza McClam just short of listening to her entire set. Of the admittedly small things that stood out about Eliza McClam, I think it's definitely sort of her voice and talent, and for that reason I've given her a 5 out of 10. Now, all the while, whilst I was watching Eliza McClam, my dad was taking an extra bit of rest, chilling in a cafe, before he embarked on a particularly demanding evening session, starting at Comedia with the artist Yves Wilder. El Coves was my dad's sort of major ticket for the evening, and Yves Wilder was in the Comedia studio directly before her, so it would make sense to sort of establish himself in that venue and just hang around to ensure that he got a space to see El Coves. And El Coves, is getting a fair amount of stream, so it sounded like quite a good strategy. However, since I left Eliza McClam that little bit earlier, that means I could see Yves Wilder myself. And so I picked up the pace a little bit, got to Comedia, got right to the end of the queue, whereas my dad was literally at the front of the queue, and waited patiently to see Yves Wilder. Now, my other option for this 6 p.m. slot was literally just one room along at the Comedia basement, and that was the Irish band Dear Matrona, which I really rated, but I just had that little bit more familiarity with Yves Wilder. And so it was Yves Wilder eventually that I decided to see, and I did see. But before I saw Eves Wilder, I was accosted by a promoter or potentially a member of the band The Rooks, who provided me with a little flyer saying the Rooks would be playing at 8 o'clock and they'd hope that they'd see me there. Now, they were never going to see me there at the Rooks at 8 p.m, despite how much I quite liked the Rooks when I was listening to their music prior to going to the festival. And that was simply because Isaac Benjamin was occupying that 8 p.m. slot, so I was always going to see him. But if the Rooks ever came down south again, I'd definitely be sure to check them out, because I really do like their song Lay Me Down. But anyway, my next artist of choice was the singer Eves Wilder.
Eves Wilder.
The overly zealous security and organisers at Comedia let us in maybe 2 or 3 minutes before Eves Wilder was due to perform. So much like seeing Fright Years a couple of days before, it was just a matter of getting in and getting to the front. Eves Wilder was already there, ready to perform, and I'm sure with the time constraints, not everybody had entered the room by the time she actually started. So what about Eves Wilder? So Eves Wilder was an artist that I quite rated. I gave her an E. She took up position number 52 in the priority of artists I wanted to see at the Great Escape, and I particularly fallen in love with her song Hurricane Girl, especially its really anthemic chorus, which I thought would go absolutely off if I ever saw it live. Like, for me, it's kind of like one of those anthemic songs I tend to affiliate with a stadium concert experience, where everybody's got their phones out, their phone lights on, and they're all just moving it left and right to the chorus. And my rationale was, if I had the opportunity to see it live, I might as well go and see it, see whether my expectations of the performance would be actualised in real life. So anyway, the Eves Wilder act is Eves herself, accompanied by another couple of guitarists and a drum set, and Eves plays lead guitar as well as playing the keyboard. I think she also decorated her set, like her keyboards and the pedals for her guitar, with either some sort of crocheted animals, I think, or plush animals or something, and definitely an assortment of sweets. I can remember an assortment of sweets being there, just on the ground, just on the stage, which I think Eves alluded to and encouraged her audience to pick up and take with them, just to provide sort of sustenance, a little sweet treat for the rest of their day. Now, when Eves Wilder started performing, the thing that surprised me the most, which was just how sort of high-pitched and almost chipmunk-esque her voice was. Now, that's something that didn't really come across in their recorded stuff, but hearing it live, it was verging on Kate Bush on helium at times. It was quite hard to pick it out. And I think that was partly because of a wider issue that was endemic to her set, and that was just poor sound check, poor sound mixing. Because when I look back at the videos and the audio I took, you can barely hear Eves Wilder coming across over her music. And don't get me wrong, I really like some of Eves' stuff. It's made me want to sort of branch out and listen to more of her recorded stuff. But just hearing it live, you didn't really feel like you could hear much of the things she was saying, and it was all just getting sort of lost in the poor sound production. Anyway, unlike the artists that came before her, she did play the one song I know of hers. She did play Hurricane Girl. And did it go off like I thought it would? No. It really fell flat, and the crowd went absolutely mild. Like, there was no response from it whatsoever, and it was kind of a damp squib, I think, which was quite disappointing. Between the sound issues and glib reception, I couldn't help but think that Eves Wilder maybe wasn't as good as I thought she was, and potentially maybe seeing the band Dia Matrona in the next room would have been the best option. Overall, I think she could probably do better with a better sound check, and for that reason I've given Eves Wilder a 5 out of 10. After Eves Wilder had finished, and my dad had commandeered a couple of the love hearts she'd laid out at the bottom of the stage, I made my excuses to leave Comedia Studio and head towards Fabrica to assure myself a good position to see Isaac Benjamin by seeing the artist beforehand. Now, it was at this point, day 2 of me wearing my jacket, that the heavens finally opened and I had the satisfaction of being rained on whilst wearing a jacket. I wasn't going to be sodden like I was on day 1, but honestly, you should have seen the smug look on my face when I was finally vindicated for carrying this unfashionable tarp around with me for the last couple of days. Finally, it kept me dry. Anyway, shaking off the rain off my raincoat, I made it into Fabrica, slotting into the crowd halfway from the front to watch my next artist, an artist I had no preconception about, that being the Scottish singer Quiet Man.
Quiet Man.
So as I mentioned, Quiet Man was an artist that I didn't rank. He didn't get onto my shortlist. He was unrated in that respect. And he was like a singer-songwriter, keyboard-led. And I think despite being English, he was affiliated with the Scottish music scene. And he was just set up in the middle of Fabrica, sat behind his Yamaha keyboard, cup of coffee on the side, and just singing to anybody who'd pay attention. And I think much like Dolder earlier in the day, Fabrica really lent itself acoustically for Quiet Man's performance. It almost gave it quite a poignant sort of aura in some respects. It just sort of felt like the echoing, the reverb around the room just made all of one of his lyrics just sort of settle, linger a little bit more. Primarily sort of sung about his experience going to therapy. And as I've said before, it takes a lot of bravery to go and acknowledge you need therapy, but it takes even more bravery to sort of bare yourself naked to the stave, to the audience, singing about things that you've, discovered about yourself, things that you might not necessarily like about yourself, and creating that as part of your performance. I didn't know any of his songs going in, but one that I've identified since seeing him was one called Oversensitive, which I quite enjoyed. That one seemed alright. And I think largely he got quite a good reception. As for me, I didn't really like a lot of the stuff. It felt like I was enduring Quiet Man, which is never a good thing to say. I was kind of looking at the clock every so often to see how long it would last. And, I'd arrived maybe 2 songs in. I think for most listeners, Quiet Man will feel quite an interesting place in their lives in terms of the music that they listen to, being quite reflective and introspective and quite delicate. But I just wasn't really super convinced. I think some of his vocal work showed signs of breaking into different octaves, and it just really wasn't my thing. So you might like Quiet Man, and that's perfectly alright, but for me he was just a 3 out of 10. But anyway, with Quiet Man out the way, I had only half an hour to wait until I saw the artist I hyped up most in the festival, that being Isaac Benjamin. But as I stood waiting around Fabrica, now manoeuvring right to the front, awkwardly in the front, like a good 5 or 6 steps closer to the stage than anybody else with half an hour to spare, I couldn't help but notice a few faces in the audience. I noticed the artist Mira Taylor, an artist who'd sung a song called Paris that made it to my shortlist, but I had no real intention of seeing. She was sat having a drink just on the side of Fabrica, but I recognised her instantly from her album artwork. And then more central to Fabrica, I saw an artist that I did intend to see for the longest time, Brody Barkley. But I didn't speak to Brody. I couldn't exactly introduce myself, knowing that I fobbed him off to see Western Loney when I'm sure Brody himself would have been a much stronger, more compelling musician. Just before he was due to perform, Isaac Benjamin finally turned up, accompanied by his keyboardist, Loa Andren. Isaac was playing acoustic guitar, Loa would be playing the keyboard. Gradually, more people started congregating around me, getting closer and closer to see the performance of Isaac Benjamin.
Isaac Benjamin.
So Isaac Benjamin is an artist that needs absolutely no introduction. He's an artist I've been hyping up the most over the last 6 months since he first appeared in the first 50 for The Great Escape. In November, in my very early predictions of The Great Escape, I said that he was the #1 artist to watch. And again in April, in my final previews of The Great Escape, he was still my #1 artist to watch. So despite the 350 odd artists that had been added to the playlist since Isaac Benjamin first came on it, I still held him in the highest regard, calling him my #1 one to watch. Based on his recorded stuff, I gave Isaac an A category. But despite that, Isaac was not the #1 artist I wanted to see at The Great Escape, but rather my #2, just slightly behind Girl Tones in alphabetical order alone. But what can I say about Isaac Benjamin that I haven't done before? He's a rising star in Sweden, he's tipped for the top, he's got musical heritage in his family, with his sisters being in the band First Aid Kit, and we played him twice on the show. We played Tailored by Design, my personal favourite of his, in our Vincent episode back in November, and we started our 2025 review show by playing his more upbeat, faster song, What My Heart Needs, all the way back in early January. So, Isaac Benjamin should not be a stranger to any of you. I've spoken about him incessantly for the last 6 months. And let me tell you, I absolutely rinsed Isaac Benjamin after discovering him back in November. I discovered him in November, yet he still managed to appear on my Spotify Wrapped in December. Do you know the odds of that? Do you know how much you've got to listen to a musician in that short period of time in order for them to make that much of an impact? So as a result, Isaac Benjamin gifted me with an early Christmas present last year by having a video of him in a rainy car park in Leeds, thanking me for listening to his music. So there was obviously a lot of hype going in to see Isaac Benjamin perform, and it couldn't have got off to a much better start as him and his keyboardist Loa starting the set with my personal favourite of his, Tailored by Design. And it's been a song that I've been playing so many times since I first discovered it that I just couldn't help but sing along. I just felt compelled. I couldn't close my mouth if I tried. Fortunately, I didn't shout out the lyrics as I might have done for one of the rockier stuff like Girl Tones, as I'm fairly certain it would have sullied the sanctity of the Fabrica venue. But regardless, both Isaac and his keyboardist soon realised I was singing the song, and I won't forget the look on their faces when their eyes lit up knowing that somebody in the audience knew all of the lyrics to Tailored by Design. I actually ended up getting a message from Isaac Benjamin after the festival saying that seeing me sing along to his music really made his day. And ultimately, to me, that's what it's all about. Taking the time to learn the artist's songs, giving back the energy that they give into their performance as a way of saying thank you, and then just supporting them through their artistic journey. This wasn't the first artist of The Great Escape whose day I made by singing along, so maybe I should take up the mantle of the day maker, who knows. Isaac's next song on his set was Never Look Down, arguably his most popular song. Isaac then played some songs that I wasn't super familiar with. My area of expertise is more on the Never Look Down EP, but given the amount of eye contact that him and Lau are giving me during the set, it's probably good that he didn't play the prettiest face, keeping intense eye contact while singing how he wanted to please me with every touch. I think that would have been a little bit uncomfortable. Anyway, Isaac played a few of his other songs, presumably new songs, as well as doing a cover. When he introduced the cover, he said it was from a band from the south of England. And I don't know where my headspace was, but when he said that, I thought he'd be coming out with a Leo Sayer cover, playing Thunder in My Heart on the acoustic guitar, like a real rogue choice. But no, instead he played Wild Horses by the Rolling Stones, and he came out into the audience, stepped deeper into the crowd than I stood, so I was practically on the stage in comparison, and did a very stripped back, very vulnerable acoustic rendition of Wild Horses, and it went down a treat. A lot of people enjoyed it, and I think with the acoustics of Fabrica and the fairy lights strung across the ceiling, it made for quite a majestic experience. In terms of audience interaction, he spoke about his experience being a Swede in Brighton and talked about the historical precedents of it. And naturally, when he spoke about historical precedents, I was thinking more about the 30 Years' War and whether Sweden ever invaded the UK. But I think on reflection, I think he's more talking about Ava's iconic Waterloo performance at Eurovision 1974. Finally, when he drew his set to a close, he finished with the more upbeat What My Heart Needs, the other song of his we've played on the show. And that was it. That was Isaac Benjamin. I think he really, really lived up to the hype. He's a really good performer. He really put to bed my apprehensions and anxieties that he'd be a little bit bland, a little bit drab, as was the performer field guide at last year's Great Escape. And, he showed that he had a lot of charisma, a shed load of talent, and is destined for big things in the future. I'm going to give Isaac Benjamin a 9 out of 10. And I would have spoken to Isaac Benjamin. I would have had a conversation with him after the set if it wasn't for one artist playing just a mere 15 minutes later that I really, really wanted to see. Another one of the top 5 artists I wanted to see at the Great Escape. And so I had to head off early, run from Fabrica to Unitarian Church to try and catch my next artist. Now, this would prove to be one of the tightest transitions between artists I think I've had in my entire Great Escape history. And usually I like to give myself a 15-minute buffer, so I like to arrive at a venue 15 minutes before it's due to begin. But due to the scheduling, I was not afforded this luxury this time. I literally had 15 minutes to get there before the artist started. So I put my feet to good use and I power walked from Fabrica to Unitarian Church. And why was I putting in all this effort? Well, this is all in aid of seeing the musician Hetta Falzon. Naturally, with my experience of almost seeing Natalie Wildgoose the day before, I knew that Unitarian Church only had a limited capacity, that it was seated, and so I had made contingency plans. Had I got to Unitarian Church and seen that it was completely full, I would have looped around to Comedia and tried to watch Chloe Slater performing. She's one of the ones at the Great Escape last year. We played her on the show before. And, I think she's fine, albeit a little bit preachy at times. But if Chloe Slater was popular, as she's closing in on 1 million streams per month, I would have seen the Turkish artist Mintaka at Green Door Store, who did such songs such as Eyesight, and it was another one that I really, really liked. But I needn't worry about these contingency plans, because we managed to get to Unitarian Church. There's no queue to get in, security let us in, and whilst there were a fair few people already sitting down, there were 2 spaces available just on the edge of one of the rows. So we sat down, got ourselves comfortable, and got ready to witness Hetta Fouls On.
Hetta falls in.
I'll never catch her. I've tried to scratch her, and I still care.
So Hetta Fouls On was one of my standouts from preparing for The Great Escape. I initially gave her a C grade, occupying the 17th position in terms of artists that I wanted to see in the festival, but I recognised her strengths and put her as the 3rd artist I'd recommend you seeing at the back end of my preview episode in the last Beyond Mix. It was Hetta Fouls On, of course, through her song Belly Laugh, that I ended up listening to, ended up ugly crying, and ended up needing to pull over on the A283 to compose myself. And she was an artist that I spotted and fell in love with almost instantly. As soon as I discovered Belly Laugh on the Great Escape playlist, it immediately went into one of my favourites, one of the ones in highest rotation. And around the same time, Daisy Veacock, who I saw at last year's Great Escape and have been a fan of for a while, attended a Hetta Fouls On concert as shared on her Instagram. And the fact that Daisy Veacock rated Hetta just reaffirmed my belief that Hetta was probably one to watch. But anyway, as I got there and sat down in Unitarian Church, I was utterly thankful that I was able to watch Hetta Fouls On. I could remember how disheartened I felt when the schedule came out, and seeing that I could only see one of my 2 favourite artists, Hetta Fouls On or Isaac Benjamin, just because of their proximity. So the fact that I managed to see both was a real delight. Anyway, whilst we were sat down, there were a few sort of Hetta Fouls On-esque beer mats that Hetta and a promotional team had laid out across the Unitarian Church. We've gone past the age of business cards. It's all about beer mats now. But anyway, Hetta herself appeared to a round of applause before sitting herself in front of the grand piano in the corner of the Unitarian Church and playing her first song. And immediately after she opened up her mouth, I was hooked. She's got such a spellbinding voice, which not only has tonal quality and pitch perfect execution, but also gives space for the vulnerability, like in such a way that you can really feel everything that Hetta is singing about. You can put yourself in her shoes, and it's because of this voice and the songwriting that the song Belly Laugh had such an impact for me when I was listening to it prior to seeing her. And therefore it made sense that the song that I really wanted to see performed would be Belly Laugh. And given how emotional I am when I listen to Belly Laugh on record, I think I would have been absolutely sobbing, inconsolable, hearing it live. So Hetta introduced her second song, talking about the game of Spit, and she's saying about how she met this person who knew this game, her favourite game, and how every little detail about him seemed to be a perfect sort of match, a perfect sort of complementary pair for herself. How he, in some respect, was the spitting image of her. But nevertheless, there were still some things that got in the way. So at the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh, hang on a minute, she's going to play Belly Laugh. She's going to play Belly Laugh. But instead, she played a song called Spit, which I think sort of lined up a little bit more to the introduction that she gave the song. I think the song even had the lyrics Belly Laugh in it, so that was a bit of a tease on Hetta's part, getting my hopes up. And after Spit, which naturally got a great round of applause, she played a couple of her other songs, all of which I hadn't really heard of before. And it seemed to me that there was a little bit of a pattern in terms of the songs. Mostly just really deep, confessional, gut punch looks into Hetta's love life and how, things might have been perfect from her point of view, with her treating her romantic partners like they were everything, whereas her romantic partners had treated her like she was just a fad. Insignificant in comparison, a real sort of imbalance of love in the relationship. And whilst these songs are absolutely incredible, immaculate, real testaments to the use of the English language, I just can't help but think that Hetta really needs a break. She needs to find somebody who really values her. and in a way I almost felt guilty listening to her heartbreaking songs. It almost felt like I was reveling in somebody else's damage, like taking personal enjoyment out of her misery, and that's purely because of the artistry and the arrangement that she set up with her songs. It's really quite incredible. And then came I Still Care. And I Still Care is a song that Hetta wrote about somebody she went on 3 dates with, who eventually dumped her on the 3rd date. But she still cares about him. It's been a year now and she still cares about him. And this is a song that I saw publicised a lot in following Hetta in the month or so leading up to The Great Escape. And it's a song that I immediately sort of fell in love with. It's such a masterful song. And, you know, I've been singing it to myself almost constantly in the weeks since The Great Escape, especially the lyric around making focaccia. And I understand that Hetta is currently having like an internal debate with herself about just releasing the song under the title Focaccia Rhyme, due to the lyric, I made focaccia, I tried to scratch her, or as I heard it, I made focaccia and tried a scratch card. But, you know, regardless, I need to have that song in my collection. I need to be able to listen to I Still Care, because it's absolutely exquisite. Like, you know, my plaudits can't be much higher for Hetta Falzon. She really is a master of the craft. And it surprised me, just listening to that song through a few glimpses on Instagram Reels and stuff like that, how many of the lyrics of I Still Care I know. I don't think I've had this much of a connection to a song that hasn't even been released yet, ever. It's such a good song. And finally, she drew her set to a close with the song I Hope You Notice Me. And this was the only song I think that she played that she'd released previously on her album Henrietta. But it wasn't a song that I'd heard of before. I was only familiar with Belly Laugh. But oh my god. Henrietta Daisy Falzon, you absolute genius. With the lyrics, I'm pressed up against your glasses and still you see right through. Oh, chef's kiss. Honestly, I did this in my preview and I stand by it. Nobel Prize winning laureates like Bob Dylan. I've seen Bob Dylan and he doesn't hold a candle to the lyrics of Hetta Falzon. She is, quite frankly, one of the literary heroes of the day, I think. I cannot speak highly enough of Hetta Falzon. She really is one to watch, an absolute gem. One of the greatest up-and-coming lyricists I've certainly heard in a very long time, and a voice that rivals that of Norah Jones. She really is something to behold. And it got to me, what can I say, like, I didn't walk out of Unitarian Church without my eyes being moistened and my lip quivering a little bit, because God, she just gets to the heart of your soul with her songs. It's unlike anything else that I'd seen. I absolutely implore you to listen to Hetta Falzon. In terms of her lyrical genius and life experiences, she is versed well beyond her years. An absolute talent. But still, I can't see past the fact she didn't play Belly Laugh. And though she was sublime, I'm settling for 9. 9 out of 10. Hetta Falzon. Amazing. Incredible. I know she's coming to Love Supreme in a month's time. Probably would have already happened by the time this episode gets edited and trimmed down. But I'm seriously debating about spending 60 quid to get another slice of Hetta Falzon, because she really is that good. But there'd be no time to wait after Hetta Falzon finished her absolutely exquisite set at Unitarian Church, because we needed to get up, we needed to get out, and we needed to pace up the hill if we had any chance of seeing our next and final artist of the night, that being the Carolina soul singer, Brother Wallace.
Brother Wallace.
By the time we got to Brother Wallace, Brighthelm was getting pretty full and we were absolutely knackered. It was a long, demanding climb up that hill, but we managed to do it, and we managed to force our way all the way to the front to see Brother Wallace perform. Now, what can I say about Brother Wallace? He was a C tier in my pre-festival rankings, 26th overall, and I placed him as the 9th artist to watch in my preview episode last time out on Beyond Mix. I was particularly impressed with his song Electric Love. It had such sort of like a 60s Motown feel, so much so that you would have thought that Berry Gordy and Smokey Robinson laid it down themselves. So we all got there, eagerly anticipating Brother Wallace to perform, He's speaking to somebody just at the front row who said that Brother Wallace is going to be something memorable. They said it won't be too long until Brother Wallace appears on Jules Holland. I don't think that was too far-fetched, because Brother Wallace has got such like a distinctive style that I'm sure Jules Holland and his affiliated Hootenanny would really lap it up. Whilst we were waiting, my dad was handing out the same love hearts that he picked up from Eves Wilder to other people in the audience like it was MDMA, before Brother Wallace himself finally walked on stage and awkwardly stood there until his bassist finally joined the rest of the band, and they started with their first song, Electric Love, the song that identified him by. But yeah, everything about the start of Electric Love sounded exactly like it did on record. You had the backing singers, you had the oh so cool bassist, you had the drummer, and Brother Wallace in the centre, and you could barely hear him. It was such a bad sound check. His voice didn't come across at all. Like, you know, I was looking at his lips trying to pick up any level of voice that's coming out, but you know, I couldn't hear anything. I look back at the videos that I took of the event, and I can hear more in the videos than I did at the time, but even then you can barely make it out. It's practically unintelligible. But anyway, sound issues aside, Brother Wallace is a really, really fun sort of performer. He does a lot of moving, does a lot of grooving, and one other thing that he does is sweat. Honestly, like, he is the sweatiest person I've seen in real life, second only to the man I saw in the mirror during the May heatwave. And you can see why he's sweating so hard, because he's putting in the moves. You know, he's like the Duracell bunny. There's not a moment when Brother Wallace is static. He's always moving something, whether it be his arms, his head, his feet, always something's moving, and he's like a conduit to the sound, always on the beat. And of course his backing singers harmonised and supplemented him perfectly, all to create this very anachronistic performance that made me feel like I'd gone back to the 60s. But after Electric Love, his performance still continued to be blighted by mic issues and sound checking issues. He did a little bit of an ad-lib between songs, and you know, I still don't know whether he said that he was a pastry man or a pastor man, like a clergyman. You know, either could be accurate as far as I'm aware. It was so hard to pick up what he was saying. But anyway, the further he went on, the more he moved, the more he sweat, the more clothes he took off, removing his denim jacket before removing his sunglasses and showing some massively bulging eyes that projected about 5mm out of his skull. It was really quite scary how far he could open his eyes. And still his energy levels didn't let up. In his final songs, Who's That and All Stick Together, he was almost like he was surfing the beats the way that he was dancing. And with that last song, All Together, it left everybody in such a good mood. Like, I turned back and I could see the entire crowd dancing and shaking. Hundreds, thousands even, of faces all looking up towards Brother Wallace. Faces of different colours and creeds, all celebrating in Brother Wallace's music, all enjoying it. So it really is a communal experience. And once again, another one of those great examples of how much I love live music and the impact that collective listening to music, collective dancing to music can have on your mental well-being. Just seeing other people smile and dance with you, all participating in this ritual of human expression. And upon reflection, I think Brother Wallace is absolutely phenomenal. He gave it his absolute all. He was a real tour de force. Really, really enjoyable. But ultimately, it's the sound issue, and I just could not hear him. Had everything been right with Brother Wallace, he would have easily got a 10 out of 10. He was that good. But because of the sound issues, they were just such an obstacle. I feel like the highest I can give him would be a very, very high 8 out of 10. 8. Yes, that much of a drop. The sound issues just really, really were hard to ignore. But that was it. That was it. Friday came to a groovy end at the hands of Brother Wallace, and we were led out of Brighthelm with smiles on our faces and music in our ears. My original plans had me going down to Dust at 11 p.m. to see the Gnomes, but I saw they were performing the next day, so I decided to see them then. But I also thought potentially seeing Lena Maria at Hope and Ruin, but I just wasn't feeling it at the time. My only other option was to try and see Pacifica again, as you know, by word of mouth, I knew that they were doing a very, very secret, very, very low-key set at the Rossi Bar. But, you know, just looking up the street from the Rossi Bar had a queue going further than Hope and Ruin. Honestly, people wanted to get that slice of Pacifica in such an intimate venue that honestly it's smaller than my bedroom. And so our Friday came to a close. But before we go on to our next penultimate song, I've yet to share my dad's review of what he thought of El Coves.
El Coves.
Mel was another artist that he was really looking forward to before The Great Escape, but much like the lottery winners, he came away feeling just a little bit underwhelmed. Primarily because she didn't play one of his favourite songs, and whilst the rest of the set was perfectly okay, it never really rose above average. He went into Elcoves' set expecting to be wowed, but he certainly wasn't. As for myself, I gave Elcoves a B. She was the 9th artist I wanted to see at The Great Escape, despite ultimately missing out on her. But based on this testament, I didn't think I missed out on much. My dad gave her a 6 out of 10.
6.
And so for our penultimate song, I had a few options of what I wanted to include. I originally thought potentially of including one of my recordings of Heta Falzon, even though the song I Still Care isn't released yet. Alternatively, I thought about potentially showcasing the Gnomes, an artist that I'd go on to see on the Saturday. But instead, I've decided to showcase an old favourite of the show, completing his 3 from 1 on the show. It's the man I've hyped up to oblivion, it's Isaac Benjamin. So coming up next is the second song that he played on his set. It's the most popular song he's got in his repertoire. It's called Never Look Down. It's the title of his EP. It's by Isaac Benjamin and it's coming up now. Never Look Down there by Isaac Benjamin. Welcome back to the final segment on this lengthy episode of Beyond Mix, where we are going day by day, artist by artist, through the 3.5 days of the Great Escape 2026, looking at the stuff that I saw, the decisions I made, and some of the stuff I didn't see, but have supporting testimonies along the way. So we are in the final day, the Saturday of the Great Escape, and historically, Saturdays of the Great Escape have been a little bit of a mixed bag. I think on average, the best days of the Great Escape are definitely the Thursday and the Friday. The Wednesday is always just something to sort of like dip your feet in, dip your toes in, a little sample, not their best stuff on display, but then bam, they hit you with the real heavy hitters on the Thursday and the Friday, especially in the evening. Which leaves Saturday almost like the leftovers, the bits that didn't really fit anywhere else in the festival. Saturday is usually marked by the takeover of the beach stage by the Australian Pavilion, showcasing all of the artists imported to Brighton for these 3.5 days from Sound Australia as sort of like a promotional company. Whereas for the rest of the festival in more sort of central Brighton, they usually put some of the heavier sort of rock entries in Hope and Ruin just to end the day and scatter a few other stuff around as well. It feels like there's considerably less stuff happening at the same time than the other days. So, you know, with the same amount of people attending each day, it is the survival of the fittest to try and get in and see some of these artists. My decision to start the day at 12 p.m. was to see one of 2 artists who are both quite kooky in their own right. The first artist was the band Truth Paste, which I've already spoken about a little bit in my preview episode. So they're a band I had a lot of knowledge of. But the other one, sort of like a late entry, was the artist Flora Hibbard, who is this French avant-garde performer, you know, equally as kooky as Truth Paste. But ultimately, it was Truth Paste and my familiarity with them that won out in my decisions and caused Flora Hibbard to be pushed aside. But for now, let's talk about Truth Paste.
Truth Paste.
Yada 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 yada. Holding equal measure. How are you doing? Are you holding out? Are you feeling better now?
So, Truth Paste is an artist that I originally gave a D in my overall rankings. They're one of the artists that I spotlit as part of my preview episode last time out, where I deemed them worthy as the 14th one to watch, in my opinion. But overall, within the context of the 200 plus shortlist that I'd put together, of all of the artists that I wanted to see, Truth Paste occupied position number 39. And I think Truth Paste was an artist that I immediately sort of fell in love with just because of how sort of weird and quirky they were. It sort of reminded me a little bit of a more sort of Monty Python-esque version of Cat Ryan. So they already had sort of the angular melodies, they already had this sort of quite barred chorus aesthetic. But, you know, it seemed sort of self-aware to the point that it was sort of self-referential and self-critical. You know, it was all very sort of tongue-in-cheek, very absurdist comedy coming out of Truth Paste, which I thought, given my sort of propensity for enjoying Melon Melon and artists like that, would be something right up my alley. So Truth Paste quickly became one of my favourites, especially their song See You Around and the now infamous lyric yada 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 yada, which in the 3 or so months leading up to the festival has become something short of a vocal stim for me. Like, there won't be a moment where I won't go yada 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 yada. And I think as a result I'm losing friends, alienating people and getting on everyone's nerves. Anyway, I got quite a good position for Toothpaste, getting myself right at the front of Horatio's, and I set myself up ready for something that I'm sure I wasn't going to forget. And Toothpaste certainly left an impression. Whether it's a good impression, you'll shortly find out. They've already got very sort of strange, distinctive style, all playing different instruments from saxophones, electric guitars, acoustic guitars, violins, a lot, and aesthetically sort of wearing a mixture of kilts and tattered suits and ripped tights. It seemed like a real sort of hodgepodge of different musical stylings and aesthetic stylings, potentially a visual and sonic representation of the term shuffle. They could have easily been from different bands, like the sort of stylistic through line for Toothpaste was the fact that they didn't have any style at all, and they were all sort of distinctive in their own way. And eventually they started performing, and the first thing I realised when they started performing is that their songs have a lot of interpolation in them, especially sampling of sort of pop culture motifs and other jingles. For example, they had one song very early into their set when they seemed to break their verse structure to start singing the lyrics of Kellis's Milkshake, My Milkshakes Bring All the Boys to the Yard, in a manner befitting of Shakespeare's iambic pentameter. At other points in their set, moments of silence were filled with piped music, including the University Challenge and QI themes, which really added to this sort of quirky tongue-in-cheek vibe. It sort of struck me a little bit as like this highbrow avant-garde comedy that's become sort of so esoteric that can only, presumably, be enjoyed by its perpetrators. Anyway, in their performance, I caught a glimpse of something that I've heard about Toothpaste, that being they swapped their instruments. And they did. Yeah, at one point, they literally changed the positions that they occupied in the stage, picked up each other's instruments, and then started playing them as if they were their own. You know, it was impossible to tell who actually had ownership over these particular instruments, whether the saxophonist was a violinist at heart. But on average, I wasn't really enjoying many of the songs or music that Toothpaste were performing. I just thought it was a little bit too high concept, personally, even for me. And I like to think I pushed the boat quite far out in these sorts of musical explorations. But nevertheless, unlike some of the artists I saw at The Great Escape, they did play the one song I know. See You Around, including the iconic Yada Yada Ya, Yada Yada Ya. And when Yada Yada Ya, Yada Yada Ya went off, I made sure I yada yada ya, yada yada ya together with the rest of the band. And I think I caught their eye, they caught my eye, and we shared in the rendition of yada yada ya, yada yada ya, like it was some sort of druid-like incantation. Seeing See You Around live was okay. It was a little bit less polished than it appears on record, but that's to be expected. But, you know, it didn't really do much to blow my socks off, and ultimately was not enough to save Toothpaste from a less than desirable rating. In the end, I'm sure Toothpaste will be an artist within the public consciousness for a while yet, but for me, they just seemed a little bit too far out. I'm giving Toothpaste a 4 out of 10. Now, following Toothpaste, I had a bit of a decision to make, a fork in the road in terms of my day and what I was going to do next. Was I going to go to the Sounds of Australia beach stage and listen to a few artists there, or was I going to head more into the centre of Brighton and see some of the more sort of obscure stuff? Going into the festival, my first instinct was to see Jackson Roy, who is an artist much like Flora Hibbert and Toothpaste, who was a little bit strange, but, you know, grown on me a little bit, whose song Natural Cause really caught my ear, and I was really enjoying leading up to the festival. But instead, I decided to head to the beach simply because it was closer and I didn't think I'd be able to get to Comedia by the time Jackson Roy would be starting, to instead see what some of the Australians were up to. Now, in past years, I'd seen some great offerings at these Sounds Australia stages on the beach. In my first Great Escape, I saw the band Blusher, which have now gone on for big things. In my second Great Escape, I saw the artist Gojo, who ended up being an Australian Eurovision contestant. But last year, I started my day by seeing Gauchi. And this year, the first Australian act I'd see at the Sound Australian beach would be Mel Blue.
Mel Blue.
Now, Now, as I just mentioned, Mel Blue was quite a late addition to my shortlist, but he did enough to get a B category, much like Truth Paste, albeit he was 8 positions higher as artist number 31 in the list of artists I wanted to see. Apparently Mel Blue was at the Great Escape last year, but I'd only just become sort of conscious of him this year, primarily due to his song Wake Up Call. And Wake Up Call is a song that I was kind of vibing with in the later stages of planning for the Great Escape. It's kind of like, it's definitely more disco-y. It's clearly produced by a computer using GarageBand or Fruity Loops or whatever people use, rather than through acoustic or electric guitar. So it was less singer-songwriter, more drag-and-drop-in beats. And, it's clearly working out for the duo because they're getting a fair amount of streams, nearing 1 million, I think, last time I checked. So I got myself in a good position, grabbing a railing set, being up against a barrier at the deep end stage to watch Mel Blue. And, I was a little bit apprehensive about sort of this more electronic music. I'm not really sure how people can perform it. But to their credit, Mel Blue tried to do a lot of interacting with the audience. They are a duo. One of them just sort of hung around by their laptop, whilst the other had a sort of roaming mic and was getting quite close to the audience, singing some of the songs as he went past. Plus, I think they had a drummer as well, which sort of gave it more of a live element, because, you could feel the hits of the drum as they're performing. And you know what? I didn't really hate it. I thought it was actually quite good. I thought they were quite good performers. I think the singer was quite a good singer. He had a surprising amount of range for somebody who's more of an electronic act. And, his compere, sat behind the keyboard, sat behind the Korg, did take the opportunity to sort of rock out with an electric guitar. So there was sort of some variety. It wasn't all sort of like synthesizer heavy. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. They did play the song that I know. They did play Wake Up Call, which went off an absolute treat. And in a way, I'm quite happy that I saw Mel Blue. Like, they completely came out of the blue in terms of my plans, and they turned out to be quite good. So Mel Blue, quite a surprise. I went in there admittedly with low expectations. They were alright. They were sort of a hidden gem. I'm going to give Mel Blue a 7 out of 10. 7. Now, my big ticket item for the afternoon of Saturday were the Gnomes. They were the artists I passed up on seeing the previous night after Brother Wallace, and they would be performing at the beach at the Soundwave stage in a little over an hour's time. So after Mel Blue had finished, I had a little bit of time to kill. There was one artist performing. They were performing at the Jetty, and so I took a cursory glance at what they were doing, and they were a band called Loose Content.
Loose Content.
Now, Loose Content were not an artist that made it into my shortlist, so I had no preconceptions of what they'd be like or what any of their music was. And let me tell you, Loose Content, more like Loose Movement, because they were pretty shit. I'm sure they're a type of music that somebody enjoys, but much like the artist Sex Mask last year, I just found it completely reconcilable with my palette personally. It's very sort of shouty, it's very sort of angry. There's not much tonality to the singing, and the songwriting itself is not very nuanced. I can't in confidence give Loose Content more than 1. I'm sorry, 1 out of 10. I think for me they're probably at the same level as the Australian band Eggy were, who I saw around the same time last year. So, take that as you will. 1 out of 10 for Loose Content. It was at this point where I finally caught up with my dad, who'd come in a little bit later than me because he didn't really want to see Truth Paste or Fleur Hibbard, and instead had headed straight to the Australian Pavilion. So whilst I was at the back end of Truth Paste and seeing Mel Blue and Loose Content, he was seeing
Glengarry.
I'm just bones, I'm just bones.
And based on his testimony, my dad stumbled across Glengarry whilst arriving at the beach, where he was performing at the Jetty. He was good, reminding him in some ways of Jack Devlin, although perhaps without quite the same musicality. The venue wasn't ideal, it was a very windy day, but he'd like to give Flynn the benefit of the doubt and hope to see him perform in a better setting in the future. Overall, on average, Glengarry was worthy of a 5 out of 10 for my dad. And around the same time that I was watching Mel Blue, my dad was watching Same Time.
Same Time.
Same Time, likewise, are an Australian band, but they're operating out of London. He caught Same Time just because he had a spare slot in his schedule, and he is very, very glad that he did. They're an Australian duo of brothers who really know how to hold an audience, and he was very impressed with the delivery of their music. He describes them as the sort of band you can't help but smile and dance along to, especially in a club or festival setting. So in that respect, Same Time very much fill the criteria of a festival act rather than potentially a headliner. Regardless, my dad was obviously very impressed with them because he gave them a 6 out of 10, which is nothing to be sniffed at.
6.
After we caught up with each other and gave ourselves the respective wrap-up on who we'd seen, we had about a 45-minute wait before the next artist we wanted to see, the Frankston band The Gnomes, would start performing at the Soundwaves. And, this was a particularly contentious point in the day, as had I seen the Gnomes previously on the day before, I would have had a lot more options on what I wanted to see, including the Worthing-based artist You Mean the Weather, who I saw supporting Circlewaves last year, the band Bug Tea, for a little bit trippy, kind of like Drugstore Romeos that we played on Beyond Mix a few years ago. Matthew Ifield, who's this really sort of smooth singer from Australia who'd be performing right after Mel Blue. Or Opal Mag. Opal Mag being a singer/band from Brighton who I'd really, really fallen in love with in the latter stages of planning for The Great Escape. But ultimately, it would be the Gnomes that we wanted to see, and so, rather than just wait around aimlessly, we decided to go into the Soundwave stage, and so we caught at least half of the artist before. It was an artist we'd already seen before. It was Joan and the Giants.
Joan and the Giants.
So what can I say about Joan and the Giants set that I haven't already covered in my review 3 days ago? Not much. They seem to sort of repeat a lot of the stuff they were doing, a lot of the stories, a lot of the anecdotes. It seemed you were getting sort of a like-for-like carbon copy of the same performance we received at Comedia. But let me tell you, whilst at Comedia, when we were right at the front, at the Soundwave stage, we were right at the back. Like, we couldn't be pushed any further back. It was an absolute sellout in terms of people going to see Joan and the Giants. And, I think it was enjoyable. I think it reaffirms the fact that 7 out of 10 was probably a good ranking for them. And yeah, it was good to sort of see Gracie and co perform again, especially having heard songs such as Born in the Right Time and Mama Don't Cry before, so I could sing along a little bit more, have no pressure to record it, and so potentially live a little bit more in the moment and enjoy it just a little bit more.
7.
Now, when Joan and the Giants finally wrapped up, it was a little bit unnerving because not many people were leaving the Soundwave stage. And as I mentioned, we were literally back row being forced against the back barriers just in front of the sound tech team. But gradually, people shuffled out, we weaved our way to the front and got to the barrier to see the Gnomes.
The Gnomes.
So what can I say about the Gnomes? The Gnomes, formerly Gnomes, are a band from Frankston, Australia, just outside of Melbourne, a mere 21-hour flight from where I'm based now. And they are a band that when I first discovered them, I said they were kind of reminiscent of the Beatles, especially sort of like the Hamburg Beatles that were rocking out for 10 hours a night to a variety of crowds, including German bankers and hip teens. And the reason that I made this assertion was due to their song The Flippin' Stomp. And I really, really liked The Flippin' Stomp. It was a song I played a fair bit in preparation for The Great Escape. For me, Flippin' Stomp sounded like Eddie Cochran's 20 Flight Rock, but dialed up to about 20, and, with a distinctly modern indie level of production. Anyway, the Gnomes did enough to get into my ones to watch at the back end of the last episode, where I put them as the 24th artist I recommend you watching. So they only just made it into the top 26, but I do stand by that the Gnomes are one to watch, and hopefully my little review in a minute will attest to that. But in my overall rankings, they were artist number 82 in terms of the ones I wanted to see, occupying an F tier in my 200 plus artist shortlist. So, they're very sort of mid-league in that respect. It went down for miles, so the Gnomes were just about halfway up. Anyway, we were front row, eyes wide and full of wonder as these 4 chaps came onto the stage, all undoubtedly Australian, all trooping mullets and all trooping different t-shirts of different bands and different singers, including a lead guitarist whose t-shirt said, "I love singing," and Frankston, Victoria, Frankston outside of Melbourne, Frankston, home of the Gnomes. And, just without performing, they exuded such a level of coolness and charisma, just walking onto the stage, and I already knew we were in for a good treat. And, even in their soundcheck, the Gnomes just reaffirmed my belief that they were going to be something special. Instead of doing a typical 1, 2, 3, 4 soundcheck, they instead do a 1, 2, 3 fuck soundtrack, to the point where you would have thought they all had Tourette's. But, it's so crass and immature, but I just found it hilarious. Them just go, fuck, shit, fuck, constantly, each after a counting of no more than 3, and just, between the odd twanging of their guitars. Anyway, they tuned up, they did their sound check, they left a small piece of paper no bigger than a post-it note, of which they held their set list, starting with a song called Death, and including the flipping stomp about halfway in. And then they went off stage just to get a more sort of grandiose entrance a little bit later, around the time they're actually due to perform. So around when they're about to perform, Glenn Dickey, a stalwart of the Great Escape who's been there for a very long time, he came on stage. And I like Glenn, I'm familiar with Glenn at this stage. I always end up at the Australian Pavilion towards the end of the Great Escape. But he introduced the Gnomes like they were something really, really special, Unlike most of the other bands he's introduced, where he's asked us to sort of stay in the moment and avoid recording, he said to record this moment, to take photos of this moment, chronicle it, because we were going to be part of musical history here today, watching the Gnomes. And then the band themselves walk on stage, accepting their roses, taking in their plaudits, waving to the applauding crowd before getting on their guitars and getting ready to rock out. And let me tell you, when the Gnomes rock out, they rock your bloody socks off. And I'd like to make a slight change to my Beatles-esque comparison, because I think the Gnomes have probably got something a little bit closer to the Ramones in terms of their song. There's something quite timeless about it, but it feels like it's every iteration from, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and potentially 2000s, all sort of find their way appearing in the Gnomes' music and execution. I particularly like during their first song, their sort of death-flavoured song, I don't know which one it was, but I like the fact that the two mulleted lead and bass guitarists were harmonising together on a single mic, sort of a la Paul McCartney and John Lennon in the Beatles, albeit from much rockier, much grungier contexts. And when they went off on their guitar solo, they threatened to collapse. They're rocking back, almost becoming ragdolls, becoming conduits to the music as their body flailed around, almost knocking down their microphone stands and crashing into the drum set behind them. They were really, really going for it. And then came the moment I was waiting for, listening to the flippin' stomp live. So they introduced it, they tuned up the guitar slightly, the drummer counted them in, and then immediately 0 to 100, they were back in the zone, rocking out like anything. All 3 guitarists jumping on the first beat before kicking out into the crowd and barely keeping off their toes as they rocked out to the rest of this song. And actually when the verses kicked in, I was singing along. I don't think I could sing as fast as the song went, but the lead singer somehow managed to do it. He managed to keep up with his own song and all the while play guitar and, see that I knew the songs, albeit slightly slower than the tempo that he was leading, and gave me this massive wide-eyed stare. And honestly, rock on, it was awesome. It felt like the room was shaking and I could feel the people behind us sort of pogoing up and down to this eclectic rock song. And, as they're running around the stage, the guitarist is almost kicking up the little post-it note that they've got all their songs on, the little set list, just because they've got so much energy and they're going so much into it. One thing I especially liked is towards the end, the bassist and lead guitarist both mic'd up together again, start putting in a bop, shoe up, bop, shoe up, almost to give it like a paradoxically anachronistic 60s feel, when everything else rocked harder than anything had done in the last 60 years or so. And when they said their last lyric, announcing the name of the song, all you can hear is me yelling, "Flippin' stomp!" Honestly, it was one of those great Escape moments. That was probably my favourite live performance I think I saw of the entire festival. It was either that or Pacifica. They're both moments that I don't think I'll ever forget. They were just so good. Anyway, the Gnomes continued to rock. They continued to play these 6 additional songs on their set list, and with each passing song, it was almost like it was a medley. They didn't give themselves time to breathe. Their drummer just counted them in, and then they went straight back into the next song. I think in the end, they squeezed about 8 songs into the back end of their set list rather than 6. And, I could see like the festival organisers sort of waiting in the wings. Glenn Dickey just staring out into the crowd, waiting to introduce the next artist. But the Gnomes just kept on coming, and, I think they went over their set by a fair bit. I think they were beginning to irritate the organisers, but I didn't care. I was getting more than my money's worth of the Gnomes, and it was absolutely incredible. I think overall they kind of reminded me of the Molotovs last year. I think there will be one to watch, and it would not surprise me at all if we start seeing the Gnomes doing bigger and better things, potentially being one of the biggest artists in Australia. And I hope that they take that reputation, and I hope that they bring it back over here, because I would love to see the Gnomes again. My only comment with the Gnomes is I think about 6 or 7 songs in, I was beginning to think there wasn't much variety between the songs. They all sound like the flipping stomp a little bit. And don't get me wrong, that is their USP, and they do it absolutely brilliantly. But I think it was kind of impossible at times to distinguish about what song you were hearing in their wider sort of set. But, I don't swear much on this show. But since I've already explained their soundtrack quite explicitly, I can tell you with full confidence that the Gnomes are fucking phenomenal. 9 out of 10 for Frankston's The Gnomes. With my ears still ringing from the rambunctious energy of the Gnomes, I quickly sprinted across the beach to the jetty stage, that sort of little metal can the artists perform out, like a 50s Americana diner, to see my next artist. And one thing had become increasingly clear. Prior to going into the Gnomes, it was quite a sunny day, but after leaving the Gnomes, it was no longer sunny. It was overcast, it was windy, there wasn't any rain in the air, but it was absolutely freezing. And I think arguably, as a spectator standing outside to watch the next performance, it was one of the most uncomfortable concert experiences I think I've had in my life. But regardless, I grit my teeth to get through it to see my next artist, that being Australia's Darcy Haven.
Darky Haven.
So, Darcy Haven was an artist that I ranked E, and she was my 51st artist I wanted to see at the Great Escape. She was definitely in the top half of the 200-odd artists I added to my shortlist for the festival, and I was particularly drawn to her because of a song called Burner Account. And Darcy Haven's Burner Account slowly started sort of weaving its way up the shortlist. I was a little bit unsure about it in the first instance, but it was a song that I sort of grew to love. It was a little bit Taylor Swifty at some points, but it was fine, it was palatable, and sort of seeing clips of Darcy Haven perform, I knew it was an artist that I wanted to try and see live. And, poor Darcy, as soon as she came up on stage, she was immediately thrown into these gusts of wind that suddenly had appeared. It felt almost gale force there, exposed on the seafront, not being in a tent like the Gnomes or Matthew Ifield, either side of them in the tents. No, she was exposed to the elements. And, it felt like she was potentially dressed sort of like Glastonbury summer weather, and not for this dreary, overly windy, overly overcast, drab day at the beach. So she started performing, and her first song, as it turned out, was the song that I discovered her by, Burner Account. And unfortunately, she didn't get off to a great start. Maybe it was the nerves, and maybe it was the chill of the wind. But it felt like as soon as she started performing, she was beset by sound issues, that annoying sort of screeching interference, interrupting most of the first verse, causing a lot of people in the audience to put their hands over their heads. And for her, I think, to sort of stumble a little bit tonally and come across a little bit flat in the opening verse. But she recovered a little bit. I don't think she ever fully recovered. I think that sound issue really shook her confidence. But overall, it was a little bit of an underwhelming performance of that song. Overall, it's just a real pity, because I'm sure Darcy Haven is a good performer. Hell, I've seen enough of her sort of concert clips on YouTube and stuff to know that she's a better performer. And it was just a shame that the wind and the sound issues all but ruined that rendition of that song. But nevertheless, she pulled through a little bit. She played another song that I had grown familiar with, although I hadn't discovered. She played the song Girlfriend, which I think was my favourite one of the ones she performed on the day. It was one of the ones my dad actually put me on to. And yeah, I think that one sounded alright. She sounded more like herself, more like the Darcy Haven that I knew, but she still, had difficulty singing when her hair was getting thrown into her face by the wind. Ultimately, I think it was going to be a thankless task performing in this sort of climate, and good on for Darcy for sort of soldiering through and remaining so positive about it. I suppose as a musician, you're going to have these gigs where the elements are up against you. As for me, as an audience member, I think the worst thing about it, and potentially what impacted my enjoyment of the performance, was just the fact that I felt myself getting cold. I was wrapped up thrice as much as Darcy Haven, so she must have been frozen, but I could feel myself getting cold. It just sort of felt like a bit of a slug to get through, and so because of the environmental factors and not because of the performance, I think the highest I can give Darcy Haven would be a 6 out of 10. 6. Between Darcy Haven performing and the next artist to perform at the Jetty, my dad and I sought some refuge from the elements and managed to get underneath like a tent, underneath like a yurt type thing, where we had some very, very nice tikka chips from a vendor at the beach. We also had a coffee, I think maybe a hot chocolate as well. Just anything we can do to try to warm our hands, warm our bodies, and more importantly, warm our spirits, because I think ultimately this weather was really taking a toll on our enjoyment of the overall day. Saturdays at the Great Escape can often be tricky enough, but when you're really up against the weather, I think at that stage I was ready to go home. I'd had enough or the Great Escape for that year. I mean, you get to a saturation point, and usually I find mine much later in the Saturday, but just because of the poor weather, I was done. I think I was finished with the Great Escape, and I think it would take something really monumental, like seeing something like Sunbeam last year, to really turn my frown upside down and give me renewed hope for the rest of the evening. It was a tall order, and therefore that task fell to the next artist brave enough to take on the Jetty at the beach stage, that being Australia's Charlie Lucas.
Charlie Lucas.
Fucking embarrassing, broke down, drunk and staggering. You're killing all my fantasies. Oh my god, it's a tragedy. I don't wanna lose somebody.
So Charlie Lucas is an artist I became quite familiar with in preparation for the Great Escape. I gave her a D category. She was the 32nd artist I wanted to see, and I didn't think she was too bad. She had one song that I discovered her by, the song Fucking Embarrassing, equally as explicit as the Gnome soundcheck. And I'd really enjoyed that one. It sounded quite poppy, it was very sort of Gen Z in its execution and production and promotion, and I think it's sort of become one of my favourites in preparation for the Great Escape. It was also the only one of Charlie Lucas's I know, so I was hoping, fingers crossed, that she'd perform it, or else the rest of my day would be well and truly ruined and I would be calling it an early night. So no pressure, Charlie. I'd already seen Charlie Lucas actually at the Great Escape, not in a performance capacity, but there was a moment when I was waiting for Hamish at Revenge that I turned around and I noticed she was standing right behind me. So Charlie Lucas rolled up and she was wearing some sort of headscarf, which I think is just her distinctive style. I've seen her sort of wear something similar in promotional materials, music videos, that sort of stuff. But she was nevertheless showing signs of preparation to battle this cold front that had swept over Brighton Beach. She was wearing gloves, and her lead guitarist had taken a scarf by the looks of it and completely wrapped it around his head to keep warm. So it just goes to show just how cold and unrelenting the wind was. But Charlie Lucas, I think she's got a very sort of Gen Z style, especially in the way that she dresses, the way that she presents herself. And obviously her songs sort of carry it as well. For example, the chorus of Fucking Embarrassing says that it's giving fucking embarrassing, which, as I understand it, is quite a Gen Z expression, some Gen Z nomenclature. She introduced the song as being about her ex, who's no longer here, and encouraged everybody to sing along by flipping the bird, sticking up their middle fingers to herself performing, and she did so to the crowd during the chorus, sort of waving it around as people would sort of their iPhone lights at a stadium concert, but instead we were all just flipping each other off. So I don't know, maybe it's just an Australian thing. But at the end of the day, it was good audience interaction. I think Charlie Lucas is quite a good performer, very charismatic, dancing away, grooving to the songs as she's performing them. And her voice isn't bad, it's very similar to that on records, so it's not all just aesthetics and artifice. She is a bona fide singer in her own right. At one point she twerked towards the audience, which my grandma, who I showed all of my Great Escape videos to, burst out laughing. So, Charlie Lucas, if you're out there listening, you've got my grandma's approval. I also liked another one of the songs that she performed, How to Ruin Everything, which I hadn't heard from before, so my first time hearing it was actually hearing her perform it. And that's equally as good as fucking embarrassing. So yeah, she's not just a one-song wonder. Overall, I was very much impressed with her performance. You know, it cured my Saturday blues, gave me a little bit more hope for the rest of The Great Escape, and put me in a much better mood. So it was a tall order for any artist to do that, but Charlie Lucas was more than able to help me. So to that, I can only say thank you to Charlie, and give her a rating befitting of the performance, a 7 out of 10. 7. So after Charlie Lucas gave us that little buzz of excitement, that little buzz of adrenaline, something to distract us from the cold, it was back into the tundra, which was Brighton seafront, on Saturday the 16th of May. The Australian stage's compere, Glenn Dickey, did his best, bless him, to lift everybody's spirits as we prepare to see the final artist of the Australian occupation of the beach. Unfortunately, Glenn's version of lifting people's spirits was to prattle on about Vegemite and Tim Tam so much, you would have thought it was going to cause a rupture in the Commonwealth. Regardless, at this point, anybody who was willing to continue to brave the weather was standing outside the jetty, the only stage still running. God knows why they couldn't just move the artist to the deep end or sound waves, just give us a little bit of protection from the elements, to see the final act of the afternoon session, that being Australia's own Teenage Jones.
Teenage Jones.
So, Teenage Jones were part of the first 50 artists added to the Great Escape playlist all the way back in November. And whilst I liked them and enjoyed them, I didn't put them in my top 10 artists, the ones I recommended you seeing at the first 50 showcases across London. And instead, Teenage Jones remained one of those artists that I liked and I would see, but in the back of my mind, I knew something better would be coming along. As a result, I gave Teenage Jones a rating of H, placing them 117th within the artists that I wanted to see, meaning they were safe but potentially forgettable compared to some of the other artists I was seeing. But nevertheless, I did really vibe with a lot of Teenage Jones' songs, especially My Heart's Dead and the song Wine. And of those two, especially the song Wine, I really, really like the song Wine. And as I mentioned, Teenage Jones would be the final act on the beach stage, so a quite relieved Glenn Dickey introduced them like he was running the 25th mile of a marathon, and the band was met with a good reception before they went on to perform. So Teenage Jones is the pop punk rock project out of Adelaide, Australia, comprising of Carly Blakers and Talila Borg, and they've been doing the circuits for a while, with a style that was quite reminiscent of Blink-182 and 30 Seconds to Mars. That was kind of the vibe that I was getting off them, very sort of pop punk. I'm sure their songs sort of fit well in like Tony Hawk's Skate or maybe like one of the earlier American Pie movies. And that was the biggest thing that I got from listening to their music. It is quite heavy. Not really the stuff that I'd usually listen to, but, you know, palatable enough for them to make my overall shortlist, and good enough that I decided to see them over getting lunch or something. Now, what I hadn't anticipated would be the two members of Teenage Jones, Carly and Talila, would be completely different personalities. Carly on guitar feels like she was made to play in bands like Teenage Jones. You know, she was heavily tatted, she was wearing sort of like custom Jason Voorhees inspired jeans. Doc Martin, she had a white streak in her hair, and she greeted the crowd by going, "What the fuck is up, Bryden, you alright?" But Talila on drums just seems a little bit more out of place. Sure, she's got the hair, the garb and the tattoos, but behind that she had one of the most sweetest, unassuming voices I think I heard in the entire festival. "Alright guys, how you doing? You okay? Yeah, good." And I think Teenage Jones was one of the artists that, whilst I recognise the constituent members, I don't think I really looked at any of the music videos. So it sort of made more sense as they started singing that it would be Talila who was doing some of the more sort of softer legato vocals, like you're expected to see in sort of maybe the verses of the song Wine. Whereas Carly's singing voice exemplified the edgier, more distorted vocals of the song, such as in that same song Wine's chorus. But I think together they worked quite well. In terms of their instrumentation, they worked quite well, with Carly on the guitar and Talila on the drums. So together they really were a cohesive unit, both vocally and instrumentally. Naturally, as the guitarist and further up on the stage, it would be Carly in her Jason Voorhees inspired trousers, which would be the more energetic of the two. Although Talila was putting in all of the effort in her drumming, she really looked very committed, very concentrated on keeping everything in time. But as the weather started taking a turn for the worse, Carly did whatever she could to try and keep the crowd on side, really jumping up and down on the jetty stage, walking across the stage from side to side and then kicking out to the audience, all whilst playing her guitar. Now, what more can I say about the performance? It sounds exactly like it does on record. I think the sound production was a little bit heavy on the old instrumentals compared to the voice. I didn't hear Carly, and I especially didn't hear Delilah come through when I was actually watching their performance. Obviously, they like to play loud and proud, and that's just part of their identity. And, the stage that they're on, it did mean that a lot of the acoustics were very much lost to the atmosphere, literally performing to the elements at times. Anyway, as I mentioned through the outset, the two Teenage Jones songs that I knew were My Heart's Dead and Wine, Wine being my preference of the two of them. Unfortunately, the band didn't actually play Wine, but they did play My Heart's Dead, alongside some of the other ones they played from their earlier album, of which My Heart's Dead was found from. But yeah, the performance of My Heart's Dead was compelling. The aforementioned Carly continuing to run around across the stage, fall to her knees at some point and writhe around with her guitar. But if I was to extrapolate from how I was feeling individually, I just think a lot of people were a little bit tired of just the weather. And it's nothing to do with Teenage Jones or their performance or anything like that. I just think people were just fatigued by just how windy and awful it was. And, to their credit, I think Teenage Jones are one of the ones who actually fought the weather the best. You would have thought they were playing in pristine conditions, the amount that they were unaffected by it. But for everyone else, just stood there, cold, zipped up, with rain threatening on the horizon. I don't think they gave the Jones all that much energy as an audience. It's a real pity that the Sounds of Australian stage hadn't been running a week later, during the unprecedented May heatwave, which saw temperatures skyrocket to that of the low 30s in May, which is a real nightmare for climate change, but probably would have been better for the Great Escape, let's be honest. And for me especially, I think just standing there on the shingle, on the pebbles, battering these blistering winds kind of took my toll. So when Teenage Jones introduced their last song, and it wasn't Wine, I made my excuses and left. And as I did, the heavens began to open. So clearly I left at the right time. The weather was so close to holding out for the entirety of the Sounds of Australia beach showcase. It literally just needed to last one more song, but it didn't. I started feeling the pitter-pattering of rain, and whilst the more dedicated people in the crowd continued to watch Teenage Jones finish their set, I left early to try and find some cover and start moving towards something else. Overall, I really didn't mind Teenage Jones. I think they put on quite a good act. And despite being heavy and a little bit distorted, I think I would go and see them again if they ever came around those parts. For that reason, I'm giving Teenage Jones a 6 out of 10.
6.
And with that unceremonious Irish exit from the Australian pavilion, that was the Australian artist done for The Great Escape. There wouldn't be any more, I don't think. So too, it would be the end of our experience with the beach stage for another year. So I'm sure I'll be back on the beach again in mid-May of 2027. Teenage Jones were playing at the 5 p.m. slot, which on the Saturday is kind of like the recovery slot, where people usually get food and stuff. They're one of the only artists continuing to perform. This meant that when we left this beach and returned to Brighton, there were a few more options we could have dipped into had we wanted. We could have seen Tiger Milk, the Hastings-based LGBTQ+ artist. We could have seen Bettina Quest, which was an artist playing at Dalton's. I thought they were quite similar to Sansuki that I saw at my very first Great Escape back in 2023. Or I could have just gone off-road a little bit, try one of the alternative Great Escape venues, one of the alternate escape venues, the Bootlegger, to see the artist Sarah Crean. But I think after standing in the gale force winds, and now that the weather was chucking it down as well, we just wanted a little bit of a respite. And that respite lay in the Mexican restaurant Oaxaca, where we had our quick snack. Ironically, our meal at Oaxaca really didn't agree with us for whatever reason. It left us feeling just a little bit uneasy, a little bit uncomfortable going into the last few acts of the day. Anyway, our main ticket attraction was to see Greta Svavobeck at One Church at around 7 p.m. What our next steps were for the 6 p.m. slot was very much up for debate. I could have gone down to Quarters to see Luxury, the artist that one of the people in the Pacifica crowd had recommended. Or I could do what my dad was doing, which was to play it easy and head straight towards One Church just to allow his food to digest as it continued to trouble both of us. What did I do, the sensible option or the radical option? Naturally, because I have no self-control, I started heading towards Quarter to watch Luxury. But it was interesting. On that walk down there to Quarters, I just became increasingly disenchanted with the weather and largely just the Great Escape 2026. I just didn't really think that today had been a particularly great day at the Great Escape. Certainly didn't hold a candle to the Great Escape 2025, which at this point I'd already seen the Molotovs. And so at this point in the evening, with not many options left at the Great Escape, I kept thinking back to how things were for the Great Escape 2024 and how I felt there. Because around this point at the Great Escape 2024, when I only had Marissa Burwell left to see, I just felt a little bit tired of the festival. Maybe it was the weather then as well. Regardless, halfway down from Oaxaca's to Quarters, I turned around and headed straight to One Church just to play it easy, just sit down, sit through the next artist, see what Greta Savabeck was like, and then make a decision from there. Fortunately, when I arrived at One Church, my dad had already managed to get a booth, so we just sat down for a bit, having a bit of water, whilst we waited for the next band to perform. This was an artist called Afternoon Bike Ride.
Afternoon Bike Ride.
With a pair of scissors in my hands to keep him with me, hand to hand he ended.
An Afternoon Bike Ride is an artist that absolutely puzzles me, because I've heard of them before, but I don't know from where. They didn't make my shortlist, I didn't rate them at all, yet they still appeared in my liked songs when I checked my Spotify to see whether I'd actually heard of the band. So I don't know where I got them from. Maybe they were a recommendation on behalf of Spotify, maybe they were somebody I picked up from Instagram. I just didn't know where I got Afternoon Bike Ride from. Regardless, I'd seen that I liked one of their songs, Running with Scissors. I wouldn't be able to tell you how it went, I wouldn't be able to tell you what the band looked like. But I knew that at some point, past me had liked that song, so maybe current me would like it. Anyway, the band gets on stage. They're this 3-4-piece, I think, from Canada, and they're a little bit out there, a little bit experimental. And they open their show with this song, Running with Scissors. And I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what past me was thinking, because the song didn't really have much verse structure. I tried to record a clip of the chorus just to say that I'd seen it, but I'm not even sure what part of the song I heard. I think it may be just the bridge I recorded. The song itself was about the lead singer's father, struggling and eventually succumbing to their battle with dementia, which sadly I think was quite relatable to our family. But in terms of the song itself, I didn't really like it. The other songs that Afternoon Bike Ride were offering were a little bit more sort of conventional in their execution, but nevertheless they were weird and psychedelic enough to not be the most palatable. Don't get me wrong, I think the singer was quite good. I think she had a better voice than some of the artists that I'd seen on previous days of The Great Escape, but I just wasn't super convinced by Afternoon Bike Ride. They came out of completely nowhere for me. I think I would have been better off seeing one of the artists on my actual shortlist, but nevertheless it meant that I got to One Church early, it meant that I wouldn't miss out on Greta Savabeck, and whilst the Afternoon Bike Ride might in effect just amass to an obstacle to get to Greta, I nevertheless gave them a 3 out of 10. I think that's probably an accurate reflection of what their music was like. Anyway, the next artist to grace One Church would be the artist we were there for, the Faroese singer Greta Savabeck.
Greta Savabeck.
Maybe under the weather, but we're over the moon. Oh, and our feet might not touch the ground.
So Greta Savabeck is from the Faroe Islands. I originally gave her an E ranking, but I nevertheless identified her as the 21st artist to watch in my ones to watch tips that I made in the back end of our last episode, Bloom. Overall, she occupied the 60th position in terms of artists I wanted to see at the festival. But anyway, Greta Savabeck was an artist who'd very much gone up in my estimations. The more I'd listened to her, the more I'd engaged with her one song that I knew, Over the Moon. And as it turns out, that song was part of sort of like a wider album, a wider project she was promoting, which was the Beautiful Scenery album, which would influence a fair amount of songs that she'd be playing in her set. But anyway, my first impressions of Greta Savabeck was just how sort of understated she was. She had a real sort of understated charm. She had an acoustic guitar stamped with a floral pattern, and instead of it being plugged in, she was playing it directly up to the microphone, like quite a rustic, genuine performance by Greta. In terms of her set list, she seemed to have everything physically written down in like a little diary, little handbook that she kept around and just had laid on her Korg keyboard, her Korg synthesizer. And I don't know whether this book just had a set list or whether it had some lyrics in it as well, but she seemed to be referring to it a fair amount of times during the performance. Anyway, one of her first songs she played was the song that we discovered her by, Over the Moon. And let me tell you, hearing Over the Moon live was an absolutely spiritual experience. Greta Savabeck has got such a heavenly voice. It's like a choir of angels at times. And that, coupled with the rawness of the guitar playing, just made the whole experience feel like very, very intimate, very genuine, making me feel like I was in some sort of selective group, worthy enough to hear this song live. But anyway, she played the song in its entirety, including her spoken dialogue bit at the end, which overall sounded identical to how it was on record, so it's a real sort of testament to the quality of Greta's voice. She then, having worked out the issues with her chord keyboard, turned to the instrument and introduced a song that I hadn't heard in a fair few years. So you might not know this, but when I was about 14, I had a bit of an electronic music phase. I think everybody does at some point in their lives. And for me, it sort of culminated in listening to a lot of deadmau5, and especially the album 5 Years of Mouse, which was released in like 2012 potentially. And this was back in the time before I had Spotify, so I wasn't just discovering one-off songs from particular artists, I was like listening to albums back to back. And I can remember from this album that my favourite tracks were the first and the third, the first being Ghost and Stuff and the last being I Remember. But in between them, I had to get through another song, which was Raise Your Weapon. And I hadn't appreciated it at the time, but Greta Svaberg was the vocalist who provided the sung lyrics on that song. So naturally, 14 years later, I was revisiting that song through Greta performing it live, and never in my wildest dreams would I ever think that I'd be able to hear that song live, so being able to hear it was something very, very special. And so too in the introduction, just how humble Greta was. Like, there wasn't any name dropping. I know that she's done a fair amount of work with some really sort of esteemed composers, artists, producers over the years, but you know, she just sort of introduced it as her work with deadmau5 and played it live. Not gloating at all at her achievements, just going into the next song. And the fact that she was playing the keyboard as well just demonstrated that she was a multi-instrumentalist. Her music wasn't all just the soft acoustic guitar stuff. Anyway, she finished what was turning into a spellbinding set by playing two songs, and these were two performances I don't think I'll ever forget. The first was playing one of the singles off her new album, this beautiful scenery album, and that was the song Efflorescence. Anyway, I had some experience with Fluorescence. It's one of the songs that my dad was playing as he prepared to see Greta Svaberg himself, so he's sort of learning a little bit more than Over the Moon in case you didn't end up playing it. But honestly, hearing this song live was something absolutely awe-inspiring. Now, I said that Over the Moon was good, but listening to Efflorescence was something absolutely out of this world. The whole quivering vulnerability to her voice as she performed it was something absolutely sublime, almost a spiritual experience. For me, it was almost reminiscent of the Gary Jules cover of Tears for Fears' Mad World, which went on to define a lot of the early 2000s, especially in its feature in an advert for the video game Gears of War. And in that particular advert, it's used to great effect, sort of showing the juxtaposition between the warlike visuals and this very, very fragile song. And it's through this similar vein of just how I felt when I was listening to it that I'd put this rendition of Efflorescence. For me, hearing it live felt exactly what I imagined terminal lucidity would feel like, where towards the end of your life everything becomes clear for just a short period of time. You know, there was just something completely otherworldly with it. And finally, to top the set off, she opened up her little handbook where she had all of her songs, or potentially some of the lyrics to her songs, and picked out a couple of bedtime stories that she said she sung to her children. Now, as Greta's from the Faroe Islands, a lot of the bedtime stories she sung were very much influenced by Scandinavia, and I think they were sort of like Norwegian folklorish tales. Regardless, she went back on her acoustic guitar and started stringing together this absolutely awe-inspiring song in Norwegian, I think it must have been. I didn't understand any of the lyrics, but it just had such a haunting presence, especially within the location and ambience of the one church venue. It had such an awe about it. It was just absolutely sublime. And overall, it just left me feeling enlightened and inspired. Like I was privileged to watch this absolutely awe-inspiring performance from Greta Svaberg. And although it didn't give me goosebumps at the time, like some of the other artists I saw at the Great Escape this year and certainly last year, I reflect back on it as definitely one of the strongest performances I saw of this year's Great Escape. And if it wasn't because of seeing Raise Your Weapon live or that Norwegian bedtime story she sung, if it wasn't because of seeing the absolutely sublime Over the Moon live, it was definitely because of listening to Efflorescence live. Because honestly, seeing that live was my favourite performance of the entire festival, potentially in the top 10 songs I've ever seen performed live. In a world where we take songs in iPods rather than pictures in lockets to a battlefield as a small remembrance of our past lives, I think I'd have to take Greta's Fluorescence. It was absolutely superb. For that reason, I'm giving Greta Svaberg the coveted 10 out of 10. After the absolutely awe-inspiring performance of Greta Svaberg, we left one church and went on to our next artist of the evening. We could have seen the cases at Hope and Ruin, who I rated quite highly, but unfortunately had started right at the same time that Greta had finished. But I think on average, I would have definitely rather seen Greta perform and miss out on the cases than miss out on the absolutely amazing spectral experience of seeing Greta. Another option could have been going back down to the beach, back to quarters to watch the band Congratulations that I saw at last year's Great Escape, who thoroughly impressed me last year. But in the end, our decision was to go to the Prince Albert to see the artist Skinny Dick, who I passed up to see Quiet Houses, and my dad passed up to see Dolder the day before. But as we walked out one church and got up that long road up towards Prince Albert, we could already see that it was absolutely packed, that there was a queue going all the way outside of the pub, and that we have no chance of seeing Skinny Dick by the time he'd start at 9:30. It was reminiscent in many ways to the Great Escape of a couple of years ago, where I was going to see the band Vox May, I think, at the Prince Albert, like a last-ditch effort to try and add a couple more artists into my day, but ultimately passed them up because there was just too much of a queue going out to the Prince Albert. And with none of my other shortlisted artists due to perform at the same time, that would mean I'd have an hour to kill before the next artist I wanted to see, either Mia Lambridge at Comedia Studio, who I really, really rate, or Essie Sparrow at the Unitarian Church, both playing at about 10:30. But it was at this point I think I decided to end the festival on a high. I couldn't guarantee how good Mia Lambridge or Essie Sparrow was. I had a long trip up to Leeds the next day, and so I decided to wrap up my time at the Great Escape 2026 there, reeling from the absolutely masterful performance of Greta Svafa-Beck. So that's it. That is it. You have made it through 38 artists, just 2 shy of the 40 artists that I covered this year. And despite being less artists, it felt like this episode's gone for a much, much longer time. So thank you for staying with me, listening in and out as you might have done, or listening through the entire thing if you're absolutely crazy. In terms of the Great Escapes I've done, I think Great Escape 2026 did rank highly. I did see a lot of artists like Girl Tones, Isaac Benjamin, Hetafalzon that I really, really liked, but it wasn't anywhere close to the amazing Great Escape that was Great Escape 2025. So I think maybe it's taken up a second place in terms of the Great Escapes I've seen. I understand for a lot of people who saw Ungine de Poitrine, as well as some of the other artists like Lime Garden, etc., that this Great Escape was the best Great Escape that they've been to, but it sort of all depends on your taste, I'm sure. For me, there were only those 2 standout 10 out of 10 performances from Greta and Pacifica, and they were ultimately muddled and mixed with some slight duds from the likes of Quiet Man, Western Lonely, etc., which brought the overall average down. Looking back at my ratings and my respective ones to watch, I think I did a lot of good predictions. I think the ones that I slated were ones to watch in my last episode, Bloom, were quite good in execution. And likewise, comparing my rankings of an artist before seeing them to the scores that I gave after seeing them, there isn't an awful lot of difference between them. My biggest surprise was definitely Dolder, having given them a 7 out of 10 in their performance, but not rating them at all before seeing them. And likewise, I think my biggest disappointment were either the Salarymen, Rainer, Western Lonely or Truth Paste, which all had B's and D's in terms of my ratings, but fell far flat in their actual executions. But how do all of these artists compare relative to each other? Yes, just like last year, I'm rewarding everybody who stuck around for this long with the rundown of my top 38 artists at this year's Great Escape, starting at number 38. And at number 38, we have the shouty, underproduced loose content. They were quite difficult to pin down stylistically at number 37, Afternoon Bike Ride. Some deeply personal songwriting, that is Quiet Man at number 36. A high-energy feel-good music that really filled a gap, it's Winnie Amma at 35. An otherworldly presence, it's Ringlets at number 34. Yada yada ya, yada yada ya, it's Truth Paste at number 33. Sounding like an overrated Irish pub band, we have Western Lonely at 32. The bizarre surprise that embraced absurdity from start to finish, it's Fez. Let down by poor sound, but she had some good songs. Eve Wilder takes up 30. They were pretty intense but had a lot of integrity. It's Space Acre at number 29. At number 28, we have a talented multi-instrumentalist, Eliza McLeod. She battled through some difficult weather conditions. That's Darcy Haven at 27. Confident beyond their years and brighter than before, Rainer takes up number 26. A full throttle punk performance from our number 25, Teenage Jones. And at 24, more substance than first impression suggested, Micah Sage. A bilingual songbook at number 23, it's Wells' Kin Koos. An engaging performance but not much variation, Salarymen at number 22. Some duds but some songs that gave me goosebumps, Quiet Houses take up number 21. And just making it into the top 20, we have Fliss. Getting a little bit EDM at number 19 with Mel Blue. The captivating vocalist supported by a great band, it's Becky Zacasa at 18. Stripped back songs rich in lyrical emotion, Jack Devlin takes up number 17. But arguably the strongest vocal performance of the festival, we have Dolder at 16. Good pop songs and a great stage act, that is Charlie Lucas at 15. And some quirky Mando pop, Chinese American Bear at 14. Some feel-good songs with a glam rock edge, it's Joan and the Giants at 13. And could have been higher if it had a Midnight Carousel, Hamish is at 12. Powerful vocals but missing out in the top 10, it's Persia Holder. And naturally cool and charismatic James Manuel is at 10. It would have been higher if it wasn't for his sound check, it's Brother Wallace at number 9. I've been his PR man for the best part of half a year, Isaac Benjamin's at number 8. A great performance marked with riotous energy is The Gnomes at 7. And despite illness, Jude Kelly did enough to be number 6. Some really cool aesthetics and anthemic songs is Fright Years at number 5. And with a masterful command of the English language, Het Falzon takes up number 4. The indomitable Kentucky duo Girl Tones takes up position number 3. And it would be the heavenly vocals and spiritual aura of Greta Salverbeck at 2. Which means our number 1 artist is, of course, the very energetic Pacifica. So rankings aside, that's how they all compare to each other. And with that rundown, it finally brings us to the end of the show. This has been an episode which has been more than a month in preparation, and I'm sure it's going to take even longer to edit. I'll be quite glad to see the end of it so we can move on to a different vibe, such as a World Cup vibe, a Heatwave vibe, and maybe a 1978 Blitz Club vibe, all coming up in the next couple of months. And until then, I will lead you off with one of my breakout, standout performances from this year's Great Escape, Greta Salverbeck. This isn't the best song I saw of her set, Effervescence, but it nevertheless is the song that I discovered her by. I just thought it bookended this playlist quite well, especially with Jude Kelly's clarence at the beginning. This is the song Over the Moon. It's by Greta Salverbeck. I've been Thomas Heisman. You've been listening to Beyond Mix. See you a bit later.